at the conclusion of the biggest democratic exercise in the world? That is the big question. After a record-breaking run on Monday, all eyes on today's market action. Will the Nifty 50 scale yet another high today after crossing the 23,000 mark yesterday? Caught on the back foot, foreign institutional investors rush back, invest over 6,800 crore rupees on the 3rd of June. It's a day of records for the Adani Group stocks. Market cap surges past the pre-Hindenburg highs. Adani Group makes a foray into financial services through Super App, launches co-branded credit card with ICICI Bank and Visa. And the southwest monsoon advances into Karnataka and Telangana, but heavy rains in Bengaluru throw life out of gear. And finally, US markets close mixed. The Dow Jones is down 400 points on weak manufacturing data. Now, the question that you will probably be asking is, when will you get some clarity as to who will form government and which way the winds are blowing? Who better to tell you than Tamanna Inamdar? She's joining me this morning to give you some perspective on how things are going to pan out in the first couple of hours. Tamanna, how does the counting process work, and when will we get a sense of who will take power? We've got one seat that is already on the rolls.
In Surat, that's right. Alex, it's actually very, very interesting. Remember, the world's eyes are on us today. This is the largest democratic exercise in the world. We are the most populous nation, and we have just completed successfully a mammoth election process, and now it comes to the counting. Now, viewers are used to seeing those numbers tick on television channels and on the screens, but there is a lot which happens before it. So counting officially begins at 8 a.m. It starts with counting of postal ballots. Half hour after postal ballots are counted, EVM machines then begin counting. Now, you would have often seen rounds of counting, 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds before a winner is declared. Those rounds are in lots of 14 EVMs each, which are brought to one central hall. And after each round, the count is written on a blackboard by the returning officer. All of this is done with political party representatives on that seat watching, so that it can be a free and fair process. And when all of those rounds in lots of 14 are done, then a winner is declared. So now in some seats which are very populous, you have a large number of people, you will have more rounds of counting, and lesser in less populous seats. And that is how the whole process will take place when leads convert into final results, and that usually takes time. What we usually do is we look at the leads, right? Because leads is what you see first. And I would say if there is an election result which is a sweep in one way, which one party or one side sees an overwhelming majority, then you're likely to see a very clear picture early on. If it
early
becomes,
on being 1.5 hours, 2 hours?
I would say around between 10:30 and 12 on counting day today, if it is a very clear picture. But remember, this is also a Lok Sabha election. There are a lot of seats to be counted. So I would say for a very, very clear picture, wait till about 12 to 1. But if it is a tighter race than has been expected, then this could be a really long wait. I'll give you an example. For one of the state elections in Madhya Pradesh in 2019, actually, counting went on till 12 midnight.
Wow.
Because it was such a tight race. So it depends. If it's a one-way clean sweep, we will know the picture fairly early.
Which is what the exit polls are suggesting.
Yes.
The question is, if it pans out the way the exit polls have suggested, and pollsters unanimous, 362, if I'm not mistaken, is the poll of polls.
365.
365 is what the poll of polls is suggesting, which is a higher count than the last time, but it's more than that. What are the political implications of this?
So what the street is expecting today, Alex, and that's very important, is that you might see a number even higher than 365. Why is that? That's statistically speaking, in 2014 and 2019, you had polls showing Modi government in power, but had underestimated the number of seats they would win. If I just take that forward, and that's what the street is doing, you would expect a better result. But the scale of the result, if the exit polls come true, is what would be mammoth. Because for the first time, you would see the BJP breaching the southern and eastern parts of the country, which hitherto have been very tough territories for them. So imagine if you have a BJP MP in Kerala. It has not happened so far. Stronger than before in Tamil Nadu, looking extremely in a dominant position because of their alliance in Andhra Pradesh. Making great grounds in Telangana. That's what the polls are saying. I'm not saying that's the result. Wait and watch what the results are saying. If that picture does emerge in West Bengal, if they get, in some polls they're saying more seats than even TMC, then that changes the national political landscape very, very clearly for the next 5 years.
All right, and we'll know soon enough. Tamanna, you're going to take all of the action forward, starting from 8 a.m. all the way till we know where the results stand. Thank you so much for putting that into context for us. And let's get a mood check, shall we? Janani, as I said, is standing by at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. Janani, what's the mood like?
Good morning, Alex. The mood is certainly celebratory. In fact, on one end, we already have sweets being prepared early in the morning, as early as 7 a.m. Of course, this is only supported by the confidence that the exit polls have shown, where BJP is expected to make a mark over 365. Remember, in 2019, BJP alone clocked 303 seats, and the NDA alliance as a whole got around 353. It'll be interesting to see where they make grounds this time. It's expected that West Bengal, Odisha against Naveen Patnaik's party, and in the south, the foray in Karnataka might be places where BJP would be making ground this time. We'll have to wait and watch the full action, but like I said, it's hubbub and certainly a confidence and celebratory mood out here.
All right, thanks so much, Andy, for getting us those details. Now, Rishabh is standing by at the INC headquarters, and by the way, the opposition political parties have unanimously said that they don't believe that the exit polls will be how things pan out actually on counting day. But let's check with Rishabh what the mood is like there. Rishabh, what are you picking up? Morning.
Morning, Alex. That's right. Rahul Gandhi has come out and said that the India Alliance will shine through with about 295 plus seats. But the mood here is of hope. It's pure hope here, given that the decimation that Congress faced in 2014 and 2019, they hit all-time lows of about 44 and 52 seats. What Congress can hope for now is a much, much better performance than 2019, but still very, very short of the halfway mark that is required for power here. A bit on the preparations here, there's a massive AC tent. Don't forget, we're in the middle of a heat wave here at counting day. So there's a massive media turnout as well for the single largest opposition party. There is also talks of EVM mishandling already, even as the postal ballots have been opened up. So lots to look out for here throughout the day. Lots of key battles, including Rahul Gandhi's Rai Bareilly contest that we will continue to track.
Update. And one more update for you. Tanishq Punjabi of the NDTV network is joining us live from the BJP Lucknow headquarters. Tanishq, what can you tell us about what's happening there just minutes away from the start of counting?
Well, of course, right now I'm at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. As of now, there is little or no activity here in the BJP headquarters, but of course, as the counting begins, there are big leaders, of course, the deputy CMs of Uttar Pradesh, the BJP president, all are expected to come here. But I would like to show you that preparations will soon begin, of course, for the celebration, because BJP is very confident of the win, especially in Uttar Pradesh. Along with the 400 400 par slogan in Uttar Pradesh, BJP was aiming for all 80 seats this time. But the exit polls definitely show us a different picture. The all 80 seats was a near impossible target. But according to the exit polls, the BJP will slightly gain a couple of more seats here in Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, it is a battle of alliances. BJP in alliance with RLD, OP Rajbhar's party, Sanjay Nishad's party, all of these smaller parties against Samajwadi Party and the Congress here in Uttar Pradesh. So of course, numerically very important. Uttar Pradesh has 80 seats, numerically very important, and a couple of hot seats also here, like Amethi and Raebareli, which of course turned into a prestige battle later on between the BJP and the Congress. Yes.
Right, absolutely. Tanish, thanks so much for getting us those details. As we pointed out just at the start of the program, the counting begins in just a very short while. 8 o'clock is when the postal ballots start getting counted, and soon after that you will have the start of the EVMs that will get counted. As Tamanna pointed out earlier on the program, it will take a little while for you to understand which way the winds are blowing, but remember, we will be live through that entire time and to take you through the market open as well, to tell you the live updates of where the markets are headed. And of course, if yesterday's reaction to the exit polls is anything to go by, you could well see buying through the day today as well. The benchmarks, of course, logged their best trading session in over 3 years, and the broader markets were not too far behind either. Agam Vakil is standing by to break down the latest F&O cues. Agam, yesterday, we were joking that you might have to you might need a second screen to talk about the change in OI. How does it stand today?
There's a possibility that that very well could play out today as well. Now, today is the day where we in fact see perhaps an acceleration should things play out in terms of perhaps better than expected, perhaps if the incumbent government does better than what the exit polls have indicated. Under those circumstances, we certainly could see a potentially stronger rally as far as markets are concerned. But, on the whole, the first 1 or 2 hours, it's going to be fairly volatile. It is not going to be quiet because even as we start seeing the leads in terms of seats, that's when we start seeing a little bit more traction with respect to the index. At the moment, of course, the GIFT Nifty is indicating a marginally flattish start or marginally red start at the moment. Yesterday, I'm really not going to talk about the open interest numbers because largely it's not substantial change. We've seen about a decline in open interest, but this very well could change considerably. And these numbers change on an hour-to-hour basis. Still, we have seen that sharp up move around 3% as far as the Nifty is concerned. The Bank Nifty looking at a whopping, about 800, 900 odd points moving upwards, and about 4% up move there as well, closing near the 51,000 mark. So we've seen a substantial up move there as well. And in terms of the options market, again, a lot of data becomes irrelevant, and a lot of that was from an hour-to-hour basis. Okay, so this is the Nifty Finance, options. I reckon that doesn't become very relevant today. 23,000 is what we are seeing. A lot of writing there, but save for that, we haven't seen too much change. Let's move on and talk about the overall open interest distribution picture, because that perhaps could be a little bit more relevant in today's day of trade. 23,500, that's where the majority of the bets are. That's what we are seeing calls in terms of, placing your bets, and that's the mark that we're going to keep an eye on. Should we see a good start to the trading day as far as the Nifty is concerned, even 23,500 could potentially turn into a support of sorts. So that's what we have to keep in mind. Again, it was a good day of trade. So in terms of stocks, we did see a lot of buying coming through. Of course, a lot in terms of open interest increase for Gujarat Gas, PI Industries, Hindustan Copper, MRF Persistent Systems. Even in terms of those stocks which saw unwinding, it was largely a case of short covering. The question really is that where do we go from here? The first 1 or 2 odd hours will certainly be very crucial in determining where the markets want to go based on the kind of trends that we've seen. So that's something that we will keep in mind.
Certainly. Thanks so much, Agam, for getting us those details. Now, one of the factors of yesterday's run and the kind of increase, 700 plus points on the benchmark Nifty 50, and that means that your portfolios have looked very good at the start of the day today, and you've probably seen significant gains. You know who else has seen significant gains? Gautam Adani. He's reclaimed his spot as Asia's richest person after yesterday's rally in the Adani Group stocks. and they were among the top performers in trade yesterday. Agam is joining in to tell you the key details. Agam rather is here to tell you the key details. Agam, what can you tell us?
So in terms of the latest changes, and of course we know that the Adani Group stock stood out yesterday. Well, from what we understand is that Gautam Adani's net worth has surged as much as $11.2 billion to around $122.3 billion. And the group stocks have rallied, of course, and the overall group market cap has moved before back about the Hindenburg episode. Even in terms of profitability, we've spoken about it, about a 45% surge in its EBITDA for the group level for the year gone by. It's the same for the profit as well, which is moving up as much as 71% on a year-on-year basis. And along with that, Gautam Adani also becomes the 11th richest person in the world and stays as Asia's richest person. Of course, yesterday we did see gains of anywhere between 6.8 to as much as 10.5% in some of your larger group companies. And well, should the markets continue to gain, there's a high likelihood that we will see strength in these counters today as well.
Thanks so much, Agam, for getting us those details. Now, we have to slip into a very quick break, but on the other side, brokerages have come out with their expectations for the key winners in the times going forward, and we've actually compiled a list of stocks that are consensus buys across the board. We'll tell you about that after this very quick break. Do stay tuned.
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting models. Therefore, this means if you need a personal loan now, it may not be as easy as it was. Let's understand the problem better. What exactly is over-leverage? How does it affect you and me? And how is it measured? An over-leveraged borrower is when an individual has so much debt that it becomes almost impossible or extremely difficult to repay that amount. Now, to measure this, every lender, the one who gives the money, has something called fixed.
Welcome back. We're in the midst of setting you up for D-Day. And in the run-up to today, of course, post the exit polls in particular, several brokerages have come out and said that they've got stocks on their radar that they think will do well with a possible third term of the NDA. Now, what Mahima has done is that she's gone through all of those reports and she's found 5 stocks that are consensus buys for all of these brokerages, and she's here to tell you more about that. Mahima, what are you picking up?
Right, Alex. So as you rightly mentioned, we surveyed around 8 brokerages, and here are the top 5 stock picks that the brokerages are most bullish on. The first one is Adani Ports. Well, what they're saying is that the boost in infrastructure and logistics developments is something that will really benefit Adani Ports. It is endorsed by both Citi and Motilal Oswal. Then we have Coal India next, where Coal India is endorsed by Motilal Oswal, Phillips Capital and Jefferies. All of these brokerages are bullish on Coal India. They're expecting it to perform well in terms of both energy and industrial growth. The third one is Larsen and Toubro. Well, brokerages that are bullish on L&T are Motilal Oswal and Citi. They're saying that the company stands out in terms of industrial and infrastructural growth, and they expect that stable government will augment the ongoing and the new projects in pipeline for L&T. And then there is ICICI Bank, which is favored by Motilal Oswal and Phillip Capital. What they're saying is that ICICI Bank is viewed as a strong player in the private banking sector, and they expect ICICI to benefit from stability in the political government and sustained economic growth. And then lastly, we have SBI. It is highlighted by both Motilal Oswal and Phillips Capital. They're saying that SBI is poised to reinforce its dominant position that it has already had in the banking space. Now, so these were the key 5 stocks, but the brokerage has also mentioned some key themes that they're really bullish on. Well, in terms of the top 5 themes, we have industrials, which holds around 62% weightage. We have infrastructure, real estate, manufacturing, cement and capex. But there is something which all the brokerages are bearish on is IT space. They are saying that the IT space is highly overvalued at present, and the global risks are indicating that the client's budgets will get affected, and the deal pipeline remains strong, but the revenue conversion is not taking place. Also, there was a mixed review in terms of financials and consumption space. Motilal Oswal and Phillip Capital have a positive stance. However, MK has a negative stance on financials. And in terms of consumption, well, Motilal Oswal and MK have a positive view. However, Bernstein maintains a negative stance. And lastly, other key themes and sectors that the brokerages are bullish on are capital goods, EV, energy, logistics sector, housing, tourism and aviation. And lastly, I'll move on to what are the top picks of across the brokerages. Well, I'll start with Motilal Oswal. I'll start with Phillip Capital, where 1 year perspective, SBI, BOB, Canara Bank, PFC, REC, Shriram Finance are their top picks. Then from a 2 year to 3 year perspective, there are stocks like HDFC, ICICI, Kotak, Infosys, HCL, etc., which the brokerage is bullish on. Citi is bullish on Adani Ports, L&T and BEL. And lastly, Jefferies. If we look at the top picks by Jefferies, we have HDFC, Bajaj Finance, Eicher Motors, TVS, etc. So this is the overall view that brokerages are making out if NDA comes into power, and what sectors and stocks will benefit from that.
Certainly. All right, thanks so much for getting us those details, Mahima. Several of these stocks, of course, saw significant buying in trade yesterday. Now, let's also get you, of course, some stock-specific information. It's not really a day of stock-specific news, but we'll still keep you up to date. And we've got Kanika joining in to tell you about a few of those stocks. Kanika, what are you picking up?
Good morning, Alex. So the first stock on my list is ICICI Bank and Adani One. Now, they've both launched India's first co-branded credit card with airport-linked benefits in collaboration with Visa. Now, Adani One is the group's flagship super app, and the platform has garnered almost 30 million users and achieved a gross merchandise value of almost 750 crore rupees. Now, currently the super app offers utility bill payment, credit card bill payment, travel booking, etc. Second stock is RVNL. Now, the company has received an LOA from South Central Railway, and the LOA is for engineering, procurement and construction tender for doubling of track. Now, the project cost is to be rupees 440 crore and it is estimated to be executed within 30 months. Third stock on my list is Biocon, where the company has received US FDA nod for micafungin, and this is an antifungal medication which is used to treat fungal or yeast infections. Now, the approval strengthens Biocon's portfolio of vertically integrated complex drug products.
Right. Thanks so much, Kanika, for getting us those details. Like I said, it's not going to be stock specific. There's a lot to talk about, and we'll get you live updates. We start with India market open, incidentally, when counting begins. So we'll get you all of the live action right here on NDTV Profit. So do stay tuned.
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so?
Hello and welcome to India Market Open, and the D-Day is finally here. We've been counting down to this event for the last couple of months now, and it's all here. We saw the excitement yesterday with the exit poll outcome. If everything's supposed to go as per plan, then we are setting ourselves up for a very exciting morning, guys.
Yeah, you know, I wish some of our viewers could be in a newsroom today because really the place to be in, maybe a dealing room, maybe a newsroom, just the chatter and the buzz around what and the anticipation around what could be is palpable as you walk in. But yeah, it's a big day today, and well, it's imperative for the seats to follow what the exit polls are saying for the markets to sustain. Let's see if that happens.
Sustain, not rally further.
Or rally further.
So that is the big question, right? After yesterday's, I would say in some parts, insane rally and complete, thumbs up to the exit polls. Can you have that kind of a momentum sustaining, and what would the numbers have to show? Now, before we get to anything else, and I did this piece with Alex in the morning, just a quick picture on by when you can see a fair enough picture of what the results are and how it all happens. So you see leads initially on your screen. In fact, all those numbers that you're seeing will be leads, and then they will be converting into seats. And those leads come as per the rounds of voting which happens, which is every 14 EVMs counted is one round. The more larger the population of that constituency, the more rounds they are, etc., etc. If there is a clear one-way sweep and the exit polls follow through, maybe by between 10:30 to 11, you should see a fair enough picture. If it's a tighter race, then maybe mid-afternoon or even later, because systemically we've become very efficient right now actually at counting votes. Now at 8 o'clock, the first leads you will see, and this is important, is from postal ballots. It's not from the EVMs. And what are postal ballots? Postal ballots are votes cast by those in the military, by people who are too weak or sick to go to the polling booth. There are exceptions made for such people, for those who are in election duty and they can vote by remote, and even those who have been imprisoned before they got a chance to cast their vote. So that's the first cut that you will see. So maybe by 10:30, you might get a clearer picture. Maybe later. I think last time round the election was called by about 10:15, 10:30 or so.
I remember 2019 when I was anchoring, 9:30. There was a clear indication of what the verdict is. So it'll be interesting to see if the same thing happens today.
Yeah, so that means you have an overwhelming one-side kind of sweep, because your actual EVM votes will not even be counted before 8:30, 8:45.
Yeah.
So technically, you will have to wait for some of that dust to settle. But anyway, before we start the day, and we have a fantastic lineup, I thought we'll just play some of the global cues for you. I know all focus is on India. Frankly, the world's focus is as well on India. But overnight cues from the US have been mixed, is all I can say. A bit sluggish, actually, on the key indices. But bond yields have slipped below 4.4% on the 10-year. That's because of the manufacturing data that came out of the US. Crude is down nearly 3% because the OPEC Plus has decided to ease off their production cuts from October. So if I were looking at the setup for what is anyway going to be a very important day, it's largely, I would say, at least on crude and yields, positive. Asia also opening weak in anticipation of what India will do, because we are the story that the world is watching today. And just from yesterday's trade, I was very keen to see the fund flow number, and I'll just pull that up once for our viewers, because remember the kind of volumes and gains that we had seen. And you had actually FIIs buying yesterday, as would have been expected, 6,851 crores, not massive compared to what buys we've seen in the past, but significant if you compare to the rest of the time. And DI is also buying 1,914 crores. So if it was that short covering that we've been talking about, maybe that's not fully done yet.
Yeah, most certainly. And, so the trend is very strong, and there are 2 or 3 quant indicators that are available. If you just look at those quant indicators, we are not in an extreme greed zone as yet. I don't know if by end of the day today, depending on positioning, we might be. But for now, we are not in an extreme greed zone as yet. And somehow I think it's just a very difficult call, very difficult to take a very strong negative call on valuations per se. And just here's some very basic data. If you look at the FY25 EPS estimate of 1150, this is the consensus about 14% earnings growth based on 1,005 rupees for FY24. So if you clock in 1150 as EPS for FY25 at various levels, right? 23,500, 24,000 or 23,250 is the first row. Look at the P multiples, 22.22 to 20.87. On that higher base, viewers, if the index moves from 23 to 24,000, the P multiple doesn't expand by 2-3%. It just moves up marginally at that. And at 20.8, are we very, very expensive relative to history? No, we are not. We are certainly not. India anyways trades at premium multiples. That's part one. And part two, if we just take into account slightly forward and look at FY24, 25, 26 at an average level of 23,500 for the Nifty. Remember, 6 months out, we will be looking at FY26 earnings. We are trading at 18 times. So we are not expensive by a, in a massive way. And I think that is something to take heart from.
Like I say, Neeraj, you're an eternal optimist. When you compare us to China, we may look expensive, but just to number...
With reason.
With reason, one could argue, but of course, growth's got to keep up that momentum over the next couple of quarters or years. Just to quantify everything that we've talked about, and while I know the euphoria is on the street, implied Nifty is indicating to a marginal gap up. So it doesn't look as excited or euphoric like it did in yesterday's day of trade. Remember, yesterday we opened up 10x of that. So implied Nifty was a 800-point gap up in terms of trade. This morning, it's a little more realistic at 85 points. In terms of what we've seen yesterday, the NSE's market cap rose above $5 trillion for the very first time. Significant wealth was created for investors. And of course, to number that, you had huge wealth being created with stocks like HDFC Bank, Reliance Industries, SBI, ICICI, L&T that contributed to that big move on the index. FPIs have cut their index future hedges by 121,000 to bring it down to 196,000. And also what we did see that the net short index calls and index put options by 688,000 and 401,000, clearly indicating that they are hedging their bets even now. So if there is a big swing on either sides, they are covered on both ends. markets. In terms of one option data that stood out for me, so if you look at Nifty option expiry for 6th of June, the open interest put call ratio stands at 0.89, which implies that for 89 puts that were sold, for every 100 call, 89 puts were being bought for about 100 puts being sold. Very clearly indicating that the market participants aren't expecting a runaway rally in today's day of trade. So this is just one of the data points I picked up on. So from what we see it will be a positive move if everything turns out as anticipated. But of course, the markets are going to be prepared for any sort of downtick, and there could be some profit taking. And I think that's a fair assumption after a 3.5% up move yesterday, if all goes as planned. What does an investor do, or what does a trader do? I mean, this is not even about investors anymore, right? Because you don't want to get played into big events like these. Valuations are expensive. We'll get the FI view. You're an eternal optimist, like I've argued. But nevertheless, it looks like it could be a morning where we do get a gap up. Markets will remain volatile. But it wouldn't surprise me if we don't actually end up today like we did yesterday.
So maybe not too much of profit booking as well.
Numbers, it depends on the numbers, guys.
But let's...
If you are going to supersede what the election exit polls are saying, then that is going to be a different mood, and you can't say that there is no likelihood of it. That's all I would say.
Yeah. Well, let's ask an FII since we're talking about that. Robert Sorkin, senior global economist who looks at markets as well very closely at Citi Research, joins in with a quick perspective. Robert, good evening to you, and thanks so much for joining again. How are you looking at this election verdict in India? Because we do believe, I mean, we out here believe the world is looking at India, and rightly so. But what is it that you're watching out for today when it comes to the election verdict?
I think it's extremely important election, as you said. Not just India is watching it closely, but the world is watching it closely. And I think if the numbers that we've seen are any indication, it looks like the Modi government is not only going to win fairly strongly, but maybe even hit that very ambitious target that Modi had put out of 400 seats. And so we're watching closely the extent of the victory at this stage. I think victory is very likely, but the question is, what type of a mandate does the Modi government get as the final numbers or official numbers come out? And then, of course, I think it's going to be a question of, beyond that, what is policy going to look like? You know, India has been one of the best performers in the world in terms of growth. We recently marked up India growth again off of very strong numbers. I think the Modi government, again, will be a continuity government, but we'll have to wait probably until the July budget to get a better sense of if there's going to be any more ambitious or different policies following the election win. But broadly speaking, I think India is in a very positive place, and I think that's likely to continue.
Robert, in that case, while you're constructive on the political outcome in India, what's your portfolio strategy with regard to Indian equity and Indian debt as we stand today?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've talked on these issues before. I think there is scope for both India equity and India debt to be attractive additions to portfolios. You know, some of the issues that we've talked about before on the debt side, of course, government that has a strong eye towards consolidating the budget, but also boosting growth. And at the same time, you know, the inclusion of India into important bond index is also very constructive. And on the equity side, as I mentioned, the India growth story has been very positive and is likely to continue to be very positive in the years to come, especially as they have supported demographics, government policy that's looking to grow certain manufacturing industries. So I think broadly speaking, India can be a very positive story on both the debt and the equity side, and I would be fairly constructive on both.
Robert, hi, Tamanna here. Now, before I come to you with the question, I just want to mark the implied open, which has now jumped up in the last few minutes, even as the leads are coming in thick and fast. Now you've gone to 130 for your implied open. When we started the show less than about 10 minutes ago, it was at 73. And what is contributing to it is perhaps the numbers you're seeing on the side of your screen, which is your first count of postal ballots already. So remember, we're going to get it right. That's more important than perhaps, having a big number out there straight away. You're going to get accurate numbers here. So 16 for the NDA. These are leads. And I explained just a short while ago that postal ballots is what you count first. 7 for the India Alliance. So you're seeing a big gap already there. Only 24 of 543 have counted. Robert, my question to you, honestly, is about what the view is as far as India is concerned. You've seen 2 terms of the same government. You're in all likelihood going to see a third. What would you be watching in terms of what can be done in a third term and what would drive that FII view? Now, we already know the basics are in place, right? The value of India as the third largest economy sooner than later has been sort of priced in. What next is my question.
Yeah, it's a really key topic. And I think as we talked about, it's going to be very important to see if Modi does win another term, as seems likely, and if he wins with a significant mandate, which also seems likely. How does he construct his vision for the future of India? And I think, as you said, there's a lot of building blocks in place that are very positive in terms of very supportive demographics, as I noted, and a variety of other tailwinds that are supporting the economy, including very recent strong performance. Now, what I'll be looking for that I think is very critical is how India looks forward to continue to support its manufacturing base. We're seeing globally a very important story, which is a continued shift away from China and toward other locations. You're seeing a lot of economies benefit from this restructuring of global supply chains and global trade and capital flows. The US has benefited from reshoring policies, Mexico, other economies in East Asia. And I think India can be a huge beneficiary of this restructuring. And you've seen the Modi government put some policies in place to support manufacturing there. I'd like to see, or I'm watching to see how those policies are going to continue and how India can be a high-tech manufacturing base for the future of the global economy. So I think those are the key factors. There's a lot of key issues, of course, but I think those policies in particular, given the moment that we're in now where companies are thinking about this restructuring happening in the global economy, I think that's going to be critically important how the government plays those factors.
Robert, very quickly, policy continuity is more or less a given at this stage. Better than expected GDP growth as compared to most of our peers. Strong earnings, India's inclusion in the JPM bond index. I mean, the good news has come in thick and fast. In your opinion, what is a risk factor as an FI when you look at India? What could go wrong for us, if anything at all, at this stage?
Yeah, that's a great point. And as you said, the news has been broadly positive. It's been one of the most positive stories in the global economy, not just for emerging markets, but for the entire global economy in this cycle. And as you mentioned, and as we discussed, more news just keeps coming. And I think in terms of risk factors, I think it's going to be critical in the years ahead that the government puts in place policies that support growth. And as I said, that looks towards not just the short-term dynamics, but the long-term dynamics where it can benefit from its very positive demographic profile and the shifts in the global economy that I mentioned. And, India has been growing very rapidly, but historically, many economies, as they've grown rapidly, eventually hit sort of middle income struggles that are hard to overcome. So I think for India, it's hard to find very challenging short-term issues that could really restrain the economy. But I think longer term, it's very important for the government to think about policies to continue to support growth, especially as the economy develops further and further, because we have seen from history that other economies have run into issues as they've continued to grow rapidly and develop. So I think the issues facing India, or the potential challenges, are really those medium to long-term issues.
Robert, one final question really. Assuming that the election verdict comes in as planned, at the current valuations, is India an avoid, or would you reckon at 20-21 times, which is traditionally what India has always traded at, with the growth India is showing and the policy continuity, India is not an avoid but a buy?
Yeah. As we discussed, as you mentioned, I think given the very positive growth dynamics, given the potential for the continuity government to put in even more pro-growth policies in place, I think there's a strong argument for inclusion of India equities, even as you said, at these valuations. And I think when you look around the world, as we've discussed, India has continued to surprise expectations to the upside. Even just recently, as I noted, the growth came in much stronger than expected, and we marked up growth for this year as well as our growth prospects for several years to come. So I think India keeps surprising the world with its resilience, and I think with that backdrop, that the equity market, even at these levels, could be very attractive if India is able to continue to deliver on this very positive growth story.
Most certainly. Robert, great having you today on a very important day. Thanks so much. And watch the election results. Although it might be late for you, but I'm guessing you won't be able to sleep either. We certainly can't. Forget sleeping. But so excited about the trade today, guys. And two gentlemen with us in our studios through the day today to take us through what they believe the leads and the eventual outcome would be. Kush Bora, founder of kushbora.com, and Aditya Shah, founder of Hercules Advisors. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for joining in. Aditya, can I start off with you? Assuming that the numbers come out as everybody's thinking of, are you going to add to your portfolios today, or are you going to use the rally as an opportunity to liquidate some of your positions?
Neeraj, I am a long-term optimist, and I remember Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala giving an interview to you that we are on a bull market from Bombay to Delhi, and we've just reached Borivali. So the potential in the Indian economy is just starting to come out, and the long-term continuity of the policy will be very, very important in the next 10 to 20 years. We've seen the Indian economy, we will see the Indian economy do really well over the next 5 to 10 years. The government will come and invest in a lot of infrastructure projects, in a lot of economy per se. So this rally will be an opportunity for us to add, and we have to be bullish on India for the next 5 to 10 years. So I will be adding in a staggered way. Valuations are expensive, as you were saying, even though the index is at 20 times, small caps and mid cap valuations are above the mean levels, and you have to be really very careful. Having said that, this is going to be a roaring bull market, and as Manish Chokhani really says, India is going to be the bubble market for the next 20 years. So you need to remain invested in the market and add in a very staggered way. I am very, very bullish on the economy, at least for the next 10 to 20 years.
Aditya, that was a very large, big statesman type statement, sounding like, Mr. Jhunjhunwala, usi line mein. That is excellent. But what to do today?
See, what is going to happen today is that maybe the current government is to come in, and the market somewhat will have a positive view on the current government coming in. So my view is that you need to look at good companies, and if for any chance you get a correction on these good companies, you need to add, and you need to have the valuations that are aggressive. So the only counteract to that is that you need to have a longer term horizon. And as Vijay Kedia
name 5 of these.
So you need to be bullish on the large private sector banks. We have HDFC Bank, we have Kotak Bank, which have not done too well over the last 1 or 2 years. You need to be bullish on the pharma side of it. You need to be bullish on the chemical side of it, on the FMCG side of it. So the theme really is bet on India.
But you're buying value. You're not buying expensive stocks?
No, not
from
really.
Everything that you mentioned right now.
Exactly. So I'm trying to find value in pockets. Also, I'm trying to play the infrastructure space, because we've seen the government spending 5.5 lakh crores on the infrastructure side of in FY19, and in this interim budget, the government has spent about 11 lakh crores. So the government is pumping in money into the economy, and that's really very important, and we will see continuity of this policy that is going to come in. So we need to bet on the Indian economy. That is the broader theme that I'm really looking at. And you need to invest in high quality companies which are going to deliver earnings of 15 to 20%. The market will continue to re-rate these stocks over a period of time.
Kush, I'll start with you. 3.5%, almost 3.5% up move yesterday. Implied Nifty is indicating to a 150-point gap up opening. 23,500 calls have been most active at this stage. So if you've been long the index, say from Friday or even yesterday, what do you do in opening trade? If you haven't been long and the numbers stack up the way they do, and we'll get a better sense of it by 10:30, do you initiate fresh longs? So one, do you take profits off the table if you're in the money? If you haven't initiated a trade, would you go long?
So, Samina, first of all, very good morning to everyone, to all the viewers. Just before I answer that, this is the first time I felt that, a newsroom has just about the same energy as a dealing room on a big day. Okay, the moment I walked in, the energy was wow. To answer your question very specifically, I think my theme for the day is take money off the table. Now, it could happen in a very different way depending on how the outcome goes and how the markets react to it. What I'm looking at are 2-3 things. One, I am looking at placing trailing stop losses wherever I can. Two, I am looking at perhaps, intraday hedging as well. The numbers right now seem pretty neck to neck, right? I mean, this is too early. They seem neck to neck. But you've also got to factor for, even a 5%, probability outcome as well. So I'll be looking at an intraday hedging as well. Do I go long from here? I think the time to go long was yesterday.
Yes.
And, that is perhaps done and dusted. But let me also keep the event aside. I know it's a huge event and that's what we're all here for. But just for a second, let me just keep the event aside and look at the data. Let me put on my trader hat, my technical analyst hat, and look at pure data. I heard you saying that the PCR for Nifty is about 0.8, 0.9, correct? My data shows one pretty much similar. The bank Nifty PCR is just about 0.8. RSI on Nifty is 67. RSI on bank Nifty after the kind of rally that we saw is 72. What that is suggesting is, is there room for upside? For sure there is. I mean, we've not...
for sure, right?
Banks
but
for
limited.
sure. Yeah, but even then, I mean, limited could be 23,800 to 24,400 on Nifty.
24,400 on the Nifty.
Why not? I mean, if the markets were to go berserk, why not?
You are really bearish,
I'm just trying to
Samina.
be realistic. I know, I'm trying to be realistic. The point is, you will get a gap up in the first in the first 1 hour of trade.
Sure.
If you hit 23,500, what do you think a trader would be thinking at that stage?
I'm not looking at 23,500, Samina. I'm not even looking at 23,500. I'll tell you why.
And this is just today. I'm not talking about a June 6th or a June 27th expiry.
Aditya's already covered the global
He's
side of
talking
things.
about 10 years.
So, exactly. So I'm everything that I
You have to talk hours now with us.
Absolutely. So everything I'm saying is for today, relevant only for today. I fall in his camp. We are in a massive bull run. All of that is fine. But as a trader,
but that is the valuable input. That what do you do today?
Today.
The India story.
Correct.
The India story is of course fantastic, and we just pulled that up in the middle of all of this data. Just
I think Kushi, you want to just complete your point on the trade?
Yeah. So just in the middle of all of this data, we pulled up what the Nifty, the Sensex and the indices have done from last election to this election, and what are the top stocks that have run up, because today we're looking at 23,500, close to it, and we're wondering how it's going to move. So you've had 100% change nearly on the Nifty, a 220% change on the mid cap, 204% change on the small cap. So I think today might be, I agree with you there, Samina, today might be a little, you'll have to wait and see how it goes. My sense is still that when you see those numbers on the screen better than what the exit polls showed, if you do, or even in line, because you have to understand the scale of a victory if that comes through.
So that's why, hence, would you wouldn't initiate a finish your point about the trade.
My point is very simple, that we could see 23,800, 24,400 on the Nifty. Not in the opening. This will be post the results. Once the results are set in, on a lighter note, taking heart from the fact that the interview that happened, from the biggest voice in the country, that the programs could go berserk and everything. Why not? You never know. 51,800, 52,500 on the bank Nifty. But would I initiate a long today? Maybe not. If I'm being greedy, maybe a small quantity. But today is the day for placing stop losses, trailing stop losses, taking money off the table as the day progresses. You never know, perhaps, if not today, then tomorrow we could see some sort of profit booking. So there isn't too much of an upside left. And look, we've all been in the market long enough to know you can't consistently buy at the bottom, sell at the top, right? So I'm okay letting go of perhaps even a 500-point kind of a rally on the Nifty from here on, given the kind of move that we've seen yesterday, perhaps, what we'll see today as well.
Makes sense.
the thing, and actually, Kush, can we? I mean, are there stocks that you're looking at pre-open, or would you wait for the numbers to settle? Just trying to get that out of the way.
I will have stocks for pre-open as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and these are the stocks that keeping in mind that even if the verdict is a bit here and there, I would still hold them in my portfolio. So I will trade these as well, but I always prefer to trade in stocks that I'm okay to invest in.
We were just making this dissection here. Kush is really talking about the near term, the trade, and if you get bothered with the 150 point move on the Nifty, then do follow Kush's advice, because your stop losses might get triggered if you indeed trade for that kind of a level. What Aditya was trying to say was, if you look at India 5 years out or 10 years out, you don't want to repent not buying today, because 10 years out, the levels will be materially different. Now, that's the point you've got to keep in mind. Aditya, the question to you is, assuming we have a gap up, and assuming that the eventual verdict is what the exit polls are indicating, are there stocks that you don't mind buying today, even if they may fall over the next 2 months, but eventually over a 3-year period, they would be high? Are there some names that you could share with us?
Yeah, definitely. So we've seen, as I was saying, we've seen the large private sector banks undergo a material derating. Yesterday, you were talking about HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank is at a 10-year low valuation. Of course, they have got some centric problems as such, but they will do exceptionally well over the next 5 years as the merger plays out with HDFC Limited. So large private sector banks, not only HDFC Bank, but ICICI Bank, Kotak Bank, Axis Bank, all of them will do materially well. We need to really understand India is where China was in 2000s. We've got some strong banks. 26 banks have got NPAs lower than 1%. So we've got some strong banks who are going to push credit into the system. And once credit flows into the system, all the infrastructure, all the other ancillary activities in the economy will start to push in, and India will start to grow at 6 to 8%. So one pocket where I don't mind buying today as well is the large private sector banks. The other pocket that I am really looking at is the chemical space. Even yesterday, none of the chemical stocks really rallied out. And that seems to be a laggard sector of the market where valuations have corrected over the last 1.5 to 2 years. So that is one of the spaces that we need to really look at. Of course, chemicals is a very heterogeneous space where company by company you need to look at the chemistry of the companies and then figure out what you need to really do. One of the third sector that I am really very bullish on, as I was also saying, was the infrastructure space. The government is going to do a massive push on the infrastructure space. I was on a space with Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam, and he said that the Prime Minister really understands the value of creating good infrastructure because it has a trickle-down effect on the economy and it generates a lot of employment in the economy.
So what within infra?
Within the infra space, the road builder, the EPC contract manufacturers, the cement makers, all of those look really very interesting. Even a behemoth like L&T, they will do really well over the next 3 to 5 years. They've already done well over the last 3 to 5 years, where the stock was at 1,000 and it's now trading well above 2,500. So that is one of the spaces that you need to look at. And finally, the pharma space. We've seen people like Divi's Labs do extremely well over the last 3 to 4 months, and they will continue to do exceptionally well. So these are the 4-5 spaces that you need to look at. One space that you need to be really very careful is the FMCG space because the valuations there still are really very expensive and to stagger out your investments there. But having said that, as I said, India-based, the theme needs to be India-based and economy-based where the government is going to spend extremely huge sum of money in the budget.
Aditya, you've very consciously left out sectors that have done exceptionally well in the last couple of months. Defensives weren't mentioned, railways weren't mentioned, and neither was real estate. Yes. So if you're betting on policy continuity, if you're betting on a better political stability, better order books, India shining, India growing, you didn't mention power either. Yeah. Why was it? Because your play seems valuation play as opposed to policy play from what I understand.
No. Real estate and power are also two sectors that I'm extremely bullish on because we are in a real estate up cycle. For 8 to 10 years, real estate was not a favored sector per se. But now real estate is slowly and steadily coming about with the cleanup that the government has really done. So real estate and power are also two sectors that I'm looking at. What I'm very, very cautious about are the PSU and the defense space because they have seen a massive rally. So I will give you an example. We had two PSU stocks, Cochin Shipyard and IRFC. Both of them have rallied about 10x over the last 1.5 to 2 years. The market is already discounting the 5-year earnings that these companies will really come about. and a lot of froth is getting developed. So these companies are fantastic companies, but they are expensive, so they might undergo a time correction, after which they'll start to move up. So if somebody's got a position there, I will advise them to stay there, but I will not advise anybody to have new positions because the valuations on them are extremely frothy. Imagine in 2018, 19, 20, nobody wanted to buy a PSU bank or an IRFC at about 18, 19. Now at 150, 160, everybody wants to buy an IRFC.
We bet on strength.
So then
Yeah.
it depends on whether you want to take that risk
Yes,
right now.
exactly.
But the person in 2018 and 19 who did
Yeah.
is definitely laughing their way to the bank. We're going to take a very short break, but before we do a quick count on the numbers, and two sets of numbers we need to look at. First, we look at the implied open and where that has moved, and then of course what these tallies are showing you. Implied open now shrunk to 19 up as the numbers go forward. 142 leads for the BJP, 115 for India. Remember that these are just the initial leads coming in. Your EVM counts would have just about begun the first part is postal ballots, but one or two very interesting things I've spotted. BJP seems like it's set to open its account in the state of Kerala in the Thiruvananthapuram seat, where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is up against Shashi Tharoor. He's in the lead right now. Shashi Tharoor has won that seat 3 times. Now, if that goes through, that will be interesting. The first leads from Bengal are also looking interesting. Let's pull up West Bengal as well. And remember, the polls are looking at a superb performance for the BJP in West Bengal. You are seeing them not doing badly at all. And remember, initial, if they're going to go 7 and above. So all of that update coming up. We'll take a very short break and we'll be right back. But before we go into the break, here is what BJP candidate from Mumbai North, Union Minister Piyush Goyal is saying. Remember, it's his first time fighting a Lok Sabha election. Listen in.
लगभग सभी एग्जिट पोल्स ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता देश में किस प्रकार से देश भर में कोने कोने में और शायद वर्षों बाद ये संभावना है कि देश के हर राज्य से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में सांसद चुने जाएंगे। दक्षिणी राज्यों से भी इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के हमारे सांसद लोकसभा में जाकर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को और बल देंगे।
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Welcome back. It's election counting day, it's result day, and I would say one of the most exciting days in 5 years for the country. The world is watching India's election, and the markets are also poised very, very closely to what is happening, because remember, you've already had a blockbuster day today. Can you continue the momentum? Ajay Srivastav, MD Dimensions Consulting, now joins the conversation. Ajay, great to have you on the show on what is a very, very exciting day. Now, the conversation we've been having in the studio is about whether you would see some money being taken off the table today after yesterday's stupendous run, and how much of it is going to be pegged to what the final number on the screen is. What's your take?
Good morning. I think, first of all, I think yesterday's buying, today's reactions are going to be more emotional, sentimental, momentum than going to be fundamental. I think that's the big difference. And for a serious investor, I think it's very important to understand that, yes, the euphoria of elections is good, everything is fine, but at what valuations are you buying? And the reality of the economy at the end of the day. And I think I'll just bring to a little bit of a party pooper to say that just today, Amul announced a 2 rupee increase per litre in price of milk, which just tells us inflation is all pervasive out there in the system. Therefore, the presumption that RBI will reduce rate is not going to happen. So you can buy on euphoria. And I think most stocks today, and I think nobody can argue, are really way out in terms of fundamental earning potential. Maybe a few sectors because of scarcity, because of lack of ownership. Let's take power, for instance. Its lack of ownership has got a great momentum on the summers. Defense, sheer lack of stocks availability at the point of time of liquidity. But by and large, the market, in our view, is priced to almost perfection at this point of time. So getting a return by buying on a day like this, in fact, there's more euphoria, I think will be very difficult for investors. This is a good time to pair off the losing proposition in your portfolio. And market was mature yesterday. If you noted, almost 40% of stocks went down yesterday, and which tells you a good story that we've got smart investors who are pulling out of losing stories on the back of euphoria. So market is very healthy, but I think you need to be careful that you don't get carried away and buy stocks at valuations which you will then have to sit for a longer time.
So just one follow-up there, Ajay. You're right. Not just Amul, Mother Dairy also increased its rates. NHAI has increased the price of tolls in a large part, and you might see tariff increases, etc. So the inflation part is bang on. But just to the point you made of the emotional response, if you are going to see a number on the screen with the election result in line with or maybe better than what the exit polls have talked about, do you think that you would see that that emotional response?
I think you will see some emotional response, definitely, because market was been, at least the FIs have been sitting outside the market hoping that election will be more evenly poised or maybe even negative. So they will have to come in. They have sold in the last 2 months heavily, almost 60,000 crores. So eventually you need to either cover your shorts or to trade up. That's, I think, the point today will become that if there is a great euphoria again followed yesterday, will the shorts come back to the system? I think that's a great leveler going to be in the second half. But really the point is that if people are out of the market, would they rush into the market? My answer perhaps is yes. If you're sitting in a good, healthy position, should you add up? Our answer to ourselves and our customers is certainly no. That, whether it's capital goods, whether it's a defense stocks, they have run up a fair bit. Only a couple of sectors that we still feel comfortable to buy in, as I said, power is one, and linked to the summer, the great air condition rush in this country, which is happening, some of the select stocks there. But by and large, you don't find a need, and you just saw the two-wheeler numbers coming in. So all three companies reported a decline year-on-year in two-wheeler numbers in the month of. So, so yes, euphoria is good. People are going to parliament, but your fundamentals are linked to what people are going to buy in the economy. They never bought the two-wheelers, so be careful.
Got it. Ajay Srivastava, Neeraj here, good morning. 20 times, 20 half times Nifty. Since you don't have Nifty futures in your portfolio, I'm trying to think, while Ajay Srivastava may be not completely bullish, he's certainly holding on to some of his key bets despite the market-wide valuation view that he has. What are those? Where should people stay invested or maybe even buy today while the Nifty may do what it does?
See, the great story for last year continues to be yesterday is the PSU story. For you, there are a lot of, either you can buy directly or you can buy things like Bharat ETF, where we have a position outstanding quite large. So, I think the PSU story is there for the thing. The second is re-rating of, the nationalized banks. I think this year or this term of the government, something serious is going to happen to these banks at this point of time. They're poised very well in financials, but they need to be get out in the private sector. I think you would see some upside coming there as well. So, so surrogate-wise, if you look at it, PSU, either ETFs or PSU stocks or mutual fund, whichever way you want to invest, this is a perfect kind of zone. This is the safest zone to be in because valuations are still lower compared to the rest of the market. The performance is good at this point of time, and you will see some government initiatives. So I think the whole PSU space, the whole power space is one thing we are heavily concentrated, and we keep going with, as I said, capital goods and defense. There's no need to sell because there are no new stocks coming into the market. The new stocks which came didn't have a great traction. So I think you have the same old aircraft, shipyard, etc., which continue, and scarcity element. So our positioning is very simple. A lot of PSU driven, a lot of bank driven. In the last 2 months, as I said, we have been into a lot into banks. Given the capital goods continues at this point of time. Consumer is almost zero. If it was, it is. I am sure it is zero at this point of time, or we have sold off everything at this point of time. Auto is zero at this point of time. We have just sold off all our two-wheelers stocks. Trucks, yes, we have got stocks at this point of time, and a lot of restructuring stories. I think that's the game is going to be that a lot of companies are going to demerge their businesses and give you a lot of value. So I think there's a separate block of investment portfolio which comprises the restructuring stories, and that's really the end of the way we look at the market.
Very quickly, from all the sectors that you mentioned are across all market caps, from broader markets to large cap names. At this juncture, keeping market cap in mind, would you prefer playing the sectors you mentioned through the large cap space, or would you stick with the broader market names?
I think, that's something, luckily, like power sector, you really have only large cap at the end of the day. If you're taking off the distribution and the generating companies. So you're really in a safe zone with the large cap at this point of time. In the mid cap segment, I think there are few capital goods is where you want to play the mid cap segment at this point of time. And defense, very few mid cap segments at this point of time. So, and the PSU banks, you may classify them one as a large cap, rest are mid cap. So I think you've got a basket sitting there, but primarily if I look at my portfolio and a recommendation is almost 70% large cap at this point of time and 30% is assorted stocks in the story. So another restructuring also, very large caps are going through restructuring at this point of time, and therefore even that model is working well for. So it's a large cap game for 2024 as far as we are concerned.
Okay, Ajay, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for taking the time out and being
You're
with
welcome.
us. Really appreciate your time. Yep, you too. Have a great day. It promises to be exciting for sure. The implied open has flattened out completely. By the way, viewers, we're going by the most conservative numbers that we can put out. So just bear that in mind. These are realistically the numbers as the EVM counting has also begun. 299 or 199 for the NDA and 133 for the India Alliance as things stand. Gurmeet Chadda, Managing Partner and CIO at Complete Circle, joins us on the show to talk about the fundamentals, on the technicals. Rajat Bose joins in as well. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks for joining in. Gurmeet, are you dressed for the occasion because you're wearing red? Or do you believe that you are anti what the market will show today?
So, only I was being shamed in the studio, but Gurmeet, I'm thankful that you've joined in. I was just saying red is the color of energy, so it's absolutely fine.
No, I think it's more with the celebration of democracy rather than the color of Nifty or the markets, to be honest.
Okay, but be that as it may, Gurmeet. So, assuming that, we essentially asking the same question to everybody, right? That if you are indeed, if the verdict eventually is what the exit polls indicated, are you putting cash to work in your PMS schemes, or are you sitting on the sidelines waiting for a correction?
No, Neeraj, there's no point sitting on sidelines. People have been sitting on sidelines, have been on sidelines now a few years. And, these are traits of a bull market. First, you have to take a call whether you are in a bullish phase or not. And, markets are exuberant both sides. We've seen fear also take over when things go the other way. And just to give you a data, Neeraj, yesterday's move was, let's say, about 3.5%. This has only happened 13 times in the last 14, 15 years. Now, if you keep missing out on these 3.5% returns, let's say for a 5-year period or a 6-year period, you lose half of your portfolio returns. So, if you're on the long side, if you're on the fundamental side, you can recalibrate. You can recalibrate in terms of balancing the portfolio, in terms of deciding where there is, euphoria. Can you move from micro caps, small caps to large caps? Can you rebalance a little bit from, let's say, PSU and defense back to maybe financials? So I think the focus has to be rebalancing rather than taking, these extreme calls. Let me wait in cash. Markets are not going to knock you and tell you that, now I'm, reasonably valued, please come in. And I've seen that so many times, and it will happen on both sides, I'm saying. So, we continue to be deployed. We are rotating now. We believe financials are sweetly positioned. We also believe some of the places probably are now at the cyclical lows. They might deserve a bit of a look. So we are rebalancing. We're not taking any timing call as far as our portfolios are concerned.
Right. Rajat, very quickly, we are a little confused. Implied Nifty started with an 80-point gap hour, went all the way to 140, now trades negative. Do we have any trading strategy on the index at 9:15 this morning, or that would be very unwise to do?
Right at the beginning, you don't take a trade. Actually, in the first 15 minutes, or rather, I would say about half an hour or so, professional traders do not jump in. But what I would like to say here is that if you are looking at the exit poll results, that is already discounted yesterday, and the Nifty is at 23,263. Now, suppose if it were to happen that for 400 par becomes a reality, in that case, 24,150 and max to max 24,700. So how much is left? Say about 4% from the current levels. Would you initiate fresh longs? No. I would say that if you have long position, since you have gained so much yesterday, hold on to it and use a stop loss that you are comfortable. But fresh longs here is not really warranted, and do not jump in to create short positions, because you may get butchered by that. Let the trend decide itself, and once the trend comes in and the Nifty gets into, if it were to go for profit taking, that is likely to happen. Below, say 22,800, only it will become weak. So considering all this, you have to calibrate your trade the way you want to play as the market unfolds itself along with the election results. And one thing I would say that I would still insist that this month will be pretty volatile. So exposing yourself too much now could actually become counterproductive.
So the Nifty implied open has turned negative. Nothing to do with my red blazer. This is only like me and Gurmeet have said. This is to celebrate the festival of democracy and energy, etc. But Kush, this is also an opportunity, boss, because look at it. People yesterday were looking at this market and saying, "Acha to lag raha hai screen, but hum kya kare? Aaj mauka mil raha hai."
You know, I'm actually a little encouraged by the fact that the implied open's gone negative. If the results are in line with expectations.
What is expectation as per
the 320, the 320 to 350 mark. I will take
320 to 350.
Oh yeah, I will take 320 as well.
365 is the poll of polls outcome.
So if we get 365, the market could see further upside.
NDA.
Absolutely, and this is creating an opportunity to go long at open as well. I mean, assuming that the numbers do come in, but this has created an opportunity at 200 points up and 150 points up on the Nifty on the open. Would you go long? No, perhaps this is an opportunity.
Okay. Bank Nifty too?
I'm actually more constructive on the Bank Nifty.
You want to tell us if Bank Nifty gets a flat start this morning?
Oh yeah, go long. Go long. You'll have to have your risk management in place. We know that's a high volatility. It could be a high volatility day. But if you get an opportunity, go long on the Bank Nifty.
And you do this to the option trade, so you'd go covered, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, actually, the premiums will get crushed.
Exactly, correct? Because the wicks will fall.
Yes, and that's why on Friday, if you remember the conversation that we had, it was very difficult to decipher how do we go long, and the best way was to buy the futures and have a protective put. I was glad to see that it panned out very well on Monday. Yeah. I think that'll still be the way to go about it. But if you don't want to take too big a risk, then perhaps an option trade is something you'd want to consider. Yeah.
Gurmeet, yesterday the main reward was for PSUs, right? So we were speaking to Aditya earlier, who was saying that he'll buy quality, and PSUs of course have quality. The question is, would you go out and buy into some of the PSUs, be it defense, be it even banks? Yesterday there was some serious delivery-based buying in an SBI, BOB, etc.
So there, maybe the bulk of the returns probably played out in last 1 year. If you see the market cap was $200 billion at the low, we already 4x of that in a year. So I think it's been a phenomenal move. They've given a record dividend of what, 1.25 lakh crores. Never seen that kind of dividends from PSUs, along with growth in capital in a long time. I think what to be selective here. I think PSU banks still make sense. I think after a lot of time, I've seen 1% ROA for some of the good banks, including PNB, including Bank of Baroda, including SBI, of course, has been more of a structural turnaround. So I will stick myself to tier 1 PSU banks because in some tier 2 banks, the ROA has been led more by treasury gains and recoveries rather than the core operating metrics. So yeah, I want to keep a watch on that. And with small banks, there could be some accidents here and there. So that can really derail stuff. I'm a little wary of PSU lenders and non-banks because now they're already trading at 4 or 5 book value. Would probably prefer HDFC, ICICI, Axis on that side in terms of my relative positioning. And we are adding some NBFCs because as bond yields come below 7 and may drop another 10-15 bips, the cost of funds will come down. And I think that's what NBFCs have been really struggling for last year and a half. So some of the marquee names like Poonawalla FinCorp, the Chola, the Bajaj Finance of the world. We also have the Bajaj Housing IPO, which is due. So I would be selectively positioned there. So I'm happy with what PSUs have done, but I agree that you got to be selective. Defense and railways, I'll be a little careful. There's no harm in probably taking some money off the rim.
All right, your implied open is turned decisively in the red, 22 points down. Now, meanwhile, a ground report, because election day is all about what the buzz is on the field as well. And Vishwanath Nair is joining in from the BJP headquarters in Ahmedabad. Vishwanath, from Mint Street to political reporting. And I'm sure it's quite an exciting morning over there.
Yeah, Tamanna, definitely an exciting morning now. You're seeing some people trickling into the BJP headquarters here at Sri Kamalam, which is the regional head office for Gujarat. People are trickling in now. There's a lot of police on standby at this stage. Still, early trends are still coming in. So, hopefully in the later part of the day, you'll see more people trickling in.
All right, we'll come back to you for more details. Remember, Gujarat is a stronghold of the BJP. They have got 26 of all 26 seats in the 2014 and 2019 elections. We'll wait for the finals to come in. Our screen showing one lead for the India Alliance right now, which would be astonishing if that really converts into a win. But we'll wait and see. Like we explained, that there are rounds of counting which change, and the final result depends on what all those rounds finally say. So let me come back to Rajat Bose on what we're seeing on the screen in terms of election results and the markets today. Rajat, good morning. Tamanna here. And great to speak with you today, because this is a day when our viewers really need clarity. And I like what Ajay said right at the start of our conversation. He said today is going to be an emotional response from a lot of investors. Even in these emotional response, what are the kind of stocks that people should look at? And especially if there's an opportunity at dips, you're seeing a negative implied open, you might just get some opportunities right at the start?
I would say that, yes, it could be to a certain extent, there could be an emotional response. In fact, whenever the market hits a new high or a new low, most people in the market, they actually exhibit emotional response. And in this case, to be on the safe side, mostly people would like to buy something. I would say the two stocks that you people had been discussing a little earlier, that is Bank of Baroda and State Bank. These two banks, there is definite technical reason. Both the stocks have actually given a range breakout, and that's a classic range breakout in the sense that there is huge volume and there is a huge upsurge taking away, like say, beyond the resistance level around 284, 285, Bank of Baroda has gone up to 296. What happens in this kind of a scenario, either for State Bank or for Bank of Baroda, even if other stocks were to see some profit taking, but these stocks very unlikely to come back to the zone again, because with solid volume, this huge breakout has happened. So this indicates that there would be, they have more legs on the upside. So if at all people are looking for a buying opportunity, that would be the case. And otherwise, I would say, if you are that emotional, at least book some profits. And if you book some profits, you would feel great, because money is actually really going to come to your bank account. So do that on the side, because see, the reason that I'm harping on booking profits is the reason is that the Nifty is going up, Bank Nifty is going up, especially the Nifty on the weekly chart is showing an uptrend line for quite some time. But on the weekly chart, the same weekly chart, the 14-week RSI is giving a strong negative divergence. I have seen that they give their effect. So sometime down the road, there would be major volatility in the market. So at least book some profits, but definitely seek opportunities like Bank of Baroda or State Bank.
Kush.
I do not have any positions in any of them.
Wow. Okay. Kush, the stars of Friday and Monday, and even the last time the Nifty made the record high, were the Adani names. Sure. Enterprise, Sport, Green, Energy, all had an exceptional run in trade yesterday. Now, if you didn't buy these stocks on Friday and Monday, would you recommend going long on them for the June series?
Well, Samina, very tricky, but just for the day, I would wait and watch on the Adani names. Perhaps tomorrow or a little later is when I could consider. The reason being that, there is a lot of euphoria already priced in, and you are seeing some sort of, an up move in these. While the structure remains bullish, maybe just today, even if everything falls in place as per expectations, then, you'd already see a gap up on these.
Yeah.
And then perhaps the risk-reward ratio may not be in favor. And only from that perspective, I'd say perhaps a cool off, on some of the names like, ports, enterprises is warranted. When that happens, then of course, these are a buy.
Define a cool off for me. If you see a correction of 5 to 7%, would you initiate fresh longs?
Yeah, 5 to 7%. In fact, from a purely technical standpoint, what typically tends to happen is that, when there's a gap created, those gaps tend to get filled. For me, the ideal time would be to enter when the gap is getting filled, or perhaps we're close to those levels. So, for example, on Adani ports, 1450 is a good level. I know it's a little higher from there. On Adani Enterprises, the gap is at 3450. Yeah, so perhaps somewhere closer to those levels, maybe not precisely at that level, but a little, a bit of a pullback, 5 to 7%, maybe a little lesser, would be a good time to enter. And this is purely from, let's say, a near-term technical trade perspective.
Okay, just want to lay it out, viewers. I think 173 for India Alliance, the leads as they come out right now. Effectively, if that is what happens, right, kind of makes that 400 par out of the window. If this is, and this is change, of course, as Tamanna will keep on telling you, but just by going by the screen right now, 174 for India Alliance means 400 par is out, and maybe that is what is working on the implied open currently, which is down about 50 odd points. So bear that from a market perspective, or 74 points now. What Kush was saying that buying into the bottom might be a good idea if the exit poll verdict was coming out. If that is not, then that trade might stay negated as well, and which is what you need to watch out for. What Rajat said, that might be risky to go ahead and do a pre-open trade per se as well. Aditya, come in on whether it's a good idea to just avoid, even from an investment perspective, considering that it is not, right now it's looking a bit dodgy. Would you bide your time before putting in your trades? 915 might not be a good idea.
Absolutely. So we need to first look at what the number really is. If the number is not 400, as Kush was also saying, the market could undergo a little bit of correction.
Let's assume it's not 400, but you say if it's 380, you think the market will correct?
380, no, it will not correct per se. I think the more realistic number from my perspective will be 320 to 340. The market will cheer it because from a longer term perspective, we need policy continuity. Policy continuity is really very important, and that will come only if the NDA is in a proper majority per se.
So Aditya, on that 320, if it's he said 320 to 340, if you're looking at 320, and then the question again starts or begins on what the BJP standalone number is, which was a question which nobody was talking about post the exit polls, right? That had become moot. Now, once again, these are leads. Seats are counted in a staggered fashion. So all of those disclaimers aside, if the BJP number lands up at 303, where they were in 2019, maybe a little below, but above the 272 mark, would that be seen as a negative for the street? Yes or no?
No. So if the BJP has a majority on its own, the market will sense that they have the power to make all the policy decisions, and also some big decisions that may be needed for investing more into the economy.
Well, they've crossed the NDA has crossed the 272 mark on our screens right now. Sorry, I interrupted you. Just wanted to mark that. So the NDA is forming the next government. And they've crossed the halfway mark on our screens just 40 seconds before pre-open. We'll wait for that to, of course, bolster and bump up as all the seats are counted. But yes, please continue.
So a major disappointment will be if the BJP on its standalone does not cross 272. That will be a major disappointment, and I feel that could be a trigger for some bit of market correction. But let's wait and watch. And I feel what the street would be watching for is the UP outcome and the Bengal outcome. If the BJP is able to make serious inroads into Bengal, then it will be taken really very positively by the street.
Well, the pre-open rate's about to kick in, and of course they will be just incidental really, but keep in mind, I think all over the place, so no real merit in marking that pre-open number per se, but we'll do that at 280 for the NDA. At least the markets leave a sigh of relief that there is seemingly political country. But as Tamanna said, viewers, these numbers will change. In all probability, yes, the numbers will move up, but these numbers will change. So keep that at the back of your mind.
What is fairly clear now that you are going to have a third term for the NDA government, because you've crossed 272 and the leads are out on 477 out of 543 seats. So that seems pretty much in the bag. Now the final number of where it lands up remains to be seen, and then of course within that what is the BJP number. But from the distance from leads to votes or leads to results is sometimes a long one. Because remember, at any point the officials of political parties can come in and hold up that process, in the sense say that we want to make sure it's done well and properly. But in terms of the question mark of whether you're going to see a Modi 3.0, that seems fairly in the bag as of this moment. We'll of course have to wait and see where those numbers solidify.
Yeah, the only point is at 280 or let's say 300, will the street be too disappointed or no, is the question. So Gurmeet, my final question to you really, assuming that the markets give a corrective move today, if they do, I do not know that, but if they do, would you, and assuming that we have a policy continuity, but with a lower majority, if that is the case, I'm building out a hypothesis here, is that an opportunity, depending on what levels, is it an opportunity to invest? And what is that opportunity? Is it 3% lower, 5% lower, 10% lower?
So there is any correction, I think our stance has been buy on dip. So if it comes, it's welcome, because, there are two things you have to in a portfolio. Look at near-term moves for income generation or create generational wealth, because you are in a long-term bull cycle. I'm in the latter camp. Even if you see from 2014, look at the way, the solar capacity was ramped up by 25, 30 times. See the number of, electrification done, the money allocated to. So if you see solar panel companies, energy companies going up 4, 5x, you see the spend which has happened over the last 7, 8 years from a policy point of view. If you see railway stocks doing well, see the metro coverage for, of leading cities in India. It's almost 3x now. See the number of Vande Bharat trains if you want to track Titagarh or Jupiter. So I think, from my point of view, I think we are in a capex cycle. We discussed that, the gross capital fixed formation is now 30% of GDP, which is nothing but the fixed assets government, businesses and households are creating. And I think I would look at more policy announcements, what the government wants to do over 5 years on different areas, whether it is water, whether it is energy, whether it is, the infra work. And I will then position myself for, a longer cycle. Near-term hiccups, most welcome. I mean, it's a good opportunity. As long as the, BJP, as, Aditya also said, on its own, if it crosses 272, it doesn't matter beyond 1 or 2 years here.
Rajat, while I do take your point that it's sometimes wise to take profits off the table and not be greedy when you're a trader, at least in a situation such as this. But if intraday you get a level of hypothetical again, close to 22,800, 22,900, let's extend the timeline. Let's talk about 27 June expiry. Would you consider initiating fresh longs at that dip? So 3 to 5% correction between today and the next few days becomes a long trade for the month?
Taking a long trade for the month, I'm slightly apprehensive, because as I said, that this has been a huge run. So even for a correction, if you are thinking of taking a long trade and it is the beginning, it's the early part, not even the first week has gone. So there is likely to be some profit taking. See, one thing, if you look at 2019, after here, what they achieved, what at that point of time, the market or the Nifty achieved the kind of rise, it has done it on one day. Last time there had been a upswing, say about a couple of weeks, and after that a major correction happened. And I have told you people earlier also that the elections, definitely there is policy continuity. All that will happen, because NDA is coming back in whatever manner of that. But what actually would decide is if the Fed funds rate is increased. You will see, if you check history, you will notice that that's a bearish signal. So I'm actually apprehensive of that. That can happen. That if Fed cuts rate, that means that is an admission by the Fed that American economy is going into recession. So our elections, the effect will be over more or less by tomorrow. And after that, you are looking at that on the one side, that is the Fed stance, and the other thing is the union budget. And if you have to discount union budget, my experience tells me that you take at least 10-15 days, and after that the budget rally builds up. So immediately going for a long trade for the month, at least I'm not comfortable.
Got it. Okay, Gurmeet, Rajat, really appreciate you taking the time out and the sane advice. Thanks so much, both of you, for giving us your thoughts. Now, let's just very quickly, it's 9:05 already. Let's just take a dipstick into what the key numbers at some of the places are. Tamanna.
So on top of the hour, till we have a clear picture, we will be doing this update for you, giving you a sense of what the numbers are looking like. So as of now, here is the all India picture. 283 leads for the NDA. Remember, these are leads, not results yet. Only 486 of 543 leads are available to us. So you're still about 60 odd seats to go. 283. So as per this, the NDA has already crossed the halfway mark. You are looking at a third term for the Modi government if these leads convert to seats and the final results. For the India Alliance at 185 seats. Now, I want to go into some of the states and what the picture is appearing, at least the key states, and we've picked 3 or 4. Let's start with Uttar Pradesh, of course, the big one, with 80 seats and a contribution of 80 seats to the Lok Sabha. Here you are showing the NDA. We're seeing the NDA at 37 leads and the India Alliance at 30 leads. Now, if this converts into the final result, it will be a big boost for the India Alliance, because the NDA by itself even with allies, the BJP plus allies have had a dominant control of Uttar Pradesh in the last 2 elections. They had 64 seats in all in 2019. So we'll have to see if we come to that tally. Let me come to Maharashtra. Maharashtra was the joker in the pack, in the sense no one was very clear where it would go and which side it would go. There was so much of political excitement over the last 5 years. Here, leads are showing India Alliance in the lead at 25 of the 43 counted so far, and the NDA at 18. I want to then come to some of the other key states where the NDA is expected to make inroads, and let me pull up West Bengal. And this is something that the market will be watching very closely, because the question is that after 2 terms of being completely on top in a large part of northern and western India, can the NDA make headway in new areas like the east and the south? So in West Bengal, 21 leads. If those convert to seats, it will be astonishing completely for the NDA to go into a territory with such strength that they haven't in the past. Of course, like we've been seeing so far, we'll wait for all of these numbers to settle. I'm just going to pull up Andhra and Odisha, which is the reason is that both also have assembly elections going on, and there have been very different moves over here politically that the NDA has adopted. 15 out of 17 leads going to the NDA right now. Remember, they tied up with Chandrababu Naidu, and whether you could make a southern foray or not for the BJP was the question. If this converts into the final results in Andhra, it will definitely be spectacular for the NDA. Let me just get Odisha. They fought against Naveen Patnaik, the Biju Janata Dal. The question is, would they be wiped out? It's seeming like perhaps they will. 12 leads for the NDA out of 15. Remember, this is a place where they haven't been able to make a mark at all. So if they've now gone into Odisha, increased in West Bengal, and completely had huge strength in Andhra, does it make up for any losses possibly in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra? That's what the next few hours are going to show.
We'll keep coming back with more of those updates. Stamina will, of course, decode that on the hour. But we're gearing up for market opening. It's all over the place from the look of it. The Nifty is indicating to a flat to slightly lower start from what we are picking up on. Rahul Arora now joins in with his view on the markets and elections. Rahul, good morning. The outcome, at least from what we are seeing, those early ticks, is not reflecting or resembling the exit poll that we saw yesterday. Nifty, after a 3% up move, is indicating to a flat start. What is your portfolio stand? One thing a given is that the NDA is going to come in, but what does that mean if they don't come in with the sort of majority the street would have liked?
Good morning, Samina, and thank you for having me on the show. So the way we've been doing it is over the weekend, since the exit polls came in, we've sort of been advising our clients to take profits off post yesterday's up move. This result seems to be completely in contrast to what the market was expecting. I think if I take you back to 2019, the NDA won about 353 seats, of which the BJP had won about 303. The 50 were allies. And when I sat down for this interview about 10 minutes back, just about 30 leads were left to calculate. And the NDA was showing as about 300. Even if you theoretically assume that they win all 30, that ends up at about 330. And if the allies hold, there you're talking about the BJP being somewhere around 275, 280. I don't think the market is going to take too kindly to that because the exit polls showed up something completely different. Obviously, the question will be if this lands up being, it will be an NDA-led government. There is no question about that. But if you do have a situation where the BJP ends up at about 270, 280, it does make it a slightly weaker proposition from a policy standpoint because you'll get that much more reliant on your allies. So I think the street was working with a clear 300, 320 for the BJP and maybe 50, 60 from the allies. This has turned out to be a bit of an antithesis. So I wouldn't be surprised if the market gives up a fair portion of the gains from yesterday. Now, how do you play it from here? I have no idea, to be very honest, because the only good thing that I can think of in recent memory is that the FMCG companies have given up, very positive commentary on rural recovery, and India is heading into rate cuts. Now, in the backdrop of that, how do you present a budget when the mandate is not as strong as you expected? Remains to be seen. I'm not going to say go in and buy the dip because it's been such a ferocious rally. You may want it to settle out a little bit towards the end of this week and wait. But I think the first tick from a market standpoint is a bit disappointing. But the only thing, Samina, that's worked for us overnight is that crude is down and down dramatically. And I think from an India macro story, regardless of who's in power, the fact that crude is hovering around 75, 80, whichever government, whichever form takes shape, that's a huge positive. So a bit disconcerting from a market standpoint on current evidence, but let's see what the final numbers add up.
Rahul, 2.5 minutes left to open, but if you are asking your clients to take money off the table, where is it that you turn constructive again? At what levels?
Well, Neeraj, see, like I said, if from the looks of it, as it stands right now, even if it is a BJP-led government, it's going to be a very slender majority. It's not going to be an absolute majority. You're talking about 280, 290 seats. I don't know, Neeraj. I think maybe this drops down to about 20,000 on the Nifty, 21,000. Maybe you can start buying it there. But, don't try and catch a falling knife today. I think let's wait for the final numbers. It's possible that these leads are, going in the opposite direction. Maybe the NDA numbers actually get bumped up and the initial leads, are a bit haywire because these are leads. These are not actual numbers. So I think if this was to pan out against market expectations, Neeraj, you probably want to go back to IT, FMCG, pharma for the short term. I think, you probably want to take a little bit of a backseat because I think the trade was very simple, Neeraj. If it was an absolute majority NDA government, then you want to play manufacturing, you want to play, anything related to chemicals, indigenization, anything that was announced around the PLI schemes, defense exports. I think that was the theme. But if that, if it looks like you're going to be dependent on allies to push through reforms, then you're probably in the short term. And Neeraj, let's just go back 3 weeks, right? The point I was making with Samina, the best commentary of this result season has been FMCG. So if you have a good monsoon to top that over and rate cuts and more money in the hands of consumer, I think defenses in the short term may not be a bad place to hide.
All right, Rahul, just about a minute left, and before we go into that pre-open, very, very quickly, if the number does not come as per what the street wants, would you be looking at booking profits today or just sitting tight?
So, Tamanna, let's get one thing clear. I think even if the BJP manages to get 270, even if they get a one-seat majority, 273, I think it's a remarkable performance by the Prime Minister in a third sitting term. It is a phenomenal achievement. Let's not take
sorry,
I'm going to cut.
I'm going to just stop you there. I want to hear that full answer, but going across to Neeraj just for the first opening rates.
Yep. Well, we'll actually take that because it's 40 seconds left for the markets to kickstart trade on what was perceived to be a slam dunk from the incumbent party. For now, it is the NDA which is likely coming back to power. The only question is the markets right now are grappling with the uncertainty of what the overall lead would be, not just for the NDA, but the BJP individually. And I think, therefore, this makes the next 1.5 hours that much more interesting, a bit of toggle between the gainers and the losers. So from a market perspective, not bad. But let's wait and watch what the end result will be. The first rates will come up on your screen. And let's wait and watch if indeed some of the high flyers of yesterday are taking a bit of a pullback or no. Just quick 30 seconds really of the market check, because this will change very, very dramatically. For now, about 1% lower. Let's see if this changes. Let's just get the heat map up, because I'm sure the mid caps and small caps are also down. Just let's show some of those individual stocks. A deep gash of red actually, because we are now down about 1.5% already. We're talking about giving up some of the gains that we did yesterday, and that's precisely what's happening, because we are now down 2%. The Adani twins leading the losses, then the PSUs following suit, L&T down about 4%. I must warn you that this picture too could change, but for now, the market seems to have made up its mind that it is not in a mood to reward stocks the way it was rewarding it yesterday. Tamanna.
Absolutely. I think till the numbers are clear, that's probably what is going to happen. And even as I go through all of the stocks today and what is not working, simply put, everything that was up yesterday is down today. If I had to give you the short story, so RVNL down 7%, 7.5%, NHPC, Bharat Dynamic, SJVN, that entire pack taking a knock. Among other things, the broader markets as well, if you pull up the small cap and the mid cap indices, seeing quite a bout of weakness. Now, before I give it to Samina for individual stocks, let me just take a second to explain what really is happening in the counting process and what are the numbers that you should look out for. Now, very clearly, there are several rounds of countings that take place. So, you would be seeing different numbers on different television screens right now and wondering what really is happening. The final number, the one that matters, is on the Election Commission website. So let me just put it out there. Now, out of the 504 leads that we have on the NDTV network, out of 543, you have leads for NDA at 276. Remember, the leads convert to a final result, win or lose, for every candidate after all rounds are complete. Now, each round is about 14 EVMs taken to a central hall. The votes from those are counted, written on a blackboard, notified, and then the next round begins. Now, out of every 5 assembly constituencies in a parliamentary constituency, you will have a VVPAT tally as well. That means that slip that fell in when you voted, and I assume all of you voted, will be verified by the officer in 5 random assembly seats. Once all of that process ends, a lead converts into a result. So you will have to wait and see what the actual final number is. Now, in some seats where there is a large population, you will have obviously more EVMs, more rounds, and a longer time for a lead to convert into a final win or a lose. So I would say right now, no matter what you are hoping the result is, hold your horses, because what you are seeing are initial leads. Now, right from the start, right from the get-go, we have been saying that you may see us as more conservative than other screens right now on what the final numbers are. That's fine, because we'd rather get it right. This is a very, very important function that we are performing today, and those are the numbers that we want to say. Now that I'm done with that bit, the fact is that the markets are reacting not very positively, Samina, to what the numbers are on the screen right now.
No, and it's no surprises, right? I mean, this is as expected, really. From this morning, there's been a little bit of nervousness, very contrary to what we saw on the scene yesterday. It was buying the rumors, sell the news, and we talked about this extensively yesterday as well. It is looking a little nervous, and that is a given. We're sub 23,000 on the index. The breadth of the market's also quite weak. Nifty Next 50 is down 2.5%, and the broader markets, for a change, are not doing as badly as the benchmark itself. So the Nifty 50, amongst all the stocks, 49 counters are trading lower. You've only got one sole gainer in terms of trade. Well, if you want me to highlight the losers, that might be a little heartbreaking, so I'll just take you through a few gainers in the broader market universe this morning. Sapphire Foods is up 5.5%, so that one looks okay. Sundaram Finance is up 3%. Marico is up 3%. Macrotech, Blue Star, Colgate, very, very industry agnostic in terms of movers today. HUL, defensives are doing well actually. HUL, Nestle, Sapphire are all from the FMCG pack having a positive start. Coforge is trading flat. On the sell side, We've already highlighted a few for you. The Adani stocks are trading weaker. Banks are leading the way in today's losses. Cement counters are weak. Railways are trading slower. OMCs are also seeing a bit of selling pressure that's emerging. So it's really what everything gained in yesterday's trade is pretty much giving back all those gains as we see it right now. Kush, you want to come on this sub 23,000? What are you doing? Intraday trade, very quickly.
Well, we'll wait and watch. I mean, not too far, right, for the final count. And the market, although recovered, I mean, it's still deep in the red. Perhaps a wait and watch at the moment. Just see, if we cross 300, perhaps 310 as well. I think the markets will take that as a reason to cheer. But, would you go long at the moment? I think I'll, perhaps wait and watch. For sure, the numbers are lesser than what was expected. But the fact that, if the ND can come in, or rather the BJP can come in as close as they can to 270, I think that also could be, an opportunity to buy. For now, just wait and watch.
All right, quick word from Rahul. Rahul, I ended up cutting you because we were going into the pre-open trade. So I just wanted to, see the opening rates. So sorry about that, but to complete, you were making a very important point that even if the BJP gets 273, it would be an astonishing achievement. And, I agree with you there because the bar has been set so high, admittedly, by the BJP itself. And maybe that was part of the election strategy, where no one was even talking about, would you, have the constitutional requirement of crossing the halfway mark by yourself. But the point that you were making was an important one. Do continue.
So, Tamanna, they say sometimes a second is a lifetime during an election cycle. Between when we spoke 10 minutes back and now, I was looking at the numbers on your channel, and there are just about 30 seats left to go with the NDA at about 280. I don't know. I really don't know. So much has changed in the last 7-8 minutes, and it's becoming a little tricky. My heart is beating a little higher because, we derive our income from bull markets. And we were hoping for a different result, and I'll be extremely honest about that. I mean, it doesn't, with 30 seats to go, even if you assume the BJP or the NDA gets 50% of that, you're talking about a number of about 295, 300. You're clearly talking about a BJP minority government here. I don't think they're going to make the halfway mark if these numbers are going to happen. That's a bit of a disappointment from the market standpoint. That's not to talk about my political affiliation in any way, but I think so much was being built in terms of this election outcome. And like I said, I think, had the Prime Minister managed to get even a 1-seat majority, I think it would be a remarkable statement of his stature and what he has delivered for the country in the last 10 years. But, Tamanna, just keep an eye on the difference in the seats between the NDA and the others combined. Let's not take anything for granted here. It is a democracy, and you don't know how things will eventually function. Allies can stay allies, allies can drift off, but just keep an eye on the difference. And while the Nifty is down, and rightly so right now by about 500, 600 points, like I was telling Neeraj a little earlier, don't be surprised if the NDS lands up around 300, 310, that this drifts down to about 20,000 by the end of the week. Don't try and catch a falling knife. My humble request to all your viewers, these are retail investors who are putting their hard-earned money through SIPs in the market. Do not try and catch a falling knife. India is still in a very good place, regardless of the government that comes in. Like I said, crude is in a very sweet spot. Your rupee is stable. Your external sector is looking good. Rate cuts are on the anvil. Rural recovery is looking up. There are things that are going right for India. And whichever way, shape or form the government takes, this will be a buy on dips market on India. But do not try and catch the bottom on a day like this. Just like you cannot catch the top to sell a stock, this is the best advice I can give in my 25 years of tracking the markets. Do not try and think you're smarter than the market by catching a falling knife. You're down 600, you may think you've caught the bottom. What if you're down 1,000 by the end of the day? Wait it out. It's your hard-earned money.
Wow, that's the kind of advice we need. Wait it out. It's your hard-earned money, and it is not Satta Bazaar, to say the least. Rahul, just one point. Completely take your point. We've been anticipating a price or a time correction for quite some time now. Various reasons have come and gone. Markets have held out. FIs were almost negative on India for the last few months, citing China, citing valuations. If we do go into a correction mode, which may be likely and may be good actually for some who are waiting to sort of get in at a good price, if that, Do you think a 15-20% correction from here cannot be ruled out, and that may be a good entry point? I know staggered investing is the right way to do it, but 15-20% from these levels potentially could be a given?
So that's the point I made earlier, right, Samina? Because when we started this morning, the Nifty was anyway at about 23.5. And like I was telling Neeraj earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if it dropped down to 20. That's about a 15% correction. See, Samina, let's not forget the fact that there are some very important state elections coming up. The state that you and I sit in currently, Maharashtra, goes to elections in about 4 to 5 months. This is one of the states on current evidence that's hurt the BJP in this election. West Bengal goes up for elections, I think, in the next year or two. So there are a lot of important state elections in the next 6 months to 2 years. In that backdrop, what sort of a budget does the Prime Minister choose to present when he does so next month or early August? I think that's going to be very critical. The only concern I have is the one thing the Prime Minister has shied away from over the last 10 years is being populist. He has spoken a lot about Atmanirbharta, cutting down subsidies, making people more self-reliant. Will this force his hand to become populist, which then puts into doubt your fiscal deficit numbers? That is the only concern I have, because you have such important state elections coming up. No one will talk to you about this right now because it's going to be a day headlined by national elections. But keep this at the back of your mind, because this is going to be the single most important determining factor on what the union budget is going to be like. You are going to want to rebuild in the states where you lost ground. And let's not forget, Samina, one of the biggest states, and just, I'm looking at the graphics on your channel, one of the biggest states that's hurt the BJP is Uttar Pradesh. This is remarkable. In the Hindi heartland, you had so much going for you, and you've lost so much ground in Uttar Pradesh, where you are actually coming in second, and this after opening the temple. So, I mean, it just goes to show you how much will probably we have to done on the ground to recoup sentiment. I mean, I was talking to V-Mart Retail, and, you should talk to Lalitji of V-Mart Retail, and he'll give you a sense of what's happening in UP Bihar, because 70% of their revenues come from these two states. There was a fair amount of rural distress post-COVID. It was just about starting to look up. And in that backdrop, if you have this sort of a verdict. So keep in mind, I think the next critical thing will be the budget. I just hope there is, they keep that tilt on fiscal deficit and they don't slip. But, if I was in his place, I'd be tempted to try the populist hand.
Rahul, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Pleasure.
That's the view from Rahul Arora of Nirmal Bang. Let's get in a global view. Mark Matthews, Head of Research Asia at Julius Baer Johnson right now with his thoughts. Mark, great having you. Thanks for taking the time out and being with us. What's your sense, Mark? We're still in the leads phase, so the results are not clear as yet. As of now, the leads that we have point to a 282 for the NDA, not for the BJP. A bit of an antithesis from what the exit polls were suggesting. What's your view on India, therefore, as things stand?
Well, doesn't that still give them majority, 282? You'll have to tell me.
Yes, at 282, the NDA gets the majority, yes.
So I'm not surprised. I'm not panicking or anything like that. I think that's clearly lower than what some pollsters had estimated, but enough to give the majority and a continuation of the pro-market policies that we've had for the last two administrations. Don't know if I have much to add apart from that. I don't think it's bad.
So, Mark, here's the question. A lot of local people, of course, look at the quantum of leads that were built and whether that has come out and try and form their view accordingly. For somebody who's looking at it from a global perspective, if the number is not as strong as the last time, but it still gives the government a chance to return to power, for you, the continuation of the government, even with a lower majority, is that present continuous, or would you believe that that's a bit of a sign of nervousness for the markets?
No, I think it's a sign of continuity. I think, possibly it shows that the government has lost some edge with voters who voted the last time, but not enough to make the reforms go away. And there was another election yesterday on the opposite side of the world, in Mexico, actually, where there was also a populist government that was elected. re-elected actually, but they're leftists, and so the market there in Mexico went down. So I think it's an interesting contrast because I think that investors clearly like pro-market government like the one you have in India, and they don't like left-wing governments like the one they have in Mexico. And I think share prices will continue to reflect that. Beyond government, I'd simply say that it's clear, looking at the performance of India relative to the rest of the emerging markets, and not only over the last 14 years, but you could go back 20, 30 years, that India has a performance that almost no other emerging markets have. And I attribute that really to the ability of Indian companies to return value to shareholders. And unfortunately, the emerging market complex, although its economic growth is very strong, they don't seem to be able to translate that into the bottom line. And that explains the massive underperformance of the emerging market asset class over developed markets over the last 10, 15 years. But what I want to say is that India is the exception to that. And I think partially is due to the reforms of the last few years, but beyond that, it's also because for some reason, Indian companies do create value for shareholders, and that's fairly unique in the emerging space.
Very quick question, Mark. So I'm assuming that your stance doesn't change on India, even though the ruling party doesn't come in with a landslide victory. Would you at this stage, keeping all the other macros in mind, politics in India, globally, of course, competition, a good growth, India's inclusion in JPM, would you, what is your stance on India in terms of new money coming in? Would you still be overweight India? And if yes, what are the 2 to 3 themes that you would still buy into in the country?
Well, the short answer is yes. And I noticed on Friday last week that the New York Times published an article titled "Wall Street Lands on India Looking for Profits It Can't Find in China." If you read the article, which is online, there's hardly any reference to this election, actually. It's talking about the economy and companies and the kind of things you were just mentioning. And so if the New York Times is emblematic of a sort of foreign view, I think the view on India is basically that this is a big open democratic country with a big economy, a young population that has a lot of room for growth in front of it and a history of returning value to shareholders. That story is absolutely unchanged. And so I think that the themes that we liked, yesterday are the themes we still like today. Those would include things like the real estate sector, where the middle class is growing and there's going to be more demand for building materials and furniture and whatnot. The power sector, where demand is clearly in excess of supply. And all sorts of things. The banks, it goes without saying, are the heart of any economy. Consumer.
Mark, so Tamanna here, and I know we asked you about the numbers on the screen, which are still firming up. So we still have leads. They have to convert into final results. As of now, our numbers are showing 291 for the NDA, but that means that not necessarily yet for the BJP. We have some streets to go. Now, why am I asking you all of this? The big factor for the domestic markets is whether BJP by itself, not the NDA alliance, the BJP by itself forms or crosses a simple majority of 272. I'm trying to understand from the FII view, from the global view, how important is that you have stability, policy continuity with Prime Minister Modi's party in complete control. Does all of that matter from a global view?
I think the part that people were looking forward to was the idea that with that party majority, there would be land, labor, and judiciary reform. And so if that doesn't end up happening, how much of that is in the price, I can't say. But to your earlier participants' comment, if there is a pullback, it's a buying opportunity. I don't see why India would turn into a bear market. I simply don't see the conditions for that at all.
Great chatting with you. We'll hopefully come back and have a more detailed conversation next week when the tide settles. In the meantime, a quick check on how the markets are holding up or holding down. The VIX has also jumped significantly, actually. You would imagine that as we get closer into today, you would see a little bit of cooling off on the VIX. But because the outcome is looking so different from what the markets had factored in yesterday, the VIX is up about 20%, 25.3. This is the highest it's been in this season, to say the least. The Nifty as well, if we can pull that one up, see what's going on. The breadth is quite weak. The Nifty itself is down nearly 3%, so 680 points. We've almost given up pretty much everything, barring a few points here and there, in terms of what we gained yesterday. Intraday high yesterday was 23,338. Today's intraday low was closer to 22,500, attempting a little bit of a recovery, but of course it is going to be very, very volatile with a very clear negative bias from what we see. Bank Nifty is weak, Adani stocks are selling off, PSU is leading the way down in today's trade. But we have Mihika, who's at the dealing room where the other place, apart from a newsroom, where the action is. She's in conversation with MK's global head, Nirav Seth, who's joining us live from the dealing room. Take it away, Mihika.
Yes, good morning, Samina. So yes, I am with Mr. Nirav Seth, the CEO of Institutional Equities at MK Global Financial Services. Mr. Seth, my first question to you is, what's the sentiment among your clients right now?
Well, you can look at my team, this is hustling and bustling, and you can see they are quite quiet. So this is obviously, from what we were expecting, this seems to be a disappointment. And if BJP runs short of an absolute majority, even though NDA comes with a majority, market will reassess the entire trajectory of the policy and how we want to look at budget and the introspection in terms of what the government wants to do, because this is a shocker, if nothing else, probably coming from the worst possible scenario. From what we hear right now, that even Mr. PM Modi seems to be trailing in Varanasi. So obviously, this is a big disconnect.
Yes. And what kind of sectors are your clients interested in buying in right now?
Well, there's a big sea change in terms of what was there yesterday and what is there right now, right? So the whole idea was that you're going to reset the infrastructure level, you want to reset the investment to GDP ratio. If you look at the last 3 years, probably the first time since India's independence that your capital expenditure was higher than revenue expenditure. The question is that you've not been able to sell this politically to your constituents, right? So, the whole thing you will to reassess in terms of, what kind of cabinet you are forming, what kind of policy direction you are taking. But those things are different. First, I would believe that given the kind of run-up that you've seen in the markets, there could be a sizable sell-off if BJP doesn't get an absolute majority on its own.
And in terms of sectors, are there any sectors that do stand out?
Well, right now, so, in one of the interviews I said yesterday that, it is about alpha. It's about beta, not about alpha. The question is whether you want to buy Indian equity assets or not, right? Today, after the dislocation, assuming that, NDA doesn't come in absolute majority, we need to reassess that at least till that time that valuations come back to a mean reversion.
And, when you talk about the differential in valuations, what is the differentiation in valuations between the large and the small caps?
Well, I'm not talking so much about the large and the small caps. The small caps are growing faster and therefore they are priced at a premium. But all this is contingent upon the fact that you can see 5 years out, 10 years out, your valuations eventually are a function of longevity of the earnings. Like I said, eventually if you look at the history long enough, these things don't necessarily matter, right? But the fact of the matter is that there was so much built up in anticipation for all of us, right? Because we believe that, India has gone to a stage where economics has started driving politics. And I don't think that, you've ever seen the PM not ever getting a majority.
Yes.
right? From that time he was chief minister in Gujarat. So assuming, again, I'm coming back to the same question, that if you assume that BJP doesn't come back on its own in absolute majority, a lot of questions will be raised.
And, so far we've seen FIIs selling, but given we have government stability and the FIIs do start coming in, do you expect more large funds towards the large caps?
Yeah, that was our expectations. Assuming that, you don't have any change in political establishment and the story continues, then I was forcing a very, very strong surge in FI inflows.
Okay. And given a scenario that we do see government continuity, what are your top sectors that you would like to stay invested to or buy into right now?
Well, it now depends upon whether you're coming back to power and are you coming back to power with a reasonable majority, right? So I'm saying anything above 300 is only of academic interest. I don't care about it. But you need BJP with 270, you need NDA at about 300. I think the story continues because they will be able to figure out, right? So I don't think that the basic DNA of BJP will change in terms of how they, how they want to reset the economic growth rate of the country forward. What will change probably is the way they start communicating to people at large, right? Because they have to sell the agenda because they eventually want to get voted back to power.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Seth, for joining us.
Thank you. Pleasure.
That's the view from the MK Global Dealing Room. Nirav Sheth giving his thoughts. What we need to do, by the way, as we, just before we take that break, and I think this is important to lay out, that while the leads are coming in as they are, and it's NDA 293 now, those numbers, which were static for a really long time, have started inching up a bit. The Election Commission website, Tamanna, is a different piece. Just before we take that break, Tamanna, take a minute and just tell us the importance of that.
So on every election, Neeraj, and I know everyone gives leads, but at the end of the day, I always look at the Election Commission website because that's what is final. They have 392 out of 543 leads, so much slower than what any TV screen is showing you. But remember, that's the asli one. Now, as per that, the BJP is leading on 187 out of those 392. That means you are close to 50% seats of everything which has been showing leads so far is with the BJP. The INC is looking like they're going to cross their 2019 number, which was fairly dismal. It was in the 50s. And of course, we will have to wait and see because like we've been explaining that you have rounds of counting. As of now, what is seeming fairly clear is that the election result is tighter than what was expected. If it was not, you would have probably seen a very different screen by 10 o'clock. It is a closer fight. Doesn't mean we know what the outcome is so far.
God. On that point, viewers, we take to slip into a very quick break. More action on the markets and more guests on the other side. Stay tuned.
And so on and so forth, Now, with whatever we are seeing,
Pratik, can I just ask you about the first line that you said, that we have to wait and see the portfolio distribution? And I found that very interesting because that is something which has been frankly a non-event in the last 10 years. That you know who's running the PMO, you know who's running the government, and then, of course, ministers do their work, but who that minister is really secondary. Why do you think that portfolio distribution becomes a key trigger for the market to watch?
No, so the same construct can continue if whosoever comes to power comes with simple majority at least by itself. If not, then they will have to take a few other people along with them, give them space. And the pull probably cannot be as strong or would not be as strong as earlier is the thought.
Okay, the yields have spiked a little bit as well when the early morning trade came out. I don't know if there is a bit of a cool off there as well or no, but I think a lot of moving parts, and I think some of the answers will get known in a few hours from now. This is not a 2019 or maybe even a 2014 wherein 9:30 by 9:30:10 or 10:30 you had a clear idea of what's happening. So just want to see if we can get the yields up, but keep that at the back of the mind too. The index is now steady at about this 2% mark, so that's to be kept in mind. Pratik, the other question is, would earnings growth in any fashion get altered as a result of this? I mean, would you presume that the focus on infrastructure, capex, etc., comes off a little bit? Maybe it will have to be a bit more populist as well, considering that it is not such a runaway win as the exit polls were predicting or as the belief was pre-election.
No, given the thought process that I understand of the currently ruling dispensation, I see no threat of that. Populist is to give somebody money without work. Otherwise, if you are spending on construction, nation building, etc., it is giving money with work. Which one do you choose? Any individual who has self-respect would choose work and be paid for it rather than be given out a dole.
Same question to you really, Bala. I mean, would you believe that there could be a change and maybe the market would believe that there will be a change? Let's go for defensives where there is more stability because the thrust on capex might come off a bit. Maybe there could be some more populism as well because we know there has been a rural stress across for the last 6-9 odd months. So any thoughts there?
I think the way I look at there will not be any kind of change in the overall policy, given the fact the overall policy framework which has been laid out in the last few years have been benefiting not just the broader economy growth coming back. It's also been improving the overall number of companies who have been benefiting out of it in terms of profitability, in terms of creating employment, and so on and so forth. So there has been a significant improvement that has happened. Therefore, just because of you want to be populist, because the vote share has maybe the number of seats that are winning is actually lower than what you expected, I think that will change. I think overall fiscal improvement that we are seeing, I think that should continue. Maybe from a rural economy point of view, to lift the agri economy, there could be something which will be done. But again, I don't think anything that the government would have to do more populism in nature to drive the economic growth. I think they continue to focus on investment-led growth and focus on creating employment. That itself would be sufficient enough. Some of the measures that could come, which are more populistic in nature, as there has been some school of thought to provide insurance cover for people who are above 70 years age, which currently they are eligible. But assuming scenario, something of those kind of is rolled out, the natural will come at the cost of fiscal support initially, but at the same time, over a period of time, they will get adjusted. Any trigger that you have to do that will do good for the economy, the government has to take initiatives, which may be seen as initially in the populistic in nature, but over a period of time, it can benefit significantly. As we have seen in the case of the Jan Dhan Yojana, initially it was felt it is not a great idea, but ultimately we have seen how the benefit got accrued. Therefore, those are some of the steps which may be taken post-government formation that should not be seen as a populist from a so to speak point of view.
Okay, Bala and Prateek, really appreciate you gentlemen taking the time out and being with us today and giving us your thoughts. Thanks so much for sharing that. As we speak, well, lots of moving parts, and let's go across to Tamanna to try and gauge what the moving parts in the southern part of the country is, right, Tamanna?
Yeah, exactly, Neeraj, and Veera is going to join me to do exactly that. So the number that we're seeing right now is 303 for the NDA and 205 for India, and that graphic is so cool, Veera. It's like you're in our studios completely. So let me start with that fact that no matter what the final result is, and maybe not as what the street expected, would it be fair to say at this point that the BJP seems to have made major headways into the southern part of the country?
Not yet, not yet. Hold on. Look, you've got to take a little time. Some of these numbers tend to sort of vary over a period of, let's say, half an hour, 45 minutes. I think around 11:30 you've got to see that. Let's just leave the southern part alone. Look at the UP numbers. That's where the reversal has happened. There seems to be huge battle for the BJP there in UP. In Rajasthan, you can see the blue marks on that graphic of ours, right? UP, Rajasthan, these are interesting. In South, when you look at Tamil Nadu, for instance, you still see the AIADMK up. We'll have to wait for the vote shares, etc., to sort of solidify before we come out. And also when we speak about those numbers there, Tamanna, one needs to look at the BJP versus Congress, and not more importantly the BJP numbers per se, because at the moment the focus is on NDA numbers that we are talking about. So let's look at the BJP's numbers per se. As per the Election Commission website, about 220 leads at the moment. So it will be very interesting to watch how this develops over the next 1 hour. Some really fascinating trends that's coming up. It does seem at the moment, the initial indication is that the scale of the victory that the exit polls had predicted isn't happening. It seems to have been a tough fight that the opposition has given into it, but how it's going to play out at the end of the day, we'll need at least another hour or two to have clear-cut answers for that.
Agreed, completely, Veera. And to point out here that what we showed was the poll of polls. Pollsters have a lot to answer for today, if these are the numbers indeed. 250 odd for the BJP as per our numbers. We're waiting for the Election Commission's final numbers. And you spoke about Uttar Pradesh, bang on, but I also want to add Maharashtra and Gujarat. Two set of states that we should look at. Maharashtra just looking like a tougher fight. Just one sec, Veera. Maharashtra looking like a tougher fight than expected, and Gujarat, if the Congress is actually going to bag some seats, then that's pointing to the bigger picture not being as close as was expected.
That's right. Maharashtra was a state of agrarian discontent that was spoken about. You had the split in the Sena, split in the NCP. Remember, the BJP per se had 23 seats in Maharashtra in 2019. It was the Sena which had 18 seats. So how much the numbers of the BJP itself is going down would be interesting. Karnataka, again, the Congress seems to be holding on to its own at the moment, at least in terms of at least having 10 seats where the Congress is 10, 11 seats where the Congress is ahead. A lot of congressmen were hoping for 10 to 12. But Maharashtra, you see that map out there. The Congress and the India Alliance, holding on to a large section. Now, it will be interesting to see the breakup on how much is the Uddhav Thackeray Sena's seats, how much is the NCP seats, how much is the Indian National Congress's seats. Largely, how much is the NCP Pawar faction seat, and largely how much is the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction seat. I think those blue numbers there are largely those.
All right, we'll get you back on in a bit when the picture is clearer, like you said, Veera. But great to see you joining us virtually in the Mumbai studio. Very, very cool. Shout out to our team that's put together this fantastic graphic. But meanwhile, let me go back to all of the action in the markets as well, which is still digesting what has happened. I would dare say there's been a recovery from the lowest point of the day, because the understanding that even with a 303, the NDA does have another term, and they will have to come to terms with perhaps a BJP not having a simple majority on its own.
It might not be great if you're a eternal bull on the street, at least for now. It's volatile in a tight range. We are swinging between deep cuts and not so deep cuts. So yeah, we are, even the VIX index is up about 15%. So no relief just yet currently. Aditya, you were constructive on some of those specialty chemical names that you had mentioned to us. None of them are selling off too sharply this morning, but anything that you're buying right now? Or you're going to wait?
So as I said, yesterday those chemical names did not go up, and the downside on a lot of those names is protected. It's sort of a value play. Still not cheap, but they're sort of a value play.
There's two stocks that you pick up from here.
You can look at the fluorination space, companies like SRF, companies like Naveen Fluorine, or a Gujarat Fluorochem, which was included in the EV index that the NSE really launched. You can look at a company like Apcotex, which is in the specialty rubber space that is there. You can look at Deepak Nitrite. Those companies will do really well over the period of next 2 to 3 years. So our mantra was downside compression.
And you'd buy 20% of your allocation to these chemicals today. You would stagger the buying. How would you do it over? So if you're buying for 3 years?
So on the chemical space, they have already taken a lot of beatings. So I will stick my neck out and say I will buy 50% right now and 50% in the second half of this year, where a lot of recovery will be seen. So these are a lot of contra plays that you really need to concentrate on, and they will provide downside compression to your portfolio. Downside protection will come from a lot of these stocks.
Kush, you talked about a Nifty trade. What about private sector banks? They didn't run up too much yesterday, but today they're selling off. I mean, HDFC is down 3%, was up 2% yesterday. Does it look like a good contra call in today's market to go long on?
HDFC?
Yeah.
Well, HDFC has always been a buy, even when it was close to those 1400 odd levels. We were suggesting a buy. I think what will happen is, between yesterday, today, all the euphoria, all the emotions, all the excitement and the nervousness, will perhaps, settle down, and the market will then, resume normal course, business as usual. And that's when these names will start to pick up again. So whatever correction we are seeing in some of these, private sector banks, this is going to act as an entry point. 200-day moving average is where the HDFC Bank stock was, is still struggling, but I think it'll take support from there and head higher. So for the year end, I think 1700 is a good target on HDFC Bank.
And SBI?
SBI, I think this dip is going to turn out to be buying opportunity. The entire financial space is going to do well going forward. It's just that, we saw a 9-10% move, up move on SBI yesterday. A lot of that being taken off. I think I would go out and buy an SBI. As I said, maybe not today, maybe let everything settle down. Perhaps tomorrow, as I said, from when the business as usual resumes, you would want to go out and buy the likes of SBI, PNB, Canara Bank. I think the PSU story is still here.
For now, you're only buying the Nifty.
For now, I'm only buying the Nifty with a hedge and a stop loss.
Well, what's the stop loss on the Nifty then?
Well, see, positionally, 22,200, 22,300 is a good number. That's where the support zone is.
Intraday stop?
Intraday, you'd want to keep it somewhere close to 22,500. Gives the room for volatility, and if it does actually sort of settle, and the market realizes that the government's still there and all of that is forming in place, which could be a little dicey because the BJP standalone numbers seem to be going down a little.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, but if that were to happen, then 22,500 is the support zone, and on the upside you're looking at perhaps a 23,000 as 23,000.
Just 1 second, I think Aditya wants to come in.
Yeah. So with this BJP number of not a slam dunk majority, the divestment of small PSU banks will now practically be on standstill. The government will not find that kind of a majority to divest them, and one must be really very, very careful on smaller PSU banks now, which had run up in the hope of them getting divested. Somebody like an IDBI or somebody or other smaller banks, they will not get divested now.
Okay, sorry, I have a question, Tamanna. I have a question. Now, sorry, actually finish the point, and then I have a question.
I wanted to, they had a clear majority for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
They didn't do it. They're not interested in doing it.
Yeah.
PM Modi said in an interview too,
Same
our
point.
editor-in-chief Sanjay Pugalia, that क्यों देखो divestment को, profits कितना कर रही है company?
Yeah, but this was the best time to divest them when the profits are...
but they've already made money anyway. They're the biggest shareholders, so they've got bonus and dividend payouts.
The philosophy is not to sell the family silver, but to add value, which is why you're seeing that rally in all PSU companies.
But IDBI is already on the market, right?
That's so.
IDBI is already on the market.
Okay, now before we take that break, just one very quick update, Tamanna. How many rounds of voting or counting done? How many left? And could the picture be different? Materially, either side, but could the picture be materially different 3 hours from now? Very quickly.
Materially.
Not materially.
Not materially. And how many rounds of counting done? There's no one figure because it depends on every seat, right? So for a larger seat, by larger I mean with more assembly constituencies in it, or a larger population or larger number of voters, there would be more rounds, and it would be lesser for a smaller
seat. So the reason
seat.
I ask is because because a lot of messages floating around that only 2 rounds of voting done and some left. Is that just bunkum?
Could be in some seats. It's not one uniform round.
Uniform thing.
Yeah, it's not. Okay. It's not everyone starts. Okay, now time for round 2, time for round 3. That's not what happens. Yeah.
Well, viewers, for all of you who are looking at that, I hope this gives you some information as well. We need to slip into a break. Come back from a break. Try and make sense of this very volatile market. Stay tuned. But it's exciting times if you're a market watcher. Really, I mean, this is great television as well. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds?
Welcome back. It is an extremely tough market to trade, and if you're attempting this, please tread with caution. Bhavin Mehta, now VP Derivative Strategy of Daulat Capital, joins in with a technical and derivative strategy. Bhavin, it's been a bit of an anticlimax, especially after what we saw yesterday and how markets have opened this morning. Extremely volatile, very clear downward bias. The breadth is weak. Bank Nifty is trading lower. 6th of June expiry. The PCR was anyway looking not so conducive in that sense. What is the strategy to trade the Nifty? I mean, would it require bravery to initiate a fresh position on the index right now?
Yeah, good morning. Definitely today markets participants were already anticipating a volatility trade, specifically yesterday as well as today. Yesterday we have seen a sharp up move. Today markets have given off most of the gains, closed that gaps, moved lower. What I am seeing is that today till end of day, you will get clarity on the trend. However, as long as we are holding a lower levels of 22,100, 22,200, my sense is that we continue to remain in a tight band between 22,100 to 200 on the downside. And on upside, we are looking at somewhere around 23,100 as a kind of a crucial resistance zone. We need to sustain above this level for a fresh momentum. But if we break down below 22,100, 200 kind of a range, the selling could be sharp. Now, in this particular scenario, what we are particularly looking at is how volatility index behaves, and currently it is closer to around 25 kind of level. If we see a spike probably towards 30, 32, we may see a sharp sell-off in markets, but till that time markets taking a directional call would be difficult in trade today.
So no trades, but let's just try and help people who've taken trades. If you were long on the market on Friday, or rather Monday, what do you do right now? Do you take your losses, I'm guessing, because you'd have no choice? There's no profit being made on any of those Monday trades. Or do you wait it out? How would you approach it? And if you were short, would you take profits? If you were an FI, who's now clearly laughing their way to the bank, guys.
Yeah, so even from FI perspective, if you look at the kind of trading position they had taken, there was a lot of volatility from the positioning perspective. So they covered good amount of short yesterday. Prior to that 2 days, they created good amount of shorts. So there was a lot of volatility even from the positioning perspective. However, my sense is that as long as FIs still continue to remain short, there is a high probability that they will look to book out in the range of 22,100, 200, unless there is a kind of a black swan event wherein current government may not come with a good amount of votes. So my sense is is that going forward, the levels will be very crucial. Currently, it is at 22,500 in trade today. If that is broken once again, we can see a move closer to 22,100 to 200 on downside, and breakdown below that will be a clear sell call on the directional front. However, till the time this range continues, my sense is we will go into that narrow consolidation zone between 22,200 to 23,100. That is the view that we are looking at.
Thanks, Bhavin. Thanks for joining in today and giving us your thoughts. We'll spare you giving your stock ideas. This is a difficult market to really be giving ideas, so let's avoid that. But it's an interesting time to try and ponder over what could be.
Thank you.
Nilesh Shah, MD and CEO, Envision Capital, with us to talk about that. In a bit, we'll also get in Mr. DP Singh, DMD of SBI MF. He joins us as well. Great having you, gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining in. Nilesh, not quite what the exit polls were suggesting, and it seems to be a razor-tight match right now for the BJP to reach a number of 250, let alone 272. Does this disrupt the optimism for equity markets from a medium term? I mean, I know the long term is great, but from the medium term, the next 6 months odd, does it cap valuations? Does it cap sentiment, or not really?
Not surely, Neeraj. What we are seeing on the screen today is totally in difference to essentially what we saw on the exit polls or what was the popular opinion. Or so I think to that extent, if the numbers actually pan out the way what we are seeing on the screen right now, this will surely act as some kind of a short-term speed breaker. While I totally agree that nothing really changes from a long-term perspective in India's economic prospects, but clearly in the short term, as far as the markets go and select pockets of the markets go, this will surely act as a speed breaker.
Nilesh, hi, good morning. Tamanna here. I was just looking at what is green on the screen, and there's a lot of FMCG stocks as well, HUL, Britannia, Nestle. You could argue it's defensive play, but also is there a sense if this is what the final number looks like with the BJP 272 and sub 272 by a distance? Then the focus on rural distress increases, maybe more freebies, or you would call it more subsidies, etc. And then the focus is very squarely on bringing the rural economy up to par. And maybe that's what you're also seeing on the screen. So a bit of policy shift, if this is the final number that you have, NDA, third term, now the number at 292. But you have an NDA with a little bit of a different shift, which is not too eager to seem like they're only catering to those watching this channel or trading in the market right now or to corporates, etc. And that shift will be perceptible in policy push. That's what the street is looking at today, isn't it?
Clearly, yes, there is going to be some bit of a risk off more for the markets. There's going to be a shift towards defensives. Clearly, the best candidates for a defensive trade would be FMCG, IT, and pharma. This as a this trio essentially will probably outperform or is best poised to outperform, at least till we have the political uncertainty kind of going down. So I clearly believe that, yes, these are some of the sectors which could do well. Particularly FMCG, I think, is a strong contender for outperformance, not just because of the risk off mode or because it's a defensive bet, but also because rural spending has already seen green shoots. Rural spending, which was kind of quiet for maybe about last 2 to 3 years, that's essentially seems to be bouncing back. So that's first, and two, there's been a cool off in crude oil prices, and that's obviously good news for FMCG because that's a key raw material, at least crude oil based products, which will drive gross margins, drive net margins, and will drive earnings. So I think right now there's a confluence of several positives for the FMCG companies and for all businesses which are oriented towards rural spending. I think two-wheelers also fall in that category. So this, I think, overall as a pack is expected to outperform at least between now and July, when we see essentially the budget for the full year, which will definitely give us a glimpse or a canvas of policy reforms and what to expect over the next few years.
Mr. Singh, good morning and thanks for joining in as well. Would you echo that we may see a different policy? Because in order to form the government this time around, support of allies is also necessary. And if the UP verdict as it stands is anything to go by, there seems to be a question mark on the capex drive. So, or maybe so. So I'm just trying to understand if you think the markets would think like that.
No, good morning. First of all, yes, I partly agree with what Nilesh has said. But at the same time, in the capex cycle, I don't think that will happen, because in any case, the employment generation or employment what is being an issue is now the more employment generation has to come from private sector rather than the public sector. Because that now the position which was taken. So the capex cycle, you specifically talked about UP, and I think that the things are going to continue the same way, because these are the elections, and it's more than sentiment. We have to talk of the arithmetic also. When SP and Congress were fighting together, and if we look the old numbers also, there was likely that there will be some surprises. Actually, the exit polls were a little surprising. That was there. These numbers are not surprising, honestly speaking. But I think with the one thing is coming clear, that NDA will form the government. It looks like as of now. But as you say, we in mutual fund, we always play a long game. We never look at the short term or very, very medium term. So we are absolutely right. India growth story is intact. Capex will continue. And I don't think immediately after the election there's going to be a big shift in the policy that the freebies or other things will come in for. I don't think so. The major event is going to be monsoon rather than the political thing. So we are confident that we're going to continue. But these one day 2,000 points plus and the other day 1,500 minus, these are okay. These are the things which are expected in this hyper political activity. But overall, we are quite confident that we will continue to be in double-digit green zone over the period of time.
The Nifty is back at its day's low point, 700 points off on the index. A little bit of recovery that had come through is also now given way. 22,543, a 720 point cut on the index is what we are seeing. Bank Nifty looks weak. Nilesh, just before we went into this event, for the last couple of months, there's been enough and more chatter about a price correction, a time correction. We withered all those storms, to say the least. But there have been an enormous number of portfolios that have been sitting on some amount of cash or dry powder. Do you feel times like these, or maybe today, is an opportunity to upfront a little bit of that dry powder?
Maybe yes, Samina, to a small extent. But I think investors would probably be well advised to calibrate their purchases or their investments. Keep in mind that we've had an up move, which basically again factored in that the existing coalition and the existing leader of the leading party of the coalition will kind of come in with a significant majority. So obviously, of course, the maths or the arithmetic has kind of got disturbed, especially what we see right now on the screen turns out to be true. So I think to that extent, probably being a bit calibrated might be extremely useful, and that might yield better outcomes. Maybe one could use the time between now and say July, which is when you will see the budget by the new government. That period could be a period of bit of uncertainty, and I think markets don't like uncertainty, which can create downsides in the markets, and you could see downsides in different sectors at different points of time over the course of maybe the next 6 weeks. So I think one has to essentially keep these things in mind. Another thing which I would just like to bring in a historical perspective, that right now we think probably that if there is any, basically the outcome has not been in lines with which was expected, may not augur well for capital goods or not augur well for manufacturing or may not augur well for real estate. But keep in mind that if one flashes back to 2004, when of course the outcome was totally different and we saw a sharp cut. But after that, we saw the bull market continue in India. And that bull market went all the way up to January 2008. So if I were to kind of use a similar corollary, to what happened then, we probably had the lows of the markets in 2001 or 2002, and after that we had a 6 to 7 year bull run. Similarly, if we assume 2020 to be that low point for Indian markets, from there, this bull market could at least have a lot more legs than what we would imagine. And I still think that the leadership, which has been with sectors like energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, real estate, that pack may still not lose the leadership. So I think we need to keep in mind and look back at history, what happened then and what happened now. What changed in 2004 was that post 2004, PSUs as a pack underperformed. And that essentially we have to bear in mind that maybe the PSUs, which have run up so dramatically, quite meaningfully over maybe the last 2 to 3 quarters and over the last 2 to 3 years, there I think probably there might be an elongated speed breaker. Provided what we see on the screen right now turns out to be true by the end of the day or by tomorrow morning.
Singh Saab, Tamanna here. Great to speak with you today. And I think today is also a day for a message for mutual fund investors and investors overall, not just those who are looking at the screen today and the markets today, because they have put their faith in the long-term growth story of India, and that doesn't change, is it?
No, definitely. Long-term growth story remains intact. And this is the time when people have to start contributing more and more to participate in the growth story of the country. It looks like, yes, short term there will be some volatility, uncertainty, which we are talking about, but long-term story definitely continues to be unweighted, and more and more people, and actually these corrections giving the chance to the fund managers to deploy their cash or whatever money is coming in at a right kind of valuations.
Mr. Singh, another quick word from you on, would you consider rebalancing your portfolio at this stage? Maybe a market neutral strategy, move from broader market stocks to more large cap focused names?
See, it's an ongoing journey which keeps on happening every day in and day out. But definitely when these big moves happen, that gives a better opportunities for the fund managers to rebalance their portfolio, keeping in view what is in store. So definitely they'll be taking calls today, and not only with us, but everywhere this will be happening. These moves are definitely helping the fund managers to rebalance their portfolios. That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Singh, just one quick follow-up. Actually, the same thing to Nilesh as well, post that. The other macro, right? There is a large dividend which might help push, keep the fiscal glide path intact. There is a JP Morgan bond inclusion due. What about a bond portfolio currently? Is it a good time also because the optimism around equities in the long term stays, but in the short term might get tempered a little bit?
Yeah. No, two parts. As far as equities are concerned, any player who is coming through mutual fund route is likely to come for a long term, and is coming through long term. That is being certified by the SIP story which is there. That continues unabated. Whatever numbers we have, every month we are adding more and more number of people joining the equity markets for long term. That stays. And now $3 billion coming every month through mutual fund route in maybe next 6 months is going to be a great stabilizer for the markets. As far as fixed income portfolio is concerned, yes, there is an opportunity. If you look at it last 2 days also, especially after the great dividend given by RBI to the government, there's definitely this thing that the deficits will come within range. And now there are so many news, JP Morgan index inclusion, as well as other global factors are definitely hinting towards that. One, our currency is going to remain stable, and second, there's more and more interest of people from outside India also to putting more and more money into the fixed income portfolios for a long time. So that is there, and that is also evident for the last 2 days. Yields cooling down, and that's something. Sooner we participate, better it will be for the investors to make more money into the fixed income portfolio.
Do you think the focus will now very quickly move to policy on the 7th, followed by the budget? And as much as till yesterday afternoon we were talking about how FIs would be so disappointed, they missed the rally, they were sitting short, they were hedged. It seems like they might be having the last laugh in today's session. But what do you feel? What happens between now and the budget? Would you consider rejigging your portfolio at all?
Oh, absolutely, Samina. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be a major overhaul because our portfolios are a bit diversified. Yes, there would be a few sectors where we probably have larger allocations, but as we speak, we don't own any state-owned stock or any PSU stock. So to that extent, one doesn't need to change much. But yes, I think a lot of stocks which one probably had given a pass because of elevated valuations, if we essentially see softness in stock prices, we would essentially be proactively looking at them and wanting to invest into them. So I think, like what I said earlier, that some of the pillars in terms of the investment canvas remains intact, which is on one hand, the energy, the manufacturing, the infrastructure space. I still think that I continue to believe that they will continue to lead the bull charge. Then there's, of course, the steady compounders or the long-term compounders, which essentially are the financials and consumer names, which essentially continue to move on. And lastly, I think online businesses, digital businesses, niche technology services, which are more a global play, will also essentially be a part of the portfolio. So I think this broadly remains. I think the area that one has to be a bit careful about is the PSU pack. And also, I think in terms of the infrastructure and the cap goods, you probably will get more attractive entry points over maybe the course of next 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. Gentlemen, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really appreciate both of you talking to us on this very important day. And clear view, viewers, that the long-term story, of course, stays intact. Short-term, there could be some trepidation as we've seen today. Circa lowest point of the day today for the Nifty, by the way. Maybe a buying opportunity a bit later on for today, though. I don't think too many people are talking about buying currently. Let's wait and watch as the day unfolds. But the first leg of India Market Open is done. We'll, of course, stick with this, obviously so, through the course of the day. But
let me tease what's coming next.
Yeah. No, before that, Tamanna, just the only thing that it's not just, by the way, that the PSUs are being taken to the cleaners. Since we haven't done just a market check, a lot of, yes, PSUs are down. HAL is substantially lower. The Nifty CPSE ETF must be really cracking under pressure today. So a lot of those PSUs have corrected and corrected quite significantly, but a lot of broader end of the spectrum stocks too are reeling under significant pressure, especially the ones which had gained from the policy push. Just want to pull up ABB, for example. The Nifty CPSE ETF is down, CPSE index is down 9%. Pull up ABB India. This is a blue chip name, down about 8% in the session today. Just goes to show it's not just restricted to the PSUs, the selling today.
Neeraj, in the broader markets, apart from 20 stocks on the Nifty 500, everything is deeply in the red.
Yeah.
So it is, it's looking uncomfortable. And I'm guessing if stop losses are getting triggered, the losses are only going to intensify as we go along the day. And this is, I think, what we come back to when we keep talking about the importance of investing regularly in a staggered manner. Now, you want to keep this volatility out. There's no way anybody can call a market's bottom or top or call a sell or a buy. In hindsight, remember, it's Vision's 2020, but what you also want to be mindful of is taking timely profits. I mean, stocks like HAL, BDL gave investors so much opportunity to take.
Those who took profits yesterday are the ones who are sitting and watching today's election
nobody would
results
have done
with
that
popcorn.
because if the exit polls indicated such a big victory. Why would you take your profit on an exit poll day, right? You'd wait for the D-Day.
Perhaps some of that, if people have had, but yeah, that big story continues. You know, you could also look at this as an opportunity to buy into the India story, which you should, frankly, beyond a point which you should, because you had seen so much of froth coming up. But yes, the first leg of India Market Open is done. On the other side, pure politics is what we're going to focus on. What are the numbers showing us? What does it mean for policy direction? And how much of the fight is yet to go? All of that when we come back.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Perhaps too much of excitement this morning and this afternoon now, more than the market had expected, anticipated or wanted. I just want to pull up the Nifty before we start. We've cracked below the 22,000 mark and really in free fall and a lot of big names. I mean, HAL down 18 to 20%. The PSU bank index down 16%. That's the Nifty that you're seeing over there. So it's a painful situation. I just want to pull up the heat map before we get into the other set of numbers. Remember, there are two sets of numbers everyone's watching today. One is what's happening on the street, what's happening on the Nifty, Bank Nifty, and the other one is what you can see on the side of my screen, which is where the tally sits right now. I just want to pull up the heat map very quickly before we move ahead and just look at what's working in this market right now. And you have all of your consumer stocks which are really working. That's a defensive play, consumer and pharma. Those are the two sectors which are working, if at all. That's a defensive play. It's also an idea in a sense that the next government will focus more on rural India. That's why HUL, Britannia, Nestle are your first three winners. I mean, and HUL is up 4%, looking like a hero compared to what has happened to the rest of the market. At the bottom line of that chart, you will see everything that has been running non-stop the last 6 months, since December actually, since the state polls. But today on this show, we have a great lineup for you. Alex, take it away, because this is the big one, isn't it?
It is the big one, and we're talking about cuts of about 6%. We've completely erased what we gained at the start of the week, and we've gone far beyond that. Take a look at the Nifty Bank as well, because that's something that the street was cheering yesterday. It crossed the 50,000 mark. In fact, ended, if I'm not mistaken, just shy of the 51,000 mark. And it's now trading at 47,000, just above that, 30 points above the 47,000 mark. And Tamanna pointed out, the PSU banks losing quite a bit of ground. State Bank of India, which was one of the bright spots in trade yesterday, gaining about 9%, is down quite significantly today. It's down as much as 14%. But we've got, as Tamanna pointed out, a great set of voices to take you through this turmoil, this volatility that you're seeing on the screen right now. We've got Gautam Shah, who's joining in. We've also got Swaroop Mohanty of Mirai Asset Investment Managers joining in. In the studio, we've got Aditya Shah, and we've also got Kush Bora. Thank you so much to all of you for taking the time. We will also be joined by Tejas Mehta to give you a sense of the latest political developments as we're seeing on the side of the screen that Tamanna pointed out. That's something that everyone's looking at. Let me go to you first, Tejas, since that's what the entire market is looking at. And I mean, it would be a bit of an understatement to say that the exit polls got it not just a bit wrong, but so far it's not panning out at all. What would you say about that?
Well, the market is an emotional baby, and that's how it reacts. It gets excited too quickly and it gets unhappy too quickly. Not to worry, in 2004 also, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee didn't make this thing, form the government, the markets had crashed, but then it did well in the next few years. So in the next 15 days, I think these losses would pan out, and especially in the long term, it really doesn't make a difference. But yes, absolutely right on the exit polls. I mean, it is a little surprising and shocking that so many exit polls who are on a similar trend at least, and one cannot, of course, no exit poll is perfect, but that direction of closing to at least most were giving 350 plus. So that not really happening is surprising, and it's much lower. I'd actually kept it for the BJP around 290 to 310, and it's even lower than that. So it's certainly not a great performance by the BJP. And I think while everybody said this was a silent, election, this was an election where the voter was not really happy with the government, but there was not real anger on the ground. Yes, we did not hear the anger, but in many different pockets, there were very different reasons for them to really vote. I mean, we thought Ram Temple would really work wonders for the BJP. It was clear it wasn't really. And even in Faizabad, the BJP is lagging, and the SP is really in the front there, leading the election seat. Also, I think inflation had an impact. I don't think in the last couple of months or a year actually.
Right. Tejas, Tamanna here. If I may just come in, and excellent points there. Definitely inflation is one of them. But you talked about Faizabad. I mean, that's the constituency for Ayodhya, where the Ram Temple was consecrated. I want to pull up what's happening in Amethi, where as per the leads right now, Smriti Irani is actually trailing in Amethi. Quite a few surprises thrown up in this election. Alex was just pointing out that Thiruvananthapuram, Shashi Tharoor is trailing. We have to find a better word than trailing. Trailing is too simple a word.
Let me just pull up the thesaurus while we're at it. But and it's not a small margin. We were looking at what 19,000 plus votes is the margin that he's trailing with. It's not something that is going to be easy to overturn. Of course, we're very close to the halfway mark.
So absolutely. So the point I was making, and sorry for the digression, Tejas, very quickly. Regional leaders coming to the fore. I mean, for Akhilesh Yadav, this is a coming of age politically, if I may say so. Look at what they've done in Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party. Chandrababu Naidu back in the saddle in Andhra Pradesh after, 5 years of no one knowing what's happening with him. Nitish Kumar, I mean, people can call him Alturam, Palturam, whatever it may be, he becomes a very, very important component of the NDA today. Nitish Kumar is politically in the VVIP section of the club. So what Mamata Banerjee holding off in Bengal after so many years. So in a sense, if I were to look for 3-4 headlines for this election, return of regional satraps would be one of them?
Absolutely. And more importantly, if Modi goes ahead to be the prime minister, which I think he will, because the BJP is not someone to let go of power easily. They will make a compromise. It's okay for them to be in a coalition government and go ahead. So I think he will be the prime minister. But I think we'll see a far more democratic prime minister in that sense. We will see somebody who is not, randomly using the powers of the agencies, because that has not gone down well. And I think, yes, breaking of parties will not happen. As we have seen here in Maharashtra, it has not gone down at all well with the people. I mean, the BJP has, themselves lost a lot of seats. So I think these main three, changes are going to happen. And yes, it's not going to be as smooth sailing, or one may say autocratic a rule as the opposition really put it, because there will be checks and balances internally within the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu making a fantastic comeback. Again, the same mistake that the BJP made of arresting leaders, putting them behind bars, questionable, especially without any proper evidence. Same thing happened with Chandrababu Naidu, where he too went behind bars, and that brought him back into relevancy. So I think a lot of leaders who were written off now making a huge comeback, a big sigh of relief for the BJP making inroads in Orissa and of course in Telangana. I think these are the two shining spots for them. Of course, the Thiruvananthapuram seats indicates, again, that they have made the entry in their final bastion in South India. Kerala was the only one remaining. Of course, Tamil Nadu, we'll have to wait and watch what really happens. So I think we're going to see a lot of changes in governance, a lot of changes in the way this third term of Narendra Modi really pans out, because the numbers are not really what anyone really expected.
Yes, absolutely. Good points that you're making. Thank you so much for joining us at noon to give us the picture of how you're reading things. But I think the long-term investor, of course, is going to get a little bit of a jolt today. And portfolios, while they were very happy at the start of trade today or before the start of trade today, they'll be taking a bit of a beating. Swaroop, we've seen over the last 5 years in particular, so many mutual fund investors entering the fold. What is the message that you would give them today?
I think today is a big test of their commitment to the long-term story that one has been discussing. Yes, many will be tested today, and people who don't fall for the trap of looking at short-term biases will pay the penalty of getting away of this long-term India story. At the end of the day, the story remains intact. I keep on saying that, as a young Indian, when things changed for me in the mid-80s, when India started liberalizing or this privatization journey, that journey will continue. I mean, some regimes will enhance that journey a bit, some maybe make that journey a little slow, but there is no denying the fact that this is a one-way traffic, and people who conclude otherwise, like people had concluded yesterday, stand corrected today. And both the stock market as well as politics, the moment you think you know or the moment you think you conclude is when it surprises you. And that's a story which one has to learn today and stick more to their asset allocation than to markets. These are times where the volatilities will start playing out. And I always use my basic statement that in volatility always lies the opportunity. So while some parts might look a little disjointed today, but there are enough parts which will look attractive going forward. Our job as asset managers is to identify 50, 60 stories and give it in the form of portfolio. There is no taking away from that job. There will be 50, 60 what? There'll be 100 good stories in the market, and the portfolio is constructed out of that. The rest is all noise.
Yes. I just want to point out the broader markets. We've been focusing so much on the benchmark Nifty 50, but the real cracks and the real pressure is visible in the broader markets. Right now, you see the mid-cap index that's down over 8%. You have the small-cap index, the small-cap 250 that's down over 9%. In fact, heading towards a sharper cuts there as well. We've got Kush joining in studio. Kush, you were making a point about the VIX. And, what you were doing is you were studying the change in the VIX today as well. Yesterday also we saw a change. But what specifically were you talking about?
Well, the interesting fact is that, there is a very direct correlation between the markets and the VIX, or rather inverse correlation. When the markets fall, the VIX rises. I mean, and then that was bound to happen. But there is this also a strong component where when the event is out of the way, the VIX should compress. Now, I know the magnitude by which the markets are falling is quite high, and hence the VIX is, spiking. But a 40% spike on VIX with the event getting done is perhaps a bit much. I think a lot of programs have gone for a toss, and this is where, option selling becomes a lot risky. So you'll have to be a little conscious. Just to bring 1 point to 4, which is 32-33 is the level from where typically VIX tends to top out in the last few years, except for the 2020 COVID period. So perhaps the VIX is also nearing an uptrend, or rather the up move. So from here on, you could expect further compression, and that could also help the markets recover. Maybe not today, maybe in a day or two, but I think the VIX compression should start to kick in perhaps from tomorrow.
Not by closing session today?
It looks a little difficult because the markets are actually not relenting. You're seeing some bouts of about 50 points. Oh, absolutely.
No, forget relenting. This is a revolt going on in the markets. It's a complete bloodbath. Make no 2 points about it. And can I tell you something? It would have not been so bad if you had a clear mandate on the other side. Yeah. What is and there is this there's this wisdom or collective wisdom or thought that the markets are only betting for the BJP. It's actually a lack of clarity of mandate that irks the markets the most. So you have no single party that has a majority today.
Mark, Tamanna, becomes very important.
It's an alliance. You're back to where you were in 2009.
Yeah.
2014 onwards, you've not been seeing this. So yes.
And that's then, I'll tell you how that's visible in the markets. the markets were hovering around the 22,800 mark. You remember we were having that conversation that, perhaps from here on, markets might stabilize.
Seems so long ago now. It was only 3 hours ago, but yes.
So every couple of, or rather every seat that BJP has lost, because at that time the BJP was showing about 250, 251 seats, now settling somewhere close to 235. So every point that BJP has lost, markets are losing about 0.5% to 1%. And that's the exact point that, you're also making, that there is no clear majority. Even BJP around 235 is not a great deal, and that's what the markets are really worried about.
Yeah, that's a great chart. Just to intervene that our team has put together. What you're seeing on the orange line is the BJP's seats through the day, and what you're seeing in the blue line is the India line seats through the day, and the white line is the corresponding Nifty fall. Exactly what you were saying
1,600
depicted
points
there.
right now. It's painful, right? So the other question is, do you step out and buy if you have conviction? And so far over the last week, we've been talking about several stocks, several sectors that could benefit from policy continuity. Aditya, then the question is, what do you do in this kind of market? Do you wait on the sidelines, or you see such sharp gashes on the screen? Do you step in and buy if you have conviction?
So since the morning, I've been saying that if you get an opportunity, then slowly and steadily you start to add. In my opinion, looking at these numbers, we will get a third term for Modi, but it will not be as strong as the first 2 terms. So to some extent, policy continuity will be there, but there will not be as strong decisions as there were before. So as a result, a lot of PSU stocks are correcting. We've seen PFC, RSC drop by 25%. So what you need to really do is you need to identify good quality companies within the banking space, within the FMCG space, within the chemicals, pharma space, and slowly and steadily try to bet on it. And the moment the market sees that the BJP is going ahead and forming the government, all of these stocks should start to really recover from there on. But the only takeaway from this election result is the policy will not be as strong as it was in the last 2 terms of the BJP.
So they will...
to sort of work the wires and ensure that the flock stays together. They might even try to woo somebody off the India bloc. Anything can happen. So numbers are important, and we'll have to wait for a couple of hours more to see. There are over 200 seats which are at less than 10,000 margin levels. So the leads are very slender in those, and anything can happen.
Uday, you wanted to come in actually, if you want to build on this particular point.
Yes, that's the point I was saying, that last time the victory margins were too high. This time, when the final tally comes, I'm sure there are 100 plus seats which either party would have won with a margin which is less than 20,000. Right. Given the fact that our constituency is about 15 lakhs and given 60% of voting, we are talking about 7 to 8 lakh. And in that, if there are 2 parties and if one is winning by a margin of 10,000, so it's a wafer-thin margin which is going to be there. There is also a point which was made that there will be an attempt made to woo Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar back to India alliance. I see that happening, but I don't see it materializing because of their state pressures on them. Bihar will be going to elections, and Chandrababu Naidu is committed to the NDA alliance. There will be issues which will come, and these issues will be when One Nation, One Election bill comes, when UCC implementation comes, when agriculture reforms, BJP would like to get it back because they repealed it last time, infrastructure push, digitization will have no issues, people will agree with that. But healthcare spending, labor reforms, all these things will have to be shared, co-shared, take them on the board, and they will have to be changed in the functioning the way BJP earlier used to function. And that's going to be a major change in that. But if the BJP, as I said earlier, the last ball is bowled and suddenly you will find BJP near 270, then I don't think this will have any bearing on that.
At the moment, some would consider UP to be a little bit of a surprise. Is it a surprise for you, and are there any other states that stand out for you?
100% UP is a surprise. Maharashtra is a not surprise. Maharashtra, it was expected that BJP, if they touch 15 seats, which they got 22 last time, it would be a sort of a sweets for them. A variety of reasons, let's not get into it. But UP is certainly a big blow to BJP. UP ke ladke, as it was called in last elections. The two kids came together and they showed the David versus Goliath, that mountains can be moved. And that's going to be a major introspection as to what happened where and why nobody predicted it to that extent. BJP was already 62 and there was a room to grow up. 18 seats they were to the brim, which is like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. And BJP once was there. So it was expected that they will reach the last time mark, which is 72, moving from 62. But from 62 to 35 or 40 is a major loss to UP.
Right. I think one very important question, it will look a little too early in the day, Agam. This is a question to all the panelists. I will start with Naresh. Naresh, who do you think would be the finance minister, or allocating ministries and portfolios are going to be a tough task for the Prime Minister?
Definitely, because this is not just going to be BJP or Mr. Modi's decisions alone. Because if you see all the ministries and all the agenda was being set in the last 10 years from PMO. Now, for the first time, this is going to change. And Mr. Modi is not known for a coalition builder when it comes to the government formation. He has built coalitions for taking the country to votes and getting seats. But this time, he has to behave like Mr. Vajpayee. Mr. Vajpayee was very good at coalition dharma, as he used to call it. So this is going to be interesting. So we have to see how this new government is formed. But I want to add my 2 pennies to Andhra and Bihar situation, because Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh and Nitish Kumar in Bihar, they have always won with the help of the BJP, or BJP has won with the help of them. So they are actually real coalition partners. Whenever they have gone away, they did not succeed. So Chandrababu Naidu, despite all the pulls and pushes from the other side, he's unlikely to switch. Correct. And the same Absolutely is with Nitish Kumar, who is known as a somersault master. He has been somersaulting, but he hasn't really succeeded with the other alliance, with the Tejasvi Yadav's or Lalu's alliance. So I think we are going to see an NDA government, but at the same time, we are going to see, a different kind of governance.
Right. One last question to Navneet before we go to Shankar. Navneet, what's your take from here? Do you think that we will hold around 21,000 mark and some stability will come to the market, and how far is that away?
So I don't think I can watch or I can predict where the market next few days. But all I know is that macroeconomic fundamentals are strong relative to rest of the world. India is in a far better situation. Whether you look at the external sector, overall macroeconomic environment, financial stability, the health of the corporate sector. I mean, if you look at the growth data from all perspective, external sector from all perspective, I think Indian economy is in a far better footing than where it was for several years. And I see over the next several years, India delivering good growth, both on the economy as well as on the corporate profits, and the stock market will ultimately deliver that. And biggest positive for India over the last few years that has got built up is the constant flow of retail money into Indian mutual fund industry. So over the next few days, few months, as that money continues, we would look to deploy that money.
Right. I think, Navneet, that's very interesting. Fundamentals are very good as far as the economy is concerned. But right now, there is a lot of volatility, in the markets and in the political scenario. Shankar, your concluding thoughts before I toss to Uday for a short answer.
I think the market should learn to trust the Indian people and the Indian economy. I think the reaction is more about expectations rather than the performance ahead. I think the reaction that we see in the market today and the volatility that we've seen in the last 1 week was based on the expectations of several opinion polls and exit polls. Now that the exit polls have exited the system, some realism will have crept in. I think the fundamental fact is that there are 87 million SIP accounts. We are adding about 2 million SIP accounts every month. Is that going to change? Is the Indian savings condition going to change? Is the Indian corporate sector's performance suddenly going to be wrenched away by something? These people, the politicians, may say extreme things in campaign, but when they come to govern, they will have a reality check. And I think we should be just patient about this. And the most important thing, let's be patient for the final results to come, because any speculation before that, the words tend to come and haunt you later.
Absolutely. Shankar, I think patience and reality. Uday, you want to make a short 10 seconds point before I toss to the
last point is that prediction, I would say that political predictions, that politics and getting power is a strange bed partners come together. BJP is at shortage of some seats. Today we are talking of ZDU and TDP. Congress is 95 in 2-3 India alliance. Don't rule out the possibility that some of the India alliances shifting over to BJP as they are forming the government. And there are 22 others. Don't forget that. So their dependency on ZDU and TDP will reduce considerably.
Absolutely valid point. Maybe the market is hearing you, because we've seen the Nifty recover 1,000 points from day's lows. Well, on that note, taking a moment to thank all our experts here on this panel for taking the time out and speaking to us.
All right, welcome back. Just about 20 odd minutes left for the end of trade, but let's cut across to a very important conference of Sharad Pawar, NCP leader.
उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये सर्वसाधारणपणानं तुम्हा लोकांचं आणि आमच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांचं ॲसेसमेंट जे होतं त्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल उत्तर प्रदेशच्या जनतेनं दिलेला आहे. या निकालाचं आणखीन एक वैशिष्ट्य असं आहे की यापूर्वी भाजपला उत्तर प्रदेश आणि या भागामध्ये जे यश मिळायचं ते त्याचं मार्जिन हे फार मोठं असायचं. आता त्यांना काही ज्या जागा मिळाल्यात त्या मर्यादित अशा प्रकारच्या मार्जिनी मिळाल्यात. याचा अर्थ राष्ट्र पातळीवर आम्ही लोक जसं काही काम करतो त्याचे विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेश आणि हिंदी बेल्टमध्ये जे आमचे सहकारी काम करतात.
Get the highlights of what Sharad Pawar is saying. Remember, as these two groupings now emerge as the key players in the political landscape, Sharad Pawar and on the NDA side, of course, Mr. Amit Shah become very, very crucial in how alliances are stitched up. So we'll get you the highlights of what he's saying. But back to what the markets are doing right now, and Kush and Aditya back in the studios with us. In the last sort of trade, Kush, we're off our day's lows, but we're definitely not moving out of a bearish kind of a trajectory. What would be your strategy right now?
Well, the easy answer is stay out, avoid all of that, right? I sincerely believe that this is a market that wants to go up. The only thing that it's waiting on is the clarity on who forms the government and in what form or fashion, right? Once that is sorted, I think the 25% cut on some of the PSU names and the 20% cut on some of the other high flyer stocks, I think all of that will be taken as a buying opportunity. But let me for now stick with the easy answer, because we don't have the clarity on the government front. So for now, avoid. Perhaps in a day or two, a buying will emerge, and I still believe that this is a market that really wants to go up.
Aditya, you have that smirk on your face. We spoke this morning, and you were of the opinion that we could see a big cut coming. We've given up nearly 7%. You talked about a 15-20% correction. You have another 10% to go, or are you already nibbling back in?
So we are already nibbling back into the markets. Every correction is a buying opportunity. You need to stagger down your investments.
So how much percent are you putting out of 100 rupees? How much are you upfronting today?
20 to 50% is our margin, depending on the stocks that you are invested in. As I said, for the chemical stocks, I will go 50% in right now. For some stocks where the valuation is still a little bit aggressive, I will go 20% now. But you need to stagger down your investments. You don't know how this is going to play out. If Prime Minister Modi comes in, I'm pretty sure that the market will smartly stage a recovery. If there are complications ahead with the alliance partners, we could see some bit of time before recovery comes in. So you need to nibble down, and you don't need to worry as such what is going to happen if the stock market is permanently not going to do well. It will do well over a period of next 2 to 3 years, 4 years as well. But you need to be patient right now, and this is the first test for average retail investor who had entered the market since 2020. And people need to be calm and relaxed that the world is not ending right now.
Easier to say than do, right? Because when you're looking at your portfolio down 10, 15, 20%, you are definitely very nervous. The CPSE ETF is down 24, 25%. I mean, 25% cheaper, isn't that a buy in your opinion? Wouldn't you recommend a buy call? I know this is not a space you're a big fan of, but these are valuations that you're not going to get. Or these are not the sort of corrections you're going to get.
Yeah, but you see, over the last 1 year, the CPSE index itself is up about 100%. And some of the stocks are up 4 to 10x, right? So stock by stock you need to look at. On an index basis, if you want to invest, then it is the time to nibble into the CPSE index. From a stock perspective, individual stocks, you need to filter those stocks out and see what is really happening. As someone said, the defense order would not stop if this government is there or a new government comes in. Indigenization of defense is a very big theme that we have to play for, but stocks are expensive. For example, HAL, which is down 18% today, has run up dramatically over the last 3-4 years.
Man, all these brokerages, right, from a UBS to a Jefferies to a CLSA were betting the house on these defense names, and there was no questions asked at that stage whether there would be policy continuity for that matter. But Kush, I take your point, the market is trying. And that's what eternal bulls do, right? You've got to buy. That's the only way to look, is to look up. But would you buy the index at 27,000, 21,000, 27,000, 21,700, hoping, because by the evening the dust will settle, for a little bit of a recovery tomorrow? Would that be a buy today, sell tomorrow trade on the Nifty?
So my only concern is the volatility, correct? And that's been pretty high. Even the VIX, if you see, we're off the highs, but it's still pretty high. Post event the VIX should have settled and perhaps come 20 or perhaps 22 about. So that's my concern. I would be tempted to buy, but we are not exactly closing at the high point of the day, or if you see the recovery in the last hour or so is perhaps fizzling out a bit. So even the markets are a little undecided just as yet. As I said, I am looking for a buying opportunity, but I'm not the one to catch a falling knife. So I'll wait. I want this to settle down. I want some clarity on the political front, and once that happens, I think the market is poised for a smart recovery. It's just a matter of when and not if. So could be tomorrow, could be day after,
or could be 6 months.
I sincerely doubt that.
I would say end of the week, honestly, because look at what's happening right now. You have an India Alliance meet tomorrow. You have an NDA Alliance meet this evening. You have a whole host of press conferences. I think it should be settled in another couple of days.
So to summarize, over the last 10 years, India enjoyed a political stability premium, and that premium is now at risk if the market foresees that there is not a stable government. And all the rally in all the stocks, all the PSU stocks, was basis that the government will be able to do a lot of things for these companies. So we hope that if the current government comes back, some level of policy certainty will be there and the markets will start to recover.
And I think everyone puts India first, right? At the end of the day, that story still remains intact. Absolutely. One government or the other, nobody wants to not grow.
And that's where the confidence comes from, Samina. The fact that, as I said, this market wants to recover. If you see the kind of recovery that we've seen from the day's low, is testament to that very statement, to the fact that this market really wants to go up. It's just the slight uncertainty, and I'm calling it slight right now.
Yeah, I know, it's 7% low. It's almost certain about the uncertainty.
But also look at it factually. Factually, you have the NDA making the numbers for a third term.
Yeah.
The NDA is forming the government for a third time. The composition of that NDA in terms of which party has how many seats may change compared to what the street expected. But maybe some of this fear is a bit overblown because you are having the same outcome that was expected.
And you're of course the political expert here, but what I'll say is that everyone right now is talking about the NDA partners perhaps being wooed by the Indy alliance. Let's not forget that Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah have also few cards to deal, I suppose, right? And what if someone from the India alliance moves to NDA? You never know. So there are a lot of moving pieces.
Okay, even if you're like upset about the markets today in your portfolio, a lot of entertainment in the political scenario for you next few days.
But quite frankly, just before we get in Deven Choksi, I think the point is probably what Aditya mentioned, which is that independent of whoever eventually makes the party, the market sees this as a coalition government with the BJP not at 265 or thereabouts, but 240, and therefore needing allies at all times. And therefore, some of the policies that have been the bulwark of their policy making might not be as powerful. At least the market may want to believe so until clarity comes over the course of the next few days, weeks and months. So I think which is why this derating, and therefore, who knows? I mean, 4 years on a trot now, we've had PSU banks outperform private banks by a country mile. The YTD PSU bank index was way higher than the bank Nifty. Maybe this is due for a reversal. Deven Choksi Johnson of DR Choksi Investment Managers. Deven, good afternoon. Would you play that theme? I mean, private banks valuations are in your favor. PSU banks are arguably not as cheap as they used to be. Some of the other PSUs have fallen. Would you go for the safety of the private banks if you were investing money today, tomorrow? Or would you say that PSUs have come off between 15 to 30% from their highs, so let's go and buy them? What would you do?
Yeah, good afternoon, Neeraj, and a very pertinent question. I'm glad that I think you raised this question. Private banks are basically known for prudently managing their assets. They're prudently managing their lending, their AUM book. And I think that is where probably I think you are pretty sure about, I think, their ability to manage well on their non-performing asset front. So that is one positive aspect about, I think, the private banks. At the same time, I think while everything else being same, I would think that these banks are basically likely to grow the size of their book, if not in 4 years, maybe in 5 years, to double than what it is there today. In such situation, I think you are basically sure about the growth in the business. And that's where the prudency comes, that's where I think the ability to raise money at a competitive rate comes. And that is where I believe that I think these banks are favorably placed. Maybe the market is right now in a different mood. It is going to take some amount of time to get reconciled on this particular subject of the poll outcome. I would think that overall the quality will start once again getting back into the portfolios of investors. The time when I think you are neglecting the quality and start assigning higher amount of weightage to the risk premium, probably I think you get the treatment which you are otherwise I think deserve if we buy I think the wrong price. So from that perspective, I guess I think some of the quality names will once again get added into the portfolio of investors with the corrective market.
Deven, what are those quality names? What are you buying today? There is so much available, 20% cheaper, right?
Yeah, I think there is nothing which has changed fundamentally for, say, for example, companies like Reliance, for example, companies like State Bank, companies like, I think, ICICI, for that matter, NDFC. All these, I think, heavyweights, I think they remain stronger proposition even today as they were before, I think, yesterday. So from that perspective, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in the infrastructure story of Adani's. I think they remain strong as before. On the contrary, they continue to generate cash, and on the contrary, I think they continue to deploy that cash in building further growth. So all those equations are not changing. Nothing is changing for companies like Larsen, ABB, where they will be executing the projects. Yes, I think the premium valuation at which I think some of these companies have been quoting, that premium valuation may come under some correction because market will be little averse to give the premium valuation to these names for the time being. So that is where probably one will have to be a little bit more mindful than I think ever before. I think that is what I would summarize.
Okay. That's really the view coming in from Deven Choksi as we're winding down to the end of a very, very tough day of trade. I think traders would be hoping that the pain stops earlier rather than later. No, for extended. For the next few days, Aditya, what are the spaces that you'd watch out for? I mean, it seems like an outlier today, but there are some stocks that have performed well, especially in the FMCG space. HUL is 6% up. Nestle, Dabur has had a phenomenal day today. Would you sort of lean into this theme? And that's really the idea. We were speaking with Vijay Kedia also earlier that people will continue to use certain things, habits will not change, the world does not change overnight, and that's the theme that you need to bet on.
Absolutely. So what is going to happen is a little bit of modification of government policies is going to come about, but still the thrust will remain on the infrastructure side of it, on the banking side of it. So we don't change the stocks that we want to invest in per se. So as Deven also said, the large private sector banks look really very interesting at this stage. Having seen the PSU banks outperform them consistently over the last 4 years, and a valuation derating as well for them that we've seen. We've seen the pharma index where a couple of stocks have done well, a couple of stocks have not done well. So you need to look at them as well. And of course, rural will be a consensus bet now, as people will try to go ahead and invest there as it is a defensive space. So I will try to avoid stocks where there is a consensus bet and try to invest in the banks, in the chemicals, in the pharma sector.
Go a little contra.
Go a little contra, because again, consensus, if the government does not do as is expected on the rural side of it, again these stocks may also correct then. So let's hope that the continuity of the policy will remain, even though the policy will not be as strong as before, but still to some extent 70 to 80% the policy continuity will be there. So in my opinion, no change in strategy should be warranted. You should continue to invest as is and see how the new government shapes in the budget. A lot of cues will now be taken from the budget as to what the government wants to really do there.
Certainly. Kush, actually, quick 30-second answer. Would you, sorry if we have already spoken about it, would you buy a Dabur or some of the other FMCG names at these levels?
I would, and also from the fact we would, and also the fact that you have to remember, we were forgetting how defensives are playing out, right? They have to be a part of your portfolio for a day like this.
Everyone was aggressive; they need to be defensive.
Absolutely. So a Dabur, Colgate is perhaps a bet that we've been talking about for a while now. Even the pharma space, for that matter, a Lupin Supla would now perhaps look a little more attractive. So definitely, you should have these in your portfolio, and from a trading perspective as well, yes.
All right, let's get a sense of the political winds right now. Manisha Priyam is joining us, senior academic and a political analyst. Manisha Ji, Tamanna here. Great to speak with you on what is turning out to be an election result that most people had not expected. What would you say is, the big story or headline over here? And if you look at it on the face of it, the NDA has crossed the halfway mark. So technically, there's nothing stopping from the NDA from forming the next government. Yet, it's become all about political gossip right now.
So, Tamanna, through your good offices and the channel of NDTV Profit, let me assure you, the markets, that we are serious academics, and we had done immense field work, and we expected these numbers. We need to call the scamsters out who were ballooning the numbers without basis in research ideas. And I believe very much to the credit of India's democracy and to the credit of the good academic minds that have trailed India's democracy, that we had the numbers more or less right. We were very, very right on how the situation was panning out in the state of Uttar Pradesh. We were very, very right on all the southern states. I think our fieldwork was spot on. In the important and critical state of Maharashtra, we were spot on. And what needs to be understood is that people have voted state-wise. There are important research methods that tell us that when you look at an important subcontinent like the Indian subcontinent, I dare say we are not just a nation, we are large enough, too much variety within us. We act with variations. And that has happened. You've seen that a state of Andhra Pradesh that since formation had not been able to get in investments into the state. Can you believe it? So many freebies by Jagan Mohan Reddy, still the state voted in favor of Chandrababu Naidu, a known globalizer, a known pro-reforms person, one of the first people in India's state-level democracy, known as the CEO of Indian democracy, the first one who brought out a lot of international investment to the state of Andhra Pradesh, that was lowest in the southern tally of states. So I don't think people of India are not mature enough. People of India are very, very mature.
Yes.
They have their issues. and they've brought their issues center state, and the markets need not fear regional political parties. It's a matter of sensitizing the regional political parties as to what forms of national policy are needed best for the nation. And I do think there would be consensus, as there has largely been, barring a few years, the last few years of UPA2, there has been a lot of consensus, and I think that's what will lead the policy continuity forward.
Okay, Manisha ji, we'll come back to you, but give us a few minutes because it's just a few minutes left to go for markets to wind down. And we need to mark where they finally settle after what has been a really rough day. So we should actually start pulling up the day, the Nifty through the day, the advanced decline ratio, and it's been ugly to say the least. But if you look at that Nifty chart, you see a recovery from the depths of where the Nifty was at one point. 21,281 was the low of the day. You could end up closing. You think 22,000 is a distant dream right now in the last 10 minutes, isn't it, Kush? You're closing weaker. Some of those gains have also slid off in the last few minutes.
Well, right now, very honestly, the levels will not matter.
Yeah.
Even a 22,000 kind of a psychological number really won't matter, because what the markets are looking at is what kind of recovery is coming from lower levels, what kind of stocks and how they are reacting. So I don't really think that the level just for today is going to matter. It's perhaps just let the pain, as you said, let the pain get over, the sooner the better. So that's what the markets are aiming for right now.
Oh. Neeraj, you want to come into the question?
Yeah, well, everything is looking so sunk that it's strange, except for, I must say, Heritage Foods, which is up 6.5% because TDP has swept those polls there. Devin, the belief was that, okay, let's think of spaces, right? Telecom, tariffs will go up, etc., etc. Today's reaction to Vodafone seems to suggest that the market has paid those hopes maybe, or is it just that the stock had run up so much that there's a bit of a profit booking? What do you do with a Vodafone, a Bharti, or for that matter, a Reliance?
Well, I think nothing changes, Neeraj, fundamentally on this particular businesses. We continue to consume more internet bandwidth. We continue to consume more bandwidth for our business purpose as well as for other purposes. So I don't think that anything is changing on that front. Yes, I think one thing definitely I would be mindful about the kind of support Vodafone Idea received from the current government. Whether the same level of support they'll be able to pull it out, and give it to them eventually. That is required to be, assessed after a while. At this point of time, we'll have to reconcile a lot of things. I don't think that it's very easy for anybody to take account on it. On the other side, the likes of Jio probably may not be as interested in the Vodafone kind of company getting higher amount of what you call ARPU. Largely because of the fact that if they do increase their ARPU, then in such case, they are also creating headroom for Vodafone to increase their ARPU because they are changing over to 4G spectrum. So through that extent, it can make them more viable. I don't think that it will be in a hurry to increase ARPU. Maybe 4-5% increase per annum is a justifiable increase in the ARPU for the likes of Jio, as I see it at this point of time, because they're driving the entire business on higher amount of consumption of data, which is where they're making money. They're making 60,000 crore worth of EBITDA, 1,20,000 crore worth of top line, which is growing at around close to 20%. So I don't think that they would be in a hurry to increase the ARPU immediately.
Devendra, we've talked about a whole bunch of stocks, but a quick word on Bharat Dynamics, HAL, BEL. Some of these stocks zoomed to record highs up until yesterday, actually. If investors are holding these counters, you think it might be a good idea to take some profits off the table, because I'm still assuming they're in positive territory from a year-to-date return, and re-enter these counters in a staggered manner. Is that recommended, you think, just before we close out today?
Difficult questions, Amena, at this point of time. I feel that the business of these companies continues. They have a visibility of next 3 to 4 years of revenue and so the profit, because the contracts are already signed in. And as far as the country's game plan is concerned, they are not changing. Should this government continue in some other form with coalition, etc., then in such case, nothing changes as far as these companies are concerned. So maybe the premium valuation narrative is going to get changed because of whatever the equation that we are talking about. But beyond that, fundamentals and the workings of the company, they are unlikely to change. So maybe you wait for some time before we reconcile this entire subject and take a call thereafter.
Kush, we've talked about the Nifty. You've said avoid it for now. But is there any stock that you'd play for a pullback? I mean, some of these cuts are being overdone, to say the least, right? Sure, there is the Nifty selling off, there is profit taking, and what we'd love to know what FIs have done this afternoon. But just before that, anything on the street apart from defensive play that may be worth betting on? I mean, a technical pullback, a dead cat bounce, like we call it.
So, Samina, that's the word. Overdone. I believe that a lot of these reactions have been overdone. Now, just to put a different spin to it, if tomorrow we do get the government back, NDA in this current form or fashion, what do you think will happen to an HAL and a BDL that's off 17-20% today, right? So there'll be an immediate pullback. I'm actually very constructive on SBI. I know the entire pack is gone for a toss today, but I'm waiting for some sort of a dust to settle on this, and I have my eyes on SBI, the likes of Canara Bank. These are the two stocks from the PSU stable that from a dead cat bounce, also from the sharp short covering bounce that we are anticipating. So these two stocks are on my radar. A Geo Financial as well. We've been talking about that stock for a long time, and we've been talking if you get it for a lower price you should enter, and this is the lower price that we're talking about. So why not?
Vodafone Idea on the charts?
I've never liked Vodafone Idea. The last time we had a conversation, still don't. So I'll still wait that one out.
What about HDFC Bank then? I have to ask
HDFC Bank was constructive, will remain constructive. 1700 still year-end target on that one.
Okay, it's at 1485 right now.
Yeah, went up until 1400 a few months ago, and we were still saying buy. So
Z had those fundraising plans as well, right? We completely forgot about all that this morning. It's down 11% even now.
I mean, yeah, they announced that they will on July 9th be having a meeting to raise
talk about funds.
I don't think anyone's looking at that story.
It's the same league as Vodafone.
It's only down
Fermi.
10%.
Only. No, it's in the same league as Vodafone. There's a lot of news that comes out, gives way. Yeah. There isn't clarity on it, so you're better off avoiding today.
You don't blame that firm for trying to raise money in a bullish equity market scenario. It's just that that scenario has turned a little bit, so don't quite know about that fundraise for sure.
But if it's a media house and then unable to read when they should raise money, then that's also a question. But
to be fair, it's tough for most people to do that. All exit pollers got it wrong.
All pollsters are licking their wounds. We didn't conduct any polls. I just want to say this. We reported all the polls everyone conducted, but we didn't conduct any polls of our own. We reported the facts as we saw. Devin Choksi, just a quick call from you. So the next 10 hours is actually very, very important politically. In the morning scenario, I would say pre-8:30, 9 a.m. scenario, it seemed like we would be done and dusted with what direction the next government would be heading in, what formation would look like by about noon or so, and then it's business as usual. Now, a lot of clarity has to emerge over the next few hours. Is that why tomorrow again will be very exciting to watch?
Next few hours will be full of horse trading and speculation. So frankly speaking, I think we'll have to wait for tomorrow morning.
Okay, Devin Choksi, we'll leave it at that. Let's wait for tomorrow morning. But thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us today. I really appreciate your time. Aditya, focus on infrastructure and therefore buy into cement, steel, etc. Does that also right now take a bit of a backseat?
In my opinion, no. I will expect, my first base case scenario will be this government will come back, and even if this government doesn't come back, the next government also will need to invest heavily in the infrastructure to boost the economy really up. Even if you want to boost the rural economy, the fastest way to do it is investing in infrastructure in the rural side of it. So cement buy, road constructors buy, EPC buy, but good quality companies where the execution is the prime objective. They can execute projects.
So what is good quality? Pan-India large players or regional players?
Regional players as well as pan-India large players. L&T in cement.
Infrastructure. In cement?
In cement, of course, UltraTech is one of the top picks. UltraTech is the largest cement player. So large companies as well as in cement, small players regionally are also very dominant. Companies like Dalmia Bharat who are very dominant in the east, they look very, very interesting to us. So infrastructure will remain a theme, whether this government comes with a coalition or some other government comes in. That will always remain a theme, at least for the next 10 to 20 years, because that is the demand of the economy really today.
Yeah, it's a proxy to the India story. But just take a step back. I know we keep saying that the government, there is no doubt, and Tamanna Wayne, that there is, NDA is not coming back. I think it's a given that that's the government that's going to form, and there is, I mean, the only probability right now is Modi as Prime Minister.
As of now, yes, but you know,
unless something goes terribly wrong.
No, it's the track records of the allies actually, which is worrying the street and worrying people, which is Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, who swapped sides many times politically. So they have a tendency to swap sides if and when it suits them. So then it becomes about where the best deal is for them politically. They're not ideologically joined together. With the BJP and the TDP and the JD, are not ideologically joined together, unlike the BJP and the Shiv Sena.
If it goes as planned and as per what's expected, all is okay. Yeah. Unless they switch sides.
Yeah, so in fact, and many more could switch sides from one way to the other. The others, the 226 on India, there's a lot of side switching which could happen. All right, markets, they're showing your final, all the numbers there on your screen. You're seeing the Nifty, the Sensex, the NDA, the India, the other, all that. One screen is telling you the story of the day and the pain that we've seen. You know, this is a great time to bring in Manisha Priyam exactly on the question that Samina was asking, and Manisha is best placed to answer it. Manisha Priyam, so the NDA has got the halfway mark and more. You know, in all technicality, they form the next government. Is there any reality to this uncertainty that the market is also seeing, that allies could switch sides? If they do, why should they? Who can come on which sides? All of that starts now, and is that a very real picture?
No, I think you need to assure the markets once again through your good offices of the NDTV Profit that the NDA and its pre-poll allies are at a good 25 seats ahead of the halfway mark, confidently so. And these are pre-poll allies. These are not alliances that are being stitched together after the numbers have been seen. And since the margins are very thin on a lot of seats, the full and final picture will come out by about 9 p.m. today. Remember also there's the tallying of Form 17Cs with a randomized count of the VVPAT trails. I do believe that both the parties, yes, you can say that they flipped sides, etc. But look at the fact that Andhra Pradesh, that Chandrababu built bit by bit, broke apart into 2 states. So that's India for you. But the fact is that both the chief ministers, the Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar, are pro-reform leaders. Remember, Nitish has been known for his pro-poor governance, but invited the World Bank into the state of Bihar. Chandrababu Naidu, the first amongst Indian states to take a loan from the World Bank for the Andhra Pradesh economic restructuring program, took very many hard decisions before Mr. Modi got known for these. It was Chandrababu Naidu who was privatizing the power sector, etc. So known for that, Chandrababu Naidu has won this mandate on assuring the electorate that he would build a capital in Amravati, he would get international investment in, and that credibility goes with the name of the man. Yes, politically there have been differences, there have been ups and downs. So I think there will be some political readjustment that will need to be done, especially in terms of, if you remember the arrests that had been done for Chandrababu Naidu and Jagan Mohan Reddy had prevailed over the center, then those are political issues that will need to be resolved. And coalition government led by Narendra Modi may be a good bit to advance reforms right now.
Actually, that was going to be my question, Ms. Priyam. This is Neeraj Shah here. Just one thing. I mean, if the market fears that a non-272 BJP-led government would mean reforms could be slower and less effective, you are effectively saying that may not be the case.
Look at the track record of the 2 chief ministers.
Right.
And the fact is that markets need to understand that poverty, joblessness, if not handled by political parties, they will become big-time social problems. We are leading the world in terms of the largest number of youth. Where is this concentration of youth? Largely in the states of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Do we want to be the unemployment capital of the world? The market should pull up their socks and ask us to be open with our numbers. Open numbers lead to pressures on political governments to deal social issues. Governments are put in place to deal with social and political issues. Markets know what to do best. And so far, India's markets have been upholding the face of Indian markets in the global world. And I think if politics has put the pressure on politicians to resolve certain political and social issues, the markets need to understand that they didn't have to do this, but it has been a problem solved on their behalf. Research papers after research papers, the interview questionnaires we have, lots of poor women in Bihar, for example, very happy with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's programs of Jan Dhan, etc., cylinder, etc., but talking about the fact that the Agniveer program has not been good for their young boys. How do we invest in the future of our young boys? They are looking for low order, secure government jobs. And the second thing is definitely very high inflation on essentials. So no point asking these. This is our society.
No,
we need to
absolutely. Manisha ji, I get your point completely. And you know, the political reality of India and Bharat comes up and that voice has to be heard, whether it is by Dalal Street, whether it's by Mint Street, or you know, whether it's across the policy making spectrum. And really both go hand in hand. So that's an important point. I want to thank you for your time. Manisha Priyam there very astutely put the whole political picture together for us. According to her, clarity on the final numbers could come as late as 9 p.m. because it's a very close fight in a lot of seats. A lot of seats have just 5,000 difference between them. The margin of victory is very thin. So you have to see consecutive rounds and what happens there. We'll take a very quick break. What next for the markets? What next for the policy scenario? We're speaking with Saurabh Mukherjee on the other side.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit. We've wrapped up market trade and it's been a rough day, very, very rough day. From the get-go, the markets had seen a bloodbath. The Nifty has ended deeply in the red with a big cut on back of the reaction to those exit polls. Why I say that is because on back of the exit polls, the markets had run up quite substantially yesterday. Of course, with the numbers that you're seeing on the screen, there's a little bit of disappointment amongst the bulls on the street. Saurabh Mukherjee now joins in with his view of what lies ahead. Saurabh, hi, thanks for joining in. Saurabh, it's been a tough day on Dalal Street and some may argue that the sell-off is overdone because the fact remains that the NDA is coming back for a third term. Everybody and anybody does still put India first. Our growth story still remains intact and policy continuity more or less is a given. So why the nervousness?
So look, honestly, I think there's a big component of retail investor over enthusiasm in what's transpired in India over the last few weeks. Remember, 3 years ago, India had 30 million retail investors. Now India has 150 million retail investors, and I think a lot of the retail investor mania around the elections is based on their reading of the political landscape rather than the underlying realities. I completely agree with you. I think we'll get a great deal of policy continuity. The NDA is likely to continue doing much of what they've done over the last 5 years, and hence anybody who's a long-term investor, I think, finds themselves in a very nice position to invest in the Indian economy ahead of what I think will be a strong economic upswing as the global interest rate cycle turns south. So I don't think long-term investors could have asked for anything better. You're getting a great entry point, you're getting policy continuity, and you're getting all of that right at the top of the interest rate cycle, with inflation softening across the world and with policy certainty maintained for the next 5 years.
Saurabh, good afternoon, Neeraj here. How do you think of portfolio construct very, very closely? Would a ideal portfolio of a coffee can portfolio for 5 years, not really for 10, but a coffee can portfolio for 5 years, look materially different over the next 5 years than what an ideal coffee can or a 5-year portfolio would have looked like from 2019 to 2024?
Yeah. So look, I mean, had we been a little bit more prescient about the capex pickup back in 2019, Neeraj, we would have had a few more capex plays in our portfolio and a fewer consumption plays. Looking out over the next 5 years, I think consumption plays which have struggled over the last 3 years, I think should stage a comeback. So say large holdings of ours, such as a Dr. Lal Path Labs or a Bajaj Finance or Asian Paints, Eicher Motors. I think these companies should do well over the next 5 years, both from a fundamental perspective, the earnings compounding should hold up. Plus, I think, given the election outcome, I think it's bound to be the case that there will be a step up in spending on welfare, on rural. So the consumption piece, which has struggled both from a GDP growth perspective and from a stock market perspective over the last 3 years, I think should see a better run over the next 5 years. And in parallel, I think private sector capex should come back. I think we're seeing pretty strong signs over the last 6 months that private sector capex is returning. Public sector capex might have to be a little bit more muted. Public sector capex has been on a hyperdrive over the last 4 years. I think last 3 budgets, excluding the February vote on account, last 3 budget public sector capex went up 33% each time. I think that might have to be throttled back a little bit, but private sector capex, I think, comes back, and therefore we have, say, tube investments in our portfolio to benefit from that. Alongside that, consumption recovers, and as you're alluding to, Neeraj, a coffee can portfolio type construct, high quality companies for the long run should be well placed over the next 5 years or so.
Saurabh, today, the question is about how investors need to go back to the drawing board in terms of where they see the largest upside. I mean, in a sense, if you go to see it, everyone's nervous in the markets today, but the kind of free fall we've seen, all those crying about valuations and how prices have run up. In hindsight, people will look back at today and say, hey, there were great opportunities out there. How do you spot those opportunities? Do you need to relook at the kind of worth you were seeing in PSUs, defense, rails, etc., because of the political uncertainty, and go back to basics?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask that question. I still don't understand why people buy PSUs and defense and rail. Honestly, it beats me. But anyway, whoever was doing it,
a lot of people, Saurabh. A lot of people, not you, but a lot of people.
Hopefully, they'll get a reality check. That being said, I do believe the macro has been healthy for the last 3 years. I think the policy making has been solid over the last decade. And I think from an investor's perspective, this is a good result. This is a government which is high in energy, great on execution, conservative in fiscal policy. Those are massive pluses from a long-term investor's perspective, right? Government focused on execution, focused on proactive policy making, focused on fiscal conservatism. We need those things, and I think those will hold the country in good stead. The PSU piece, the sort of mania in the market over the last couple of years with the PSU piece, we didn't participate in it, and as a result, as I'm sure you know, we underperformed. I don't know what happens to PSUs this point in, but I think well-run companies across private sector capex and across consumption, well-run companies, well-managed franchises should continue to generate strong results, strong EPS growth, and hopefully that will translate into share price action as well, as opposed to the complete mania on PSUs over the last couple of years, which has been a little perplexing for us.
Saurabh, do you think private sector banks in India are run well and should find a place in one's portfolio at this juncture?
So look, we've been long-standing holders of HDFC Bank, and it remains one of the key holdings in our portfolio. My reading is over the next 5 years, not only will private sector banks continue to compound at a decent clip, but I think we'll also see, in spite of today's action, I think we'll also see stock market plays, right? So we have in our portfolio, some of our portfolios, Motilal Oswal, we have Prudent Corporate. I think stock market plays, asset management, wealth management, they will continue to do well because financialization of wealth will continue in India. And I think one of the most intriguing opportunities thrown up by today's correction is, which stock market linked plays we should load up more on, because I don't see the financialization of wealth stopping. I don't think Indians will suddenly go back to investing their hard-earned money in fixed deposits and real estate. I think the financialization of wealth continues, and I think this is a great juncture to consider for those who are watching, which stock market / asset management / wealth market play do you want to load up in your portfolio?
Saurabh, one play that had become a talking point in the last few months, and for obvious reasons, was anything to do with capital markets. So be it, your 360, Nuvama, JM, BSE, NSE in the unlisted market, CDSL, they seem like great opportunities because of financialization of assets in India. With what we are seeing now, and for maybe potentially for the next couple of months, is that there could be a little bit of withdrawals, SIPs may slow down, a little bit of nervousness has set in. In a case like that, earnings of these companies will be hit. Do you agree with me, or do you think I'm stretching the band a bit much?
No, look, I mean, there are opportunities in stock market linked plays. The way we have seen it is we've avoided the market infrastructure plays. I think market infrastructure plays optically appear to be monopolies, but they don't actually have pricing power, and hence we've steered clear of that. Amongst the wealth management plays, we chose to invest in Motilal Oswal because we felt that the principal agent issue, where often in stock market plays, the interests of the owners diverge from that of the management. There isn't that issue in Motilal Oswal. Motilal Oswal ji, Ramdev ji, management, etc., owns 70-75% of the company, and it's a well-run company, and therefore we loaded up on that a few months ago, and we'll stay invested. We'll stay invested in that in spite of today's correction. But other people who are, other people might say it's 361, other people might say it's Nuvama, and I think they're perfectly justified to say that. And I do believe there are big opportunities in investing in high-quality wealth managers, asset managers, and market-linked plays. My reading is the bull market continues, the financialization of wealth continues, and this is a good juncture to seriously consider adding these companies to your portfolio if you haven't already done so.
So, just reiterating, you are saying that you would not waiting for the uncertainty to bring in tactically better levels. You are happy putting money to work currently.
In fact, this evening when I talked to our clients, we told them, to be fair, especially with our foreign investor clients, we told them to broadly expect this outcome. And I told them that this is broadly where you're likely to end up. There was obviously trepidation about the outcome, and I think, as you're suggesting, Nirav, there's still trepidation. But I think this is an outcome that long-term investors can proactively consider investing in.
Saurabh, I just want some clarity on that. You told your clients to broadly expect this outcome. So you saw an ND above the halfway mark, but not the BJP by itself. And when we were seeing all of these 350 plus.
That was straightforward maths to do. Honestly, I'll explain some other day why that was reasonably straightforward maths to do. So we said that this is a good outcome because you get high energy, high quality policy making from the BJP. We've seen plenty of that, and we really admire the way.
There are three key events that we are tracking here. One is the 5:30 p.m. press conference that Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are expected to address. Shortly thereafter, a delegation of the Congress will also visit the Election Commission of India, is what we're learning. And that is most probably a formality that will happen. And then tomorrow is the India Alliance formal meeting that Sharad Pawar also spoke about. So these three key events are next in line as we continue to see more and more leaders, senior leaders throng the Congress headquarters to discuss more, as the India Alliance will probably fall short of the majority mark, but still a very, very strong performance from Congress and its allies.
Now, Rishabh, also what we are given to understand is that Rahul Gandhi has managed to keep both his seats, and that obviously is going to trickle down within the Congress workers. How's that been taken?
That's right. This is a massive, massive point of celebration here. Every time Rahul Gandhi's name is up on the screens of one of the TV channels that everyone is following here, there is a massive, massive cheer. There are of course fans of Congress, lifelong fans that are here and available and professing their love for their leader. The common sense between everyone is that the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been a very, very key tool for the Congress, for the Congress's revival. And what we're also seeing is that workers have been given a way to sort of be jubilant about the elections. The Congress has received a beating the past two Lok Sabha elections, and the source of joy has only been a few assembly elections in the middle. So it's a very different Congress party headquarters that we're seeing today.
All right. To Maharashtra next, where the India Alliance has sprung a surprise. The Mahavikas Aghadi of the Congress, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar's faction of the NCP are leading in 29 seats, while the BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena are leading in 19. NDTV's Radhika Ramaswamy is at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. Radhika, absolute celebrations over there. Obviously, Maharashtra was always going to throw up a surprise, and it has, in fact, the India Alliance leading despite there being a government of the MVA.
I'm not able to hear you clearly because celebrations have erupted outside Uddhav Sena Bhavan. So I'm just going to cut straight across to celebrations that we are seeing outside Sena Bhavan. As you can see, Shiv Sena workers, Uddhav Sena workers have gathered in large numbers as they have a clear lead. MPA has a clear lead in Maharashtra so far. We're talking about 27 seats so far that they have won. And these are initial figures, of course, but 27 is the number we are hearing as far as MPA is concerned, and 20 for the NDA, the ruling NDA. So this is obviously a huge, huge sense of validation as far as Uddhav Sena is concerned, or for Sharad Pawar. That's the kind of celebration we're seeing here. Tons of workers are gathered here. They are showing off the Mashal sign, the new Mashal sign that had been given to Uddhav Sena, along with Sena flag as well. And there are colors here, drums all around. So in a way, MPA in Maharashtra, which is the opposition party in Maharashtra, has called these elections. Sharad Pawar has taken a press conference in which he has said numbers, or rather MVA leading. All this as a result of Sena split, as a result of NCP split. Of course, there was an identity battle of sorts, there was legacy battle of sorts, and also a legal battle that was playing out across Maharashtra over the last 2 years post the split, with each faction claiming that they are the real Sena and they are the real NCP. So here what we are seeing is a sense of validation.
Right, absolutely, Radhika. As you're pointing out, of course, the sentiment of workers over there taking over as they celebrate at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. For the moment, Radhika, thank you. Now, the first voice that came in from the BJP today was the former Union Minister Prakash Javadekar, who responded to media persons on the upset in Uttar Pradesh. Listen in.
I will tell you only one thing, that be sure, don't be skeptic. Many want to be skeptic always, but I want to say clearly that NDA will win third time election and Modi will become Prime Minister third time.
Well, in fact, that's this word coming in from the BJP MP Kiran Rijiju as well. While speaking to NDTV, he said that Prime Minister Modi's third term is ensured and that the India growth trajectory will gain momentum.
But overall, the mood and the support base, if you see the entire NDA, there is a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become Prime Minister for the third time. And it is a historic moment despite so much of negative campaign by the opposition parties trying to wipe up the sentiments of different kinds, playing all kind of negative politics, but still Modi's leadership is being cemented, seem to be, by the people of India. So it's a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time.
All right, and it was a closely fought battle in Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, where Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut is the BJP's candidate. Ranaut is set to win the seat and become an MP for the first time. Now, speaking to media persons, the actor said that the victory was due to Prime Minister Modi.
हमारे जो नेता है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नाम पर ये चुनाव लड़ा है और उनकी जो क्रेडिबिलिटी है, उनकी जो गारंटी है और उन पर जो लोगों का विश्वास है, आज उसी का ही परिणाम है कि हम तीसरी बार जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है अपनी सरकार सेंटर में बनाने जा रही है और आप सबका आशीर्वाद हमें चाहिए। और ये साथ ही मैं अब जो है आपसे मिलती रहूंगी और आगे जो भी है, जो जिस तरह से हमारा प्लान है चीज़ें एग्जीक्यूट करने का और लॉन्च करने का, वो हम डिस्कस करते रहेंगे। आप सब मीडिया बंधुओं का भी हमें जो है वो इसमें सहयोग चाहिए होगा और मंडी का जो है अब भविष्य जो है बहुत ही उज्जवल होगा। धन्यवाद।
Well, on that note, we slip into a very short break here on India Decides, but we return with more focus this time on what's happening in West Bengal as well as Andhra Pradesh. Stay with us.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many...
Welcome back. You're watching our special broadcast, India Decides 2024. Now, the JDU has sprung a huge surprise in Bihar as it surpassed the BJP. Let's go across to Prabhakar Kumar of NDTV. He's joining us from Patna. Prabhakar, good evening. Prabhakar, you know, it's been quite a surprise that the JDU has actually come up with. And given the nature with the manner in which Nitish Kumar operates, we understand that already calls have been made to him by the BJP to make sure that he stays with them. Also take us through how this gives Nitish Kumar a lot of leg room to negotiate.
Yeah, it's a big day for Nitish Kumar, for JDU, and remember the kind of politics he has been doing for long. Nitish Kumar is one man whom politically you can't actually bank upon because he is known for switching sides, and that's the reason why the moment JDU has actually crossed that 14 figure, which is quite a substantial, quite a number, because JDU was contesting at around 17 seats and they have been able to manage 14 seats so far, though the results are not out on many of the seats, but as the trend suggests that they will be scoring somewhere around 14, so they become a very important coalition partner for NDA. And seeing the overall BJP's number or overall NDA tally, this 14 number becomes one of the important figures, that whether it's TDP or the JDU, it becomes politically important for BJP actually if they want to reach that magic number. That's the reason why both the leaders of both the factions of NDA, of BJP, we were told that Amit Shah had a word with Nitish Kumar. He had a telephonic conversation with Nitish Kumar, and as we are talking, the Bihar state president of BJP, he is meeting Nitish Kumar at his official residence, and also the leaders of India Alliance, they are in touch with Nitish Kumar. They are trying to get in touch with Nitish Kumar on a telephonic conversation. We don't have confirmation as of now as to who all actually had a word with him. There were rumors few minutes back that Sharad Pawar had a word with Nitish Kumar, which Sharad Pawar actually officially denied, saying that he has not spoken to Nitish Kumar. But what we are learning is that many of the leaders of both India Alliance and BJP and the NDA, they are in touch with Nitish Kumar. They are trying to ensure that he remains on their side, because his style of political functioning is that he is known for switching sides. And remember, out of the 40 seats in Bihar, if JDU scores 14, they contested on 17 seats, they are scoring 14, so that's quite a score actually for Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar has not been keeping well medically for last few months, so there were rumors that JDU would be one of the alliance partners of BJP, which would actually bring down the numbers of NDA in Bihar, but it happened otherwise. The BJP actually failed to score their numbers. Their scoreboard was not impressive, whereas JDU's scoreboard was quite impressive from that standard. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. So very interesting. It's going to be interesting rather to watch out for how that works out. Let's also bring in Saurabh Gupta now. He's reporting from West Bengal. Saurabh, good evening. Now, the exit poll, Saurabh, completely off the mark. Mamata Banerjee holding her ground. Not just that, you know, she obviously is someone who everybody will be rushing to at this moment. India Alliance, of course, she said earlier that she's going to support them from outside. Where does this leave her?
Well, you know, this is a drubbing for the BJP and the second time in West Bengal. And for the second time, exit polls have got it completely wrong in the state. In both times, they predicted victories for the BJP, but just the opposite happened. Didi magic has prevailed. The election in Bengal was clearly Didi versus Modi, and Didi has won. That's very clear from this election result as far as West Bengal is concerned. Now, when it comes to seats, if you look at seats, Abhishek Banerjee, who practically was the general of this battle for the Trinamool Congress. If Mamata Banerjee was the commander-in-chief, the general who led the Trinamool into the battle was Abhishek Banerjee. And he, of course, wins with a margin
of, believe it or not, 6 lakh votes. That's the kind of margin that Abhishek Banerjee is looking at from Diamond Harbour, at least currently. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the Congress's stalwart, man who was known to be anti-Mamata Banerjee, loses a seat he's won for 6 years. In the Shubhendu Adhikari strongholds, the lead that the BJP has is wafer thin. Balurghat, Shukanta Majumdar, a seesaw battle. Again, these are big wigs of the BJP. In North Bengal, the BJP seems to have managed to hold on to Darjeeling, but in other seats there was a contest, and this is something that perhaps the BJP will have to introspect. They've lost ground in Bengal, and Didi magic has prevailed despite the Prime Minister's involvement in this campaign. It was always the Prime Minister. He held so many rallies and took on the Trinamool Congress head on. Mamata Banerjee responded to the Prime Minister, and if I were to list 4 or 5 issues that have worked in favor of the Trinamool Congress, I'll quickly go by them one by one. One, Lokhir Bhandar. That's a scheme of stipend for women in West Bengal. It's worked on the ground. We've seen it during the campaign. It yielded massive results, so much so that the BJP had to come around and say, we'll increase the value of Lakshmi Bhandar. But people obviously trusted Mamata Banerjee on Lakshmi Bhandar. The second thing is, of course, this whole attack on what the Trinamool said was fish eating, that the Prime Minister was against, fish eaters. And this is something, again, Mamata Banerjee repeated in rallies, that why did the Prime Minister bring up Tejasvi Yadav eating fish? Something that, again, Bengalis and fish, you can't, dissociate the two. And therefore, that's one thing that seems to have been an issue of resonance in the campaign. Then, of course, you had the issue of withholding funds, something that the Trinamool went to town with, and even claimed that they had paid out certain dues that were withheld to Manrega scheme beneficiaries from the state's own revenues. Fourth, and this is also important, there were High Court orders that came during the election. Many questioned the timing, and these were cancellation of jobs and cancellation of certificates that were granted. Now, the Trinamool claimed these were done at the behest of the BJP. The Trinamool turned it around, several rallies. The Mamata Banerjee said that the BJP was behind all of this. And that's something that also perhaps seems to have worked in favor of the Trinamool and backfired as far as the BJP is concerned. So, obviously, while there were High Court judgments, they did have an impact on the election. So, that's what leaves Mamata Banerjee with this tally of 29 seats in this state of 42 parliamentary seats.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, Mamata Banerjee managing to capitalize on all the issues and those seem to have worked in favor of her. Thank you for the moment. Now, let's also go across to Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu's TDP is a key dependent for the NDA to get the required majority. The Telugu Desam party has already reached a majority in the state, and Uma Sudhir now joins us. Uma, Chandrababu Naidu, of course, ready to take oath as the next chief minister. Also, we've seen the BJP's top leadership constantly being in touch with Chandrababu Naidu. So he's turned into quite the kingmaker, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. Chandrababu Naidu would certainly love that role, because that's a role that he has played in 1996 as well as convener of the United Front when in fact Deve Gowda and then I.K. Gujral became Prime Minister and he was the convener of the United Front. And yes, he has also played a national role when he was part of the NDA in 1999 when the Telugu Desam turned out to be the second largest party with 29 MPs. Right now, Chandrababu Naidu is sitting on a tsunami of a score in the assembly election, having in a sense should I say bettered what the numbers that the YSRCP had done in 2019. They had got 151 out of 175, and now Chandrababu Naidu, just the Telugu Desam, is getting 133 out of the 144 seats that he contested. Janasena, very, very impressive gold standard that they have set. Not just has Pawan Kalyan won in Pitapuram Assembly constituency from where he was contesting, all his candidates seem headed for victory. So it is 21 out of 21, 100% 40% strike rate for the Janasena in Andhra Pradesh. The third partner, of course, BJP, had contested 10 assembly seats, and they could be heading towards victory in as many as 5 of them, it appears. But in the Lok Sabha seats as well, the NDA alliance headed towards getting at least 20 plus of those 25 seats in Andhra Pradesh. What I must point out is that just about 8 months ago, Chandrababu Naidu seemed to be almost a politician whose political innings of almost 50 years was coming to an end. He was sent to jail in September of last year, and at that time he was an accused in the skill development case, and there were multiple cases that were piled up on that to ensure, it appeared, to keep him in jail for the longest period of time. And at that time, despite the efforts of Chandrababu Naidu himself, his son Lokesh, as well as his wife Bhuvaneshwari, who otherwise has never been in politics but came out in the public domain to talk about her husband and talk on behalf of the party that her father N.T. Rama Rao had founded. At that time, things were looking really bleak for this 74-year-old politician. In fact, if he had lost this election in 2024, it would have probably been curtains for the leader and a lot of legal trouble. But things can change dramatically. You cannot write off anyone in politics. That's what it shows, and especially not a wily politician as Chandrababu Naidu has often been described.
Uma, I actually wanted to ask you, what was it that turned the tide in favor of Chandrababu Naidu? Because he's done a spectacular job, and I'm going to come back to you on that one. Do stay with us. Let's also bring in Tanishq Punjabi. Tanishq, the Samajwadi Party, now that's been the big story of today from Uttar Pradesh, hasn't it? Akhilesh Yadav managing to put the India alliance neck and neck really with the BJP over there. Quite a surprise coming in.
Well, yes, definitely. You know, if we look at the exit polls, that of course, all the exit polls that were going on, none of them predicted that the Samajwadi Party or the India Alliance add together could win around, could win more than 12 to 14 seats here in Uttar Pradesh. But yes, of course, today's results are very surprising here. If I talk about the current numbers, the India bloc together is leading on around 40 seats, the BJP on 39 seats, and one is of course of the Azad Party of Chandrasekhar. But talking about the Congress here, apart from SP's surge here in Uttar Pradesh in 2019, it was only 5 seats that the Samajwadi Party managed to win. This time the tally will definitely go up. But there is another very important story here is of course the resurgence of Congress in Uttar Pradesh. In 2019, remember, the Congress had only one seat with them. That was the Raebareli seat, the so-called the Congress bastion or the Gandhi family's bastion. But this time the Congress is leading on several seats. Out of the 6 seats, the Congress is leading with more than 30 to 40,000 votes in several seats like Barabanki, Allahabad, Raebareli, of course, and Amethi, as of course the Congress has managed to win now, defeating the giant slayer Smriti Irani. So of course, very interesting here. This was rather unexpected. I am right now behind the Samajwadi Party, in front of the Samajwadi Party office. The party workers are of course gathering here for celebrations. But one important thing to note here is that none of the parties are celebrating too early. Akhilesh Yadav is still inside his home. Of course, important meetings going on right now, important talks going on. But Akhilesh Yadav is not at the party office right now to, celebrate this. Of course. But yes, the party workers have started gathering. Numerically important, Uttar Pradesh, 80 seats, a very tough fight. The BJP managed to win around 64 last time. It is currently leading on around 39 seats, and the Samajwadi Party and the Congress together are together leading on around 40 seats.
Absolutely. You pointed out the fact that the Congress Party has also done quite a turnaround over there. Raebareli, Amethi, of course, going to grab headlines. Let me go back to Uma now. Uma, we were talking about the fact that, till a few months ago, many would have written off Chandrababu Naidu completely. He's not only managed a political comeback in Andhra Pradesh, but he's also going to be so important to the NDA. Now, what has brought it about?
So the turning point really came with the actor, politician, Janasena leader, Mr. Pawan Kalyan, actually in a very cinematic manner going into Rajamundry jail, meeting Chandrababu Naidu, coming out and dramatically making this announcement saying that his Janasena is going to fight the election along with Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam. And at that time, it was seen with a lot of skepticism, but he gave the Telugu Desam a lot of hope, and suddenly it seemed like there could be some possibility there, political comeback possibility there. And Pawan Kalyan, remember, was part of the NDA, and it was not a secret at all that the BJP was not really in love with Chandrababu Naidu. They were actually looked at him with a lot of suspicion, because twice in the past he has taken on Prime Minister Modi. First, when he was Chief Minister 2002, he had in fact demanded the resignation of Chief Minister Narendra Modi, who was then the Chief Minister of Gujarat. This was after the Godhra riots. In 2018, he had said he had blamed Prime Minister Narendra Modi for not giving special category status to Andhra Pradesh, and he had used quite sharp language for him, and that's the reason why the NDA and the BJP had wanted nothing to do with him. But political expediency took over, and Pawan Kalyan played an important role in convincing the BJP that they all need to get together in order to defeat the YSRCP, and that's exactly what happened. There is a momentum that picked up after that, and that's what led in fact to this victory. And Chandrababu Naidu knew that the alliance between the Janasena and the Telugu Desam needs to work on the ground, and that's why both these leaders also, I must say, did the alliance dharma very well. Every week they would have at least 2 meetings together, public meetings I'm talking about, and they would be very courteous to each other, giving each other respect, that space, so that the message went down the line to the cadres that they are not in competition, that they need to work together. And that's why the alliance seems to have worked beautifully. The caste equation between the Kamma and the Kapu, the cadres between them, and remember, all this vote needed to be transferred to the BJP as well. So they were able to tell people about the importance of the BJP being part of the alliance, and that's how the vote transfer happened to the BJP, which otherwise does not even have 1% vote share there. And the TDP and the Janasena in many senses ensuring the victories of the BJP in the Lok Sabha as well as the assembly seats in Andhra Pradesh as part of this NDA alliance. But much more important is what's going to happen now. While we expect any minute now the Jagan Mohan Reddy will go in and formally hand over his resignation letter, Chandrababu Naidu is going to be taking his oath as Chief Minister on the 9th of June in Amaravati, which he as well as Mr. Amit Shah and others have declared will actually now be the capital of Andhra Pradesh. Remember, we just celebrated 10 years of Telangana formation and 10 years of Andhra Pradesh not having a capital, and therefore Amaravati going to be that capital that Chandrababu Naidu promised. Can he now, with his new status of being a very important leader, you spoke about Naidu could once again be kingmaker. I've spoken to senior leaders in the party, and they are telling me that yes, there is such an opportunity, but we intend to stick by our alliance dharma and we will stay loyal to the NDA. This of course is political speak, so things could change dramatically, because we do know that while the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have spoken with Chandrababu Naidu,
Absolutely.
we also do know that Sitaram Yechuri and Sharad Pawar and DK Shiv Kumar have also spoken, and there could be other leaders like Revant Reddy, who has been an associate of Chandrababu Naidu, who could be used to once again begin these conversations that could lead to something. Remember, tomorrow is the, JP Nadda was having a meeting this afternoon, and we are going to be seeing Sharad Pawar and others of the India Alliance also getting together. So things are still quite fluid at the national level. If Tanishq was pointing out that celebrations have not begun in Uttar Pradesh,
Absolutely, Uma,
in Andhra Pradesh the story is one side complete because of the assembly elections. The other is the bigger picture in Delhi, and that's where everyone is now looking.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, there's going to still be a lot of fluidity, a lot of tension perhaps on how this really pans out. Let's bring in Jitendra Dikshit now. Jitendra, Maharashtra has been quite another story today. It's been a close NDA versus India alliance battle that we've seen panning out in Maharashtra. But at this point in time, it does appear that the India alliance has not only managed to, keep its flock together, also the fact that they have managed these number of seats. Give us an overall sense of how this happened, despite the fact that there was so much push put in by the BJP. Here we saw so many rallies take place of the Prime Minister. There were other senior leaders who continuously, were in Maharashtra campaigning.
Right now I'm at Pune at a counting center where Supriya Sule is leading. Her sister-in-law Sunetra Pawar was pitted against her, and in this contest Supriya Sule is leading. Just a few minutes ago the weather changed here and all of a sudden rain started, and I think metaphorically this indicates that there is a change in the weather of Maharashtra as well, because in last Lok Sabha elections in 2019 the Mahayuti, the NDA alliance, was able to garner 41 votes out of total 48 votes. So Maharashtra is the second highest state which is having this much number of seats after Uttar Pradesh, which is very important to form the government at the center. So in Maharashtra this time the NDA has received a big setback, and when the election process began it had set a target of 45 plus, but now the trends are showing that NDA is not able to cross even 20 seats, and on the other hand Maha Vikas Aghadi has performed brilliantly, and all the constituent parties Congress, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar's NCP, despite so many setbacks, they have been able to perform well, and they are able to reach around 28-29 seats. They are able to garner 28-29 seats, and this is a very big setback not only for the NDA but also for BJP, because last time in the last elections BJP fought on 25 seats and was able to win 23 seats, but this time the tally of BJP has reduced to just 11 seats. Some of the reasons which I pondered over and I jotted down here is that one of the prominent reasons is that there was an undercurrent of sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. Both the leaders had seen split in their parties, and in Uddhav Thackre's case, Eknath Shinde, the tallest leader in the party, had rebelled against him and formed his own party, and in Sharad Pawar's case, Ajit Pawar, his own nephew, had rebelled, and in both the cases, Election Commission had recognized the rebel groups as the original party and had given them the official symbols. So these two leaders, they had to get new names for their parties, get new symbols, and still they were able to perform this well. And one of the main reasons for such kind of performance is that there was an undercurrent of sympathy towards them. Second reason is delayed announcement of candidates by the NDA. When the talks were going on for the seat sharing, there were like many disputes over few seats, and due to those due to that infight, the declaration of names on many seats was delayed, and this gave time to the opposition party members to campaign. So this is another reason. Then third reason is the strategy of inducting tainted leaders backfired. Leaders like Ashok Chauhan, leaders like Ajit Pawar, whom the BJP targeted, calling them corrupt, they were inducted into the NDA fold, and this, it seems, has not gone down well with the people. This had dented the credibility of the NDA. This could be another reason. Then fourth reason, I believe, is and which is one of the major reasons for NDA's defeat in Maharashtra, is the Maratha agitation. Since last year, this Maratha agitation had a big impact in the Marathwada region, and there were many seats where this factor, Maratha agitation factor, has played a role. Certain OBC leaders from the NDA fold had given certain statements which had led to controversies, and those statements have backfired to the NDA. Another reason, I believe, is the distress of farmers. Few months back there was a ban on the onion exports. That's why farmers from the northern Maharashtra were agitated. Then due to unseasonal rains, farmers had to face losses, and they complained that they were not receiving enough compensation.
Absolutely.
So these were also factors which contributed to the loss of the NDA. Apart from these factors, a general anti-incumbency factor was there, and there was no wave like 2014 and 19, and issues like Ram Mandir didn't resonate with the electorates in Maharashtra.
As you're pointing out, of course, rural distress is something that, may have turned the tide over here. I want to go across to Tanishq for a very quick question. Tanishq, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, it will lead to a lot of soul searching. Perhaps anti-incumbency, one of the main factors that led to the numbers that have come in today?
Well, when in 2019, where the Samajwadi Party and the BSP were in alliance and they managed to win 50.
लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ।
So that, of course, is the Congress president over there talking at the Congress headquarters. We are, of course, expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak. But let's go across right now to Aditi Fadnis, who's now joining us. Good evening, Aditi. Thanks for joining in. Aditi, what's your sense of what Modi 3.0 is going to look like? Now, clearly, the BJP is still the largest party with the biggest footprint. Perhaps, however, the dynamics of the new coalition are going to be different.
You're quite right, and they are going to be different. We are going to see the BJP much more dependent on alliance partners. The demands of the alliance partners will have to be conceded.
I'm so sorry. We'll just come back to you. I think Rahul Gandhi is speaking at that press conference. We'll quickly cut in.
दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे, क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं। आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी। मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी, और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होकर लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है। प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। यह जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे?
All right. Going back to Aditi right now. Aditi, you know, we were talking about the new contours, if she's still with us, about this a new government that we are looking at. Give us a sense of the pushes and the pulls that will be there perhaps in the third session of Modi 3.0.
Well, this is not a strong and resurgent Narendra Modi that we are looking at. We are looking at a Narendra Modi who is full of conviction but still quite weakened by the bad performance of his party in some states. So he will be obviously dependent on alliance partners and will have to tailor the agenda of the BJP accordingly. As far as I can tell, some of the things like the issues which touch the states will have to be tackled very judiciously and with a lot of sensitivity. There is the amendments to the Electricity Act which are going to come up, which will allow multiplicity of discoms. The states have been opposing most vociferously. That is going to be an issue. There are going to be other issues regarding GST. The Kerala government is very blunt about what it expects the center to do. I think it's taken the center to court also. So all these disputes are going to resurface, and the parliamentary role of the Congress is going to be much more vociferous. Obviously, it has a bigger presence. The states have a bigger presence. So all in all, you will have, I think, a much more conciliatory federal government towards the states.
Now, Aditi, of course, Chandrababu Naidu and JDU are going to be the big partners for the BJP. As you know, they look set to form the next government. How do you see that, particularly, JDU, Bihar, Nitish Kumar is not really known to be someone who sticks by the decisions he's made. We've seen him in the past, change sides. How much of a challenge do you think that is going to be for for the NDA government?
I think the NDA government should be reassured that Nitish Kumar is probably going to stay with the NDA this time. That said, the process of hollowing out happens, and we have to see the moves that the BJP will make towards both the Telugu Desam party as well as the Janata Dal United. Because, without going into the personal private details, I think that Nitish Kumar's health is not what it used to be. His levels of energy are also lower, and a lot of his political work is being handled by bureaucrats, both serving and retired. So now we have to see how that will play out. Basically the contours of the levers of power will, I think, change.
Right now, also Aditi, quick, what's your sense about Chandrababu Naidu? If we were to talk about, 8 months ago, everybody had written him off, but here he is, the comeback man, becoming the Chief Minister for Andhra Pradesh for the 4th time. He's going to be very key to the next government at the center. How do you see his resurgence?
Chandrababu Naidu has gone through many incarnations. In this incarnation, I think he's going to rededicate himself to creating Andhra Pradesh, and there are a lot of challenges there. There's a problem of the capitals. The state doesn't have a capital. Although there's a lot of welfare schemes that have been carried out by the previous government, there's a whole lot of things that have been left incomplete. So I think that is what will consume him. He will need the centre's help, and presumably that is the price that the centre will have to pay for his support.
Right, you mentioned Amravati, of course. Now it's back in the news. We are hearing that he's going to likely to be taking oath in Amravati. That's at least the plan. So perhaps, the capital will remain, might just again be Amravati. But what I also wanted to understand from you is how do you see the issue of continuity? Now, that's something that's worried many people. How will the reforms continue? Because the BJP clearly has a reduced majority. But, the people who are partnering with the BJP will still be seen as being keen on reforms. The TDP, for one, Chandrababu Naidu himself is known as a reformist. So how do you see the policies continuing?
Chandrababu Naidu is not in that sense a faithless alliance partner. He's not capricious as long as you don't irritate him too much. So if you leave him alone and do whatever he expects you to do, I don't think he will be an unreliable partner, and he will support more or less what you want to do. He will in fact give you more suggestions on what the states need. Hopefully he will bring a calming touch to the BJP's rather fraught relations with state governments.
Right, what are your thoughts on what we've seen in West Bengal? Quite a bit of a surprise, given that pollsters hadn't expected Mamata Banerjee to do so well. She has done quite well, and she's actually stumped everybody.
Well, I think in Parliament, the situation will become quite interesting now, because the BJP cannot take the opposition for granted anymore. It cannot arbitrarily chuck members of the opposition out of the house and suspend them and so on and so forth. I'm not sure about the dynamic of the Trinamool Congress and the rest of the Congress-led opposition. We have to see how that works out. That will be, I think, quite important in the way the opposition works. So I think Parliament will become a very much more interesting place than it was earlier.
All right, Aditi, do stay on with us. We slip into a very short break, but when we return, we are going to be talking a bit more about the numbers that have been thrown up and what Modi 3.0 could look like.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 20.
Welcome back. You're watching India Decides 2024, and we're going to be looking at Modi 3.0 with the BJP having becoming the largest political party at this point in time. Aditi Fadnis continues to be with us. Aditi, very interesting story being played out in Maharashtra. Now, you know, the India Alliance actually is leading in Maharashtra as opposed to the alliance that was formed and led by the BJP. What's your sense of what's happening in Maharashtra? And, you know, with elections, assembly elections, perhaps in October or later towards the end of the year, do you see things changing drastically here?
I think the assembly elections are going to be quite different from the Lok Sabha elections. And possibly the performance of the BJP, which left something to be desired in the Lok Sabha, is probably going to be much better in the assembly elections. But we have to see there are a whole lot of issues in Maharashtra. There is a problem of water. There is a problem of development. There are some pockets which are highly developed, but farmer suicides continue. So these are all the issues that the government has to address itself on. And at least Maharashtra has shown that people can think and articulate their grievances quite intelligently in an election. I happened to go to Vidarbha during the election campaign, and I saw for myself the kind of issues that people were posing before the government. So unless the state government really exerts itself, I fear that the BJP, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar alliance could face challenges.
All right, Aditi, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. So obviously, a lot will depend on how the new alliance shapes up. We'll know more as and when those meetings actually take place. New Delhi is where all those meetings have begun already. We've seen the senior leadership of the BJP in a huddle. We've also just had a press conference from the Congress party. So lots up in the air yet. But at this point in time, it does almost seem certain that Modi 3.0 will be returning. The numbers, just for viewers, finally, we are looking at the NDA perhaps forming the next government. The numbers are in their favor. We slip into a very short break here on our special broadcast, India Decides 2024. When we return, we'll be bringing you more. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
আমি এরকম যতটা পেরেছি শারদ পাওয়ারকেও করেছি, যতটা পেরেছি যাদের ফোনে পেয়েছি ধরতে, এমনকি রাহুলকেও আমি কংগ্রেস মেসেজ পাঠিয়েছি, যদিও মেবি দে ওয়ার বিজি ফর ইলেকশন, কিন্তু এখনও পর্যন্ত ওরা কারোর সাথে আমাদের কন্ট্যাক্ট করেনি, না করলেও আমাদের কোনো যায় আসে না। আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই মনে আছে, আপনারা অনেক সময় আমাকে আন্ডার এস্টিমেট করেন। আমি কি বলেছিলাম, তোমাদের 2টো সিট দিচ্ছি, তোমাদের একটাও এমএলএ নেই, 2টো সিটেই জিতে যাবে। আর আমি বলেছিলাম তোমরা ইন্ডিয়ার সাথে অ্যাডজাস্টটা করো সবার সাথে, তাহলে তুমি 100 সিট পাবে। আমার কথাটা মিলেছে কি মেলেনি? এই মিলা কি নেই মিলা? किसका गेन हुआ है? देश का गेन हुआ है। हमको कहा था देश रहने दो, मोदी को जाने दो। बिजनेसमैन के ऊपर इतना टॉर्चर। कल आपने देखा है शेयर मार्केट में क्या हुआ, कौन किया है? बीजेपी किया है। रुपया किसका है? बीजेपी का, जान पहचान का आदमी का है। हम शेयर बाजार नहीं समझते हो कि हम एक कॉमन फैमिली से है, ये मेरे को जानकारी में नहीं है। लेकिन आज इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी, इतना एट्रोसिटीज करने का बाद भी, इतना रुपया खर्चा करने का बाद भी मोदी जी का इतना अहंकार, इतना अमित शाह का अहंकार, इतना बीजेपी का अहंकार, इतना चीफ मिनिस्टर को लेके हर जगह में जैसे वो डाटा सबको थ्रेट किया। हमारा स्टेट में ऑल लीडर को थ्रेट किया फोन में, हमारा स्टेट में हर काउंसिलर को थ्रेट किया, हमारा स्टेट में हर एमएलए को थ्रेट किया। किसी का पास तो रुपया भी भेजा, वो तो हमारा जानकारी में है, 2-3 सीट में वो हम इंक्वायरी करके लेंगे। लेकिन बात ये बड़ा है, इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी इंडिया जीता है और मोदी हारा है। अब देखिए, जो अयोध्या लेके ऐसा कांड किया है, अयोध्या में हारा है। मोदी जी का सीट में क्या है? पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हारा था। मैंने जो सुना, पहले तो 5 लाख वोट में जीता था, अभी क्या हुआ? इतना अहम बात किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारा लिए भी ठीक नहीं है। हम तो आज इतना आशीर्वाद जनता को मिला है कि हमारा सिर हम नीचू करने चाहते हैं। हम जनता को कहने चाहती हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का भाषा में कि हमार माथा নত करे दाओ कि तुम्हार चरण दुलार तले सकल अहंकार है हमार डुबाओ चोखेर जले आमादेर कोनो कृतित्व नेই सबटाই মানুষের কৃতিত্ব আমি মানুষের চোখের ভাষা বুঝি আড়াই মাস 3 মাস ধরে কোনো ইলেকশন চলতে পারে না যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি একবার লোকসভা একবার विधानसभा একবার बाई इलेक्शन तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है 147 MP को एक्सपेल करके वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता आप लोगों को पता है ना पता है तो ना पता नहीं है जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हरा दिया है रुपया देके मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूँगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा जो जगह में हम जीता उसमें हम जनता को कहेंगे दे आर द मैन ऑफ द मैच हम आज का चुनाव में इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो रोल है हम कहने चाहूँगी कि ये बीजेपी का कमीशन का तरह काम किया दे आर जस्ट लाइक हिज मास्टर वॉइस ऑफ बीजेपी जो कंप्लेन किया वो काम किया हम रिकाउंटिंग चाहते हैं तो नहीं देता है बीजेपी को क्यों दिया रिपोर्ट हमको क्यों नहीं देते हैं इसका मतलब यही होता है वो चालाकी से मोदी का सीट और 10 बड़ा बढ़ाने चाहते हैं लेकिन प्लीज याद रखिए
Mamata Banerjee as fiery as ever. But let's go across from that winner to the big loser perhaps in South India today, Maria. Jagan Mohan Reddy and the YSRCP. This is what he said a short while ago.
పోరాటాలు చేయడం అంతకన్నా కొత్త కాదు నా రాజకీయ జీవితం అంతా కూడా ప్రతిపక్షంలోనే గడిపా ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాలు తప్ప పోరాటాలే చేశా రాజకీయ జీవితంలో ఎవడు చూడని కష్టాలు కూడా అనుభవించా ఇప్పుడు అంతకన్నా కష్టాలు ఏదైనా పెట్టినా కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాం సిద్ధంగా ఎదుర్కొంటాం ఆల్ ది వెరీ బెస్ట్ గవర్నమెంట్లోకి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకు థ్యాంక్ యూ
A brief press conference there by the outgoing Chief Minister who has actually tendered his resignation just short while back. He has resigned already.
Yes, Mamta, and he was somebody who, you know, he fixed his date of swearing in and everything else before the results came. They were extremely confident, the YSRCP.
Perhaps misplaced confidence, Jagata, will you say that?
Yeah, I mean, misplaced, yes, and also, you know, I mean, it was quite brewing, you know, I mean, this is something that Andhra was a very clear case, which nobody sort of had any doubt about in the last couple of months, but nobody thought it would get Roger like this.
He never thought that he was going to get swept out like this in terms of it. Manu Sundaram also joins us of the DMK there, Maria, from Chennai. Look, Manu, while it seems to be good in Tamil Nadu, the NDA still has won 1 seat. Overall, the national picture, the DMK was one party which was actually hoping that they would have a shot at power in Delhi again after 10 years. Is that door closed with the numbers that you see on the screen?
Well, unless Veeraraghav, you or somebody in the BJP who are not at all connected to you has letters of support from Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, I think all doors and windows are still open very much. Today, we are still yet very far from final results. We will know probably in another couple of hours, maybe even longer, depending on how close this election goes. But it clearly is a rejection of a single party majority. I think that not even the BJP can deny at the moment. This is a rejection of 2019's mandate. It is, a repudiation of the 2019 mandate. If anything, NDA trends as of now point towards an NDA majority. And I say that with great care and caution because NDA at the moment includes Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu.
But Manu, sorry to interrupt you, butting in. I know the point you're making, but I'm asking you this. Look, the Congress is at 99, the BJP is at 240. In 2004, when you got together, the Congress was at 145. Look, with such a huge margin for the BJP as the single largest party, the best that the INDIA alliance could do is to build itself as a robust opposition.
I think it's a bit premature to decide who's going to be in opposition. Like I said, unless letters of support have been given to the President of India, and that is what the Constitution and Representation of People Act 1951 require, and that is what the Supreme Court under SR Bommai versus Union 1994 also says.
Manu,
do you have a single do you have a party with absolute
for the moves
majority?
and counter moves of various political parties? Rahul Gandhi's press conference also gave some indications that they could get in touch. But Mr. Naidu is going to come to Delhi tomorrow for the NDA meet. So will Nitish Kumar be traveling. At the moment, we really do not know whether he comes or not. Because let's not forget that Nitish was not there for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's nomination ceremony.
It's just, Maria, what Manu is saying is purely an indication of how the allies are thinking as well. I think some of the allies will look at what chance is there, right, Manu? Very quickly on Tamil Nadu before we let you go. On the results in Tamil Nadu itself, the NDA is still about 16% vote share, which is quite a bump in terms of vote share down there in Tamil Nadu. Is that a worry as you head into an assembly election?
It is actually a drop of 3.5% from 2014. So what you're saying is the 10 years of Modi government, Modi Amit Shah brand of politics has actually resulted in 3.5% drop in the BJP vote share here. The actual BJP alone vote share is about 10.7%. Congress is 10.8%, DMK 26%, and ADMK 21%. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still about the Dravidian parties. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still a place where BJP will never get a toehold. And this has been the story in 2014, 19, and 2024. So after 15 years, essentially, after we complete another 5 years, I don't really see any great change in the BJP's fortunes. And I think the people who projected themselves as BJP's stalwarts and Chanakyas here in Tamil Nadu themselves have tasted defeat today. And I see all of this must be seen in the context of how opposition parties have fought this election with one, if not both hands tied to the back.
Yes.
The Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, the Election Commission, the media.
Understand the big picture, the all India picture. And Sandeep Shastri, even as we wait for the first response from the party which has won, which is the single largest party, and the coalition which has actually crossed the majority mark, we have heard from the opposition sides. We have heard particularly from Rahul Gandhi, who has said that he'll wait for his alliance partners to really come up with whether they would be actually making attempt at government formation. But I think would you say that that's a call that should be taken or not taken? A robust opposition.
Maria, we have had
power is always snatched.
We have had several governments formed which are alliance governments.
Yes.
But remember, it's only 1999 and maybe 2009 when you had a pre-election coalition actually forming the government, and this is only the third time it is happening. That if it happens, it's the third time that a pre-election coalition has got a majority. In all the other occasions, the coalition was formed after the results were announced. After the results were announced. So there is a little more stability in a pre-election coalition because there will have to be a lot of answers to be given if certain key players within the NDA decide to move out of it into another alliance. Immediately.
Those numbers on your screen, we had the DMK reacting, you heard the Congress speaking out, we haven't still heard from the BJP. How do you see those numbers on the screen?
If we keep our opinion aside and look at very neat, clean, cold fact, then it is a historic win of the incumbent. With simple majority, NDA will be back in power. This is a hat trick by a
Prime Minister Modi-led government. And that is the biggest important message of this mandate, that Indian democracy is thriving and vibrant and robust, where you are seeing such a mandate, such a great election. I actually, rather than speaking more, I have come and joined this panel when I saw these three wise people here, which is Sugata, Sandeep and Manisha. I thought I should come and get some insights from them. And I want to ask Sugata, how does he sees this mandate? Is it not a historic mandate? If it is, how?
It is a historic mandate. Nobody can dispute the fact that it is a third term. It's, he has already been in power for 10 years. There should have been much more anti-incumbency, should have been routed out, swept out of the power. But that has not happened. If you still look at the numbers that are trickling in, BJP is the single biggest bloc at 240. And Congress is 140 seats behind. So in that sense, and with, as Shastriji just mentioned, in terms of a coalition, it is a pre-poll coalition. So you made seat arrangements. You fought without putting up your candidates. So there is also a kind of obligation on the part of the coalition partner to remain faithful to the original alliance. Otherwise, it will start creating problems. Say, for instance, even a very small party like JDS in Karnataka, if it's tomorrow starts switching back into the Congress fold, I think there'll be a backlash there. They'll be completely gone. Their 13-14% that remains will also be wiped out. So similarly, I think Nitish did a somersault quite recently. I mean, even if Nitish wants to go back, will Lalan Singh want to go back? Now, that's the kind of question that props up inside a political party like the JDU.
So another theory that is doing round, what if Mr. X or Y switch sides? Do you think it is possible, Sandeep ji? Because my understanding is NDA, BJP is much more pragmatic and accommodative in managing coalition partners. History tells you that. And see the flexibility and the sharpness of the current BJP leadership. They formed these three alliances: Deve Gowda, Nitish Kumar and Naidu at the fag end of their term. So they understood something. They had a strategy in mind. What if things go wrong? What is my plan B? And these three new alliances has helped BJP where BJP is today. Sandeep ji.
Yeah. And as you say, of the three alliances, two of the alliances you are the senior partner and one you are the junior partner. And the aim of all the three alliances was to challenge the opponent who had the potential of doing better in the Lok Sabha election when it was to be held, and they succeeded in that particular mission in all the three cases. Now, given the fact that as of now, the BJP accounts for 80% of the NDA, the number of seats it has accounts for 80% of the NDA, this would be an alliance which is very different from previous alliances. We have had previous coalition governments where the largest party or the party from which the Prime Minister came was like a first among equals among all the parties. Now this coalition, when it is formed in terms of if it were to come to power, would be a coalition with a dominant partner and other junior partners as part of the coalition. Now, it will depend on the political dexterity of the leadership as to how they assuage the sentiments which there will be of the junior partners, maybe a Bihar package, maybe a special benefit to Andhra where they are being government is being formed. So all that would be part of that negotiation that goes on.
One more question before Veera and Maria starts having some more conversation on the same topic is this to Manisha ji. What is the message from greatest Indian democracy today? Under a Modi-led government, this election happened and adversaries were talking about Loktantra ko khatra hai and Samvidhan ko khatra hai. Should we not acknowledge the fact that a Modi-led India has delivered such a pure, mandate such a pure election?
So thanks very much, Sanjay ji. And also I've been traditionally asked the woman question for asking me a politics question and a democracy question. My firm answer is that from this election, the first thanks goes out to the Honorable Supreme Court of India, but even more to the Election Commission that has held the faith and trust.
Yes.
People of this country repose their faith in the Election Commission of India and want to deeply thank the Election Commission for having held our faith and trust even in troubled moments. That's very clear. Now let me also make a few political comments, and which is that undoubtedly the BJP has come back as the largest party and numbers. And I did, over the last 15 days or so, hear some political consultants or the others say things like brand Modi has gone down, etc. My fieldwork in the poorest areas of Bihar have told me, and these are even in seats where the BJP is not winning, poor women have responded by saying that they have benefited from Jan Dhan, from Ujjwala. So today, the victors and the near victors, all of them may hear that the India's poorest electorate and the women on the margins are not rejecting leaders that they trust has delivered to them. Even Nitish Kumar, for example, much maligned for his political moves, they were all contingent and strategic moves. Now he's trusted by the women of India, and he's proved and performed and proven that the hypothesis about him that the JDU will not deliver is absolutely wrong. All the cadaver netas of the RJD today will believe the BJP today believe and understand that they owe their victory to Nitish Kumar and a coalition of the poor who are also called Pichdas. I think we should drop that name. We should call them the Samans. I would like to also say that the important chief ministers Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are pro-reform chief ministers. Chandrababu Naidu, a much-loved boy, a globalizer, brought in investments. When the Telugu-speaking
CEO of
Andhra Pradesh, also Nitish Kumar, a much-loved political leader for a pro-poor but industry and investment-led climate. Remember, roads and electricity required investments, so the poor can also see a development model. And I think two globalizers, two development leaders by the side of a prime minister who believes in a policy reform-led governance model. It may be very different.
They would appear to be a more natural ally.
Yeah.
Sanjay ji, another point is that I think it will be good and gracious on the part of the Congress to now at least finally clarify that Indian democracy is well and working and not manipulated, and the EVMs are rigged. You know, until yesterday they were saying all that.
Yes.
Let's be gracious on their part to openly say and send out a message to the world that we are up and alive and kicking.
Let's take that across to Saifuddin Soz.
Well, Saifuddin Soz isn't here. This is Salman Soz. Your guest coordinator should know.
Saifuddin Soz's father, no?
Salman, go ahead.
So, I think you people in this studio may be living in an alternate universe. As far as we are concerned, this election has a resounding message, which is basically a rejection of brand Modi. If you cannot see it, I cannot blame you. But from where we sit, this is an election that before this election, nobody in your studio or nobody in the country gave the opposition any chance. Opinion polls were talking about, this is pre-election, opinion polls were talking about the Prime Minister and the alliance, the NDA, getting 360, 370 seats. And as the first phase came along, things shifted, things changed, because the ground reality was totally different. This whole narrative that the Prime Minister is all-conquering and invincible, brand Modi is incredible, global leadership, etc., it basically met resistance by the people who said, we will not let you talk about 400 par.
Okay.
The people who said that you come to us...
I have a point, sir. Salman bhai.
Sanjay bhai, let me finish. You spoke for all this time. I've been very patient. I waited for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Salman bhai, one sec. Just one simple question. I am a great admirer of your oratorial skills and your wisdom. Simple question is, these are not the reference point of discussion that who projected what, who predicted what. Simple question is, you haven't got the mandate. The mandate is of continuity for NDA. Do you admit that?
Absolutely not. This is not. This, in fact, this is a significant defeat for the BJP. This is more significant than 2004. Let me explain to you why. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee did not exercise the kind of scorched earth politics that Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, routinely engaged in. For God's sake, they arrested 2 sitting chief ministers. The kind of control of media, the kind of money that this party has, more money than probably
today
the
is a day.
Elections are over. Elections
today
are over.
is a day.
No,
the opposition, particularly the Congress, which is sitting at 99, has reasons to celebrate the institutions of India, the Election Commission of India, to talk about how robust is our democracy. Democracy is not in khatra. संविधान खतरे में नहीं है. So आज आपको बोलना चाहिए कि democracy safe है.
I'm sorry, you have to let me speak.
Yes.
Because I waited for all you people. You spoke, let me speak. Because there are 5-6 of you, let me speak. The point is, this election has been in some ways won despite the election commission that is appointed by the BJP. Not according to the directions of the Supreme Court.
Salman, I'm going to come back to you just a moment.
No. The issue is, Salman bhai, the issue is,
in Uttar Pradesh,
Congress has done, Salman bhai, Congress has done well. Look, Congress has done well. We at NDTV do not get into the shouting match. Congress has done well. We congratulate you, but elections are over. Please do not rant. Learn from your party president, Mr. Kharge. Show some decency in congratulating the Indian electorate.
Sanjay Bhai, in Uttar Pradesh, the highest vote margin of any candidate belongs to Rahul Gandhi, and the Prime Minister has a margin of 150,000 votes. If that is not rejection of brand Modi, what is
okay,
it?
then are you staking claim tomorrow? Are you staking claim tomorrow?
We will be talking.
What is the narrative you are building? No, Mr. Salman. Mr. Salman Soos, is Congress Party in India going to stake its claim to form the government tomorrow?
Why are you so upset? Tomorrow, the Congress Party and the India Alliance are going to meet, and we're going to chalk out our strategy. People of the country have spoken. Let the final results come out. All of you have to be patient, but this is a bigger defeat for the BJP than it was in 2004. The political implication of this election is incredibly important and much more significant.
Yes,
and
we'll certainly read all the political implications and perspective of this elections, because we have esteemed analysts here in the studio. I can bring in Uma now. Uma, we just heard from Jagan Reddy. There was a lot of confidence in his camp. Now he has conceded and has also tendered his resignation. We are being told that Mr. Naidu is expected in Delhi tomorrow to participate in the NDA meet which is going to take place.
Yes, indeed. The outgoing Chief Minister has had a press conference, and he has in fact said that he is quite clueless about why this happened, and he listed out all the welfare measures and doles to different segments of the population. So the big political lesson perhaps from Andhra Pradesh for the rest of the country and for the political parties across the country is that you cannot have only a welfare and dole-centric government, and that is not going to yield you the kind of electoral dividends that you would hope they would come if you are going to be focused on that. Chandrababu Naidu is the other big story, because he's won a spectacular win for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh, winning 136 out of the 144 seats that he has contested, and in a sense Janasena and Pawan Kalyan have done even better with a 100% strike rate, 21 out of 21 assembly seats it would appear, and 2 out of the 2 parliament seats as well, and managing to bring in the BJP as well in a state where they otherwise perhaps would not have had any seats at all. Yes, there was speculation through the day about whether Naidu will be kingmaker or whether he himself can in fact be Prime Minister. He has been kingmaker in the past.
My producer is saying that there is a big breaking news coming in. We will finally be seeing the first images of the Prime Minister, who is expected at the BJP headquarters at 7:45 when he will be addressing the party karyakartas, the BJP workers. It's been a tradition which has been followed at the BJP, at the new BJP ever since the new BJP headquarters at DDU, which is the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg was set up. Nikunj, it's going to be an important day for the party, an important hour when the Prime Minister addresses his party workers.
Well, Maria, we are just putting out this information because there was a lot of prevarication and talk about the fact that the Prime Minister or the BJP is going to have a celebratory function today. It has just been confirmed by the advanced security team of the Prime Minister that Prime Minister will reach the BJP headquarters at 7:45 p.m. today. So the ritual carries on. The Prime Minister will indeed address the BJP Karyakartas workers, as you said, and timing is also now confirmed. In nearly 2 hours from now, the Prime Minister, in nearly an hour from now, the Prime Minister would be actually at the BJP headquarters. Obviously, the entire BJP blast would accompany him. In the message from the podium, what the Prime Minister is going to say will obviously list the future roadmap of the BJP's political action plan as the day of the counting draws to a close. So I'm reconfirming for our viewers once all over again at 7:45 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at BJP's headquarters addressing and giving his thoughts out on the counting day performance of BJP and the NDA. Maria?
Yes, Nikunj, because the message is of continuity, the mandate is of continuity, and the man of the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters at 7:45. What will be his big message? I would ask all the panelists to make some kind of second guess. Beginning with you, Sanjay sir. What is the big message which is coming from the Prime Minister? What do you anticipate at 7:45?
I generally don't get to read long notes, but I did read Prime Minister's notes from Kanyakumari when he went there for meditation. I recommend our political observers to read that note. He has made some very interesting remark that how he sees the future. You will find a reflection of that in today's speech. He will be underlining the historicity of this mandate. The third time a government in a country like India, where you have to handle hundreds of challenges in terms of people's aspiration. Mr. Modi has been given the mandate of continuity of this government. The mandate today in Lok Sabha is for the BJP and NDA, not for the opposition, which is very clear. So this is a mandate of continuity. And then, of course, I am expecting him to talk about how he has got this mandate and what he plans to do going ahead. I do not think Mr. Modi will be worrying too much about the local and state level factor because, as I said in the beginning, Maria, look at the importance of this mandate. In this chaotic democracy called India, a regime is getting third time clear mandate. What is the third time clear mandate? Is 272 for the pre-poll alliance, whichever that alliance is. So NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power. This is a mandate of continuity, and this is what Mr. Modi is going to focus on, that for him it will be a business as usual. And of course, he will underline that now the next task is going for a very, very accelerated growth path. And that is what I am expecting him to say.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick word also, because you interviewed the Prime Minister. In that interview, he talked about gave the entire governance roadmap of Modi 3.0. You have a fair idea of how the things will take shape in the next few weeks and months. Do you think Mr. Modi will be talking about states, their roles, and particularly, let's not forget, sir, Odisha is going to be a big victory for the BJP. They're forming the government there.
Definitely, this point did not get much discussed, that victory in Odisha is emphatic and BJP has done pretty well there. Andhra Alliance worked very well for them. As far as the next agenda is concerned, I am very confident. How much he will elaborate today, I do not know. But cooperative federalism, working with coalition, and going for high growth are going to be his catchphrases.
Right.
Cooperative federalism, working for high growth, scope, scale. I think these are the 3 S that he shared with you when he gave that interview to you. So thank you so much for joining us, Sandeep Shastri, Shaugato, and also Manisha Priyam. Thank you, Sanjay sir, for being with us in the studio. We are slipping into a short break, but this remains our top focus here on NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the man of the moment, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters. Let's not forget, history has been made today, and Mr. Modi will be talking talking about the scale of this victory of the BJP.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 25 to 44 years. And one more data. Based on the National Family Health Survey, urban women's involvement in key household decisions surged to 91% in 2019-2020 from just 49% in 2005 to 2006. So, women are now not only taking important financial decisions for their families, but also investing and saving.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Welcome back. Those numbers flashing on your screen, firming up. We expect Prime Minister Modi to reach the BJP office soon, but we'll also play that picture from Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party really perhaps one of the big winners today in UP. Dimple Yadav there holding her victory certificate. That's another fascinating story within story of this Indian election, Uttar Pradesh and the reversals for the BJP there. Then you have Congress, you have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka, Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi showing the victory sign there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, had a press conference a short while ago saying they'll meet the India allies tomorrow to decide future course of action. But for the moment, let's go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is there at the BJP headquarters. Vasudha, take us through what's happening there. Take us through what's happening there, Vasudha.
I can't hear you.
Well, those are the pictures from the BJP headquarters there. The BJP claiming victory there. NDA at 291. The BJP by itself at 238. Down 65. Below. That's those pictures there from the BJP headquarters there in New Delhi. We can't go through to Vasudha right now. I think she's in the midst of all that noise. We'll try and go back to her in just a bit from now. 7:45, we believe the Prime Minister will reach that BJP office soon. So the BJP declaring a victory of the results. We'll take a short break. On the other side, much more coming up.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term.
Welcome, you're watching NDTV, and it's been a very exciting and interesting day for those of us who follow politics and elections. And the results weren't quite what the exit polls had predicted, but as you can see on your screens there, the NDA 291. So yes, Narendra Modi is going to form that record equaling third term. He's going to have that third consecutive term.
But the BJP's numbers there below 240. The opposition INDIA alliance are going to meet tomorrow. Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu will be key newsmakers as well. The Prime Minister expected, as Gargi mentioned, at the BJP headquarters in a bit from now.
Exactly, that's right, around 7:45. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. And the Congress addresses a media conference after their exceedingly good show. And Congress chief says that this is a moral loss for the Prime Minister. Mallikarjun Kharge says the credit goes to Rahul Gandhi.
ये जो रिजल्ट है ये जनता की जीत है। स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है।
Gets that majority, but the BJP falls short. The India bloc puts up an impressive show. The India bloc getting 233. Not one to waste time, the BJP moving to form the new government. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister call up Chandrababu Naidu while BJP leaders go in a huddle at BJP President JP Nadda's house. The big upset, or rather the great showing has been, or great surprise has been the Samajwadi Party, which has stunned with its best ever showing. The BJP retains the heartland but stumbles in Uttar Pradesh. And Amethi also the big talking point with the Congress worker Kishori Lal. They're beating Union Minister Smriti Irani, who had the title of Giant Slayer. So now Kishori Lal, the Giant Slayer, Smriti Irani concedes defeat.
जो चुनाव जीते उन्हें मेरी ओर से बधाई। मैं आशा करती हूं कि हमने जितनी निष्ठा के साथ गांव-गांव जाकर जनता की सेवा की, उसी प्रकार से अमेठी की सेवा होती रहेगी।
And in Maharashtra, new allies drag the BJP down. The Maha Vikas Aghadi steals the march, and Pawar Senior trashes any rumors of talks with Naidu and Nitish. That buzz had already begun.
Right, so all those headlines, all the news playing out here, right here on NDTV, and as I said, all the big faces with their reactions coming up to that results. Slowly, you had Jagan Mohan Reddy, Mamta Banerjee, all of them reacting. Different states, different results
right.
that's down there.
And we're going to take a look at those results, also some of the surprises, how, the Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party did, also down south, BJP opening its account in Kerala. But first, let's take a look at what was said at the press conference just a short while ago. The Congress addressing that press conference and starting with Mallikarjun Kharge talking about that the results, this victory belongs to the people.
ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की।
ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है।
We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
Right, that was the reactions at that press conference. We'll try and go and analyze this a bit more as we go along and also pick up the big newsmakers coming in at the moment. But Manisha Priyam here with us in the studio wanted a quick word on Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, you've got the, for the moment, the number is 8 for the BJP, 3 for the JMM, 2 for the INC. So that's up 3 seats for the UPA when compared to what it was in 2018.
3 plus 2, the JMM and the...
They were 2 last time.
Yeah, absolutely, 2 up. But the important part is that, you know, the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister Arjun Munda, very respected, very important Chief Minister and leader of the tribal area, and he fights the election from Khuti, which is where Birsa Munda has led his life and has gone to school. Now that Ulgulam has been lost by the BJP. A lot of the other tribal seats, this 3 plus 2 that you see, the wins of the India Alliance come from the tribal seats, and that's an important lesson going out to the BJP. Second election round now in the State Assembly for the Jharkhand Assembly, and now in the Lok Sabha, tribal seats having slipped out of the hands, despite a very invigorated Babulal Marandi, Arjun Munda combination tribal leadership of the BJP. So that's a very important lesson
and that's
here.
interesting because there was anti-incumbency, against him, and then he got jailed, and it seems to have, sparked
But there's
that
also
sympathy.
something called the Patalgadi movement. The BJP had tried the whole agenda of having a non-tribal chief minister for Jharkhand, which could lead to a BJP model of governance and development, wherein there would be land acquisition, etc. That's something the tribals resisted, and you saw that they were voted out.
It's important that you make that. Ashok Gehlot is speaking. We believe. Let's cut across to that.
But yes, he's. There you can see from the hospital bed.
That's right.
केंद्र में सरकार बनाने का दावा पेश करने जितना, चूंकि अब तक तो इतने सहयोगी और आप सबकी कांग्रेस की सीटें मिलाकर इतनी नहीं हुई, तो क्या दावा पेश करेंगे आप लोग?
देखिए, बात तो खड़गे साहब और राहुल ही कह चुके हैं, कोई भी फैसला होगा ओपन रखा, सब ऑप्शन को ओपन रखे, तो फैसले होंगे वो कल जो मीटिंग होगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की, उन सब पार्टनर से बात करके विश्वास में लेकर फैसले होंगे।
कुछ सीटें और आपकी बढ़े तो उसको लेकर भी चर्चा।
Interesting,
that's
Veera,
a fascinating state, right?
No, he has a slip disc, so we were told that's why he's not, coming out. We're not seeing him out and
but
about.
He's still from the hospital bed, sending a message that we'll all decide tomorrow.
In this moment of the Congress having done, much better than expected, and we have Mahima Singh and Tom Vadikan also joining us. Mahima Singh, first you, and I know this is the question I think was asked at the press conference, and again Mr. Gehlot said, but yes, a lot of speculation about whether the India bloc is going to, make that bid for forming the numbers, whether phone calls are being made, something Sharad Pawar also actually denied.
Jai Hind. First of all, we thank the people of India for having shown their trust in the constitutional values, having stood up to the occasion to safeguard the democracy, the constitutional values, and ousted and weakened the power the tyranny, power of tyranny that was being brought in this country by the BJP. The people have not given mandate to a single party. And I think, you see, there are possibilities, manifold indeed. And as Rahul Gandhi ji has indicated, it is to be seen tomorrow after all our partners meet. Of course, as Jairam Ramesh ji indicated earlier, some partners of the NDA also have been in touch with us. So let's wait and watch in the next couple of days what is to unfold. But one thing is for sure, tyranny has been defeated, Man Ki Baat, Modi ki guarantee has been defeated. It is the true power of the people of this country that has thrived over the power of, the negative power of hatred and divisiveness.
Tom Vadikan, as I get a response from you for that comment, your home state is possibly one of the few states where the BJP can smile today because you made entry into Kerala.
Well, the green shoots are all over the place, and if you see the vote, the number of votes what we got in Trivandrum, I mean it's extraordinary. It's never happened, and the difference in Alathur, it was about 5,000 votes. So I think it's the beginning of, I think, a good journey. Now, overall, I would only like to comment that this reminds me of a sociological text by M.N. Srinivasan called Continuity and Change. The data presented before us by the People's Court is essentially for continuity and change. Okay. Continuity for the present government to continue.
I'm sorry to butt in, sir, but I'll have to go across to the Congress headquarters where my colleague Sunil Prabhu is waiting. Sunil, we just heard Ashok Gehlot speak from his hospital bed. I believe you have Sachin Pilot with you.
That's right. Ashok Gehlot's son has lost Vaibhav Gehlot by nearly 2 lakh votes, and somebody who's also been campaigning in the state of Rajasthan and been very responsible for a number of those victories. Sachin Pilot, many congratulations. How do you look at the verdict?
Thank you very much. I think the takeaway from the counting and the results so far is quite clear. It's that the the governance provided by the BJP ND for the last 10 years has not got a thumbs up from the people. The numbers, the coalition, government formation, what will happen, next few days will tell. But the real takeaway is that the sense of arrogance that seeped into the ruling party and the way in which people have voted clearly shows that there's a pushback, and despite getting some numbers, it is not what was claimed. You see, the bar was set so high, 300 par, 400 par, 500 par, and ultimately what happened was that in the strongholds, there's been a strong pushback by the voters. So this election was fought on issues for the people, and the Congress and the India Alliance was clearly focused on enunciating those issues, not the religious issues, not the fear-mongering and not the unparliamentary language being used, but focus on farmers, young people, jobs, inflation, real issues of this country. And people have actually, I think, given us the response that we were expecting. Like I said, tomorrow I think the India Alliance partners will meet and take a call on what the future course of action should be. But just the numbers so far indicate that the kind of management and the kind of exit polls that were projected and the kinds of narrative that was being thrust upon the people, that's been clearly not accepted by the majority of people.
And do you think somewhere down the line the Congress as well as the India Alliance should try to form government, even though the numbers are not completely entirely for you at this stage?
I think it's too early to comment on those things because we fought this election as a coalition. So it's wrong for any one party to speak out of line. I think once the leaders meet tomorrow and take a considered view as to what the numbers are, what is required to be done, we will do that. Whatever may be the outcome of that discussion tomorrow. But today, just since the morning, what we've witnessed really is, I think, the sort of complacency that we were seeing is not something people of India like. They prefer humility than arrogance, and they prefer delivery and sort of connect. And in India, what we saw in the last few years, that the gap between the rich and poor kept increasing. The misuse of agencies, bundling of chief ministers into prisons, the real misuse of government machinery and undermining of institutions, really important issue. And people genuinely, I think, were quite right in thinking that if you give someone too much power or some party too much leeway, they will try and then misuse it. And I think that message has resounded in the results so far.
Some would say, sir, that a person like you, I mean, after the Gandhis, you were most sought after, and this is I verified with the Congress headquarters, that, for being most sought after across India for campaigning. What do you feel really ensured? Is it that, the index of opposition unity? Because this is in many ways an unexpected victory in the way, things that...
According to media channels, but all of us for the last few months knew that, when you start doing excessive stuff, people don't like that. And I must tell you, when Mr. Gandhi did his walk across, the length and breadth of this country, the kinds of interactions he'd had and the kind of response we saw, and the connect with the people and enthusiasm, the workers were enthusiastic. And what really works is on the polling day, your Congress party worker, are they enthused or not? And just to cite an example, in states where people were thinking BJP will get 100% seats, they're less than half. So it's a clear indication. And I think someone somewhere should take moral responsibility for what has transpired today. I think the campaign that Mr. Gandhi did, Mr. Kharge did, Priyanka ji, of course. So we all worked hard. All of us worked hard. But I think our campaign, our manifesto, and to be honest with you, during the entire campaign, no one knew what the BJP manifesto says. It was the Congress manifesto, for whatever reason, became talk of the town because they were real people's issues. So the campaign, the narrative, the hard work that leaders and the workers put in, and I think the opposition coming together itself, sent a very strong message to people that there is an alternative, right? And I think the kind of attacks that were made on leaders, agencies were misused, parties were broken, all that, I think this election results so far indicates that all of that is not acceptable to the wise voters of this country.
One final question about Rajasthan. How do you view that victory in the sense, it's not really a thing, you just got 10 or 11 seats.
We're leading in 11 to 12 seats.
Yeah, so that's clearly an indication that things haven't gone well for the BJP because they didn't put Vasundhara. Is it beyond that, or how do you look at it?
I think there are multiple reasons, but in Rajasthan and also in Haryana, the Congress party has done well. We fought a very good election. Our candidate selections were very good. And even though, like
you all work together also.
We all work together. I think this is a much larger election. It's not about individuals. But Rajasthan, our campaign and the new government that's been there for 4, 5, 6 months really left no impression on the people. and all the promises made, etc. As you know, Rajasthan, we win one election, we lose one election. Alternate karte hain hum log wahan pe. But this time, despite having a new government, I think they were not able to. There are multiple power centers and pulls and pressures. But the Congress selection of candidates, our campaigning, the issues that we took up, Agniveer, farmers' issues, they are really important issues to people in the Hindi heartland, and the results in Rajasthan show that.
So here you have it, Sachin Pilot, who has really helped the Congress party, apart from the Gandhis, campaigning across the length and breadth of this country, being able, speaking to us and explaining to us what are the issues, not yet committing on whether they'll came for that government formation, but India Alliance partners will definitely be working through the night to try to get coalition, many people to be part of that alliance.
But what's the sense you're picking up, Sunil? Because one of the, from when you heard Rahul Gandhi in the press conference, he turned around and said this was a battle to protect the constitution we did. You have some of the allies pushing it, but at 100, Sunil, and BJP at 240, 238, 240, it's still a mile and a half away from single party majority. Even in 2004, the Congress was at 145. What's the sense you're picking up? Is it really working towards that, or is this just a way to say that we want to keep the cohesive alliance going as a strong opposition, so we will consult our partners before deciding?
I think they're trying to keep their coalition partners together. 130. If you talk about 2004, it was 145, 138. At that time, here, of course, you're right, 240 to 100. But please remember, the Congress party, for the first time in independent India, has only contested in 328 seats, and after that, 2 had already been given to Surat as well as Indore, where you saw what has happened. So it's in that backdrop that the index of opposition unity is very different, and that is the Pre-Poll Alliance has really been able to do wonders in terms of working, especially as Sachin pointed out, in Rajasthan as well as, of course, in Uttar Pradesh.
Sorry, Gargi. Sunil, if you have still Sachin Pilot with you, just one quick question. Is the choice between a strong opposition vis-a-vis a weak and unstable government, is that the choice that the Congress has to make now?
Sachin, there's a question from the studio. Would you prefer a weak government or a strong opposition? Because, if you have a coalition, if the India Alliance does forge an alliance, it's going to be, back to UPA 1. Without that full numbers, you don't have, a very strong single largest party.
It's not about my preference. It's the verdict of the people. What will come out of it, we will only know tomorrow once the meeting happens of the Indian Alliance. But a coalition can be strong or weak, depends on who's leading it and what circumstances there are. And I always feel that we should have a strong opposition no matter which party it is. So it's very clear that tomorrow, once we all sit down together and figure out what the best way forward, not just for us, but for the country, what needs to be done, what are the options, what are the final numbers, it's far too early to speak. And I think Mr. Gandhi and Mr. Kharge very clearly said that unless we speak to our partners, I think it's decency demands that we have a clear, open-hearted discussion with the leaders of our alliance and then take a final call.
So here you have it. No clear answer, because it's extremely difficult, and I think anybody would like to be absolutely sure, whoever is joining, who is going to get what ministry, what is the kind of cabinet that is going to be formed. You have to be absolutely clear at any particular stage, and there are a lot of contradictions that will take place, and it's in that context that the India Alliance will have to forge and see whether they'll work as an opposition or try to form a government. Ultimately, it is the president who will have to call the single largest party poll formation, and in that case it will be the NDA which will be asked to first form a government. That's been the convention since President K.R. Narayanan, and it has been followed by successive presidents
Sunil,
after that.
If we can now just talk about the current results and about Chhattisgarh, if you can get Sachin to respond, what's gone wrong there? Chhattisgarh, just 1 seat, 10 have gone to the NDA.
What happened in Chhattisgarh? What's the reason for why the Congress didn't do well?
Well, Chhattisgarh, we had 2 seats in the last election, and historically, Chhattisgarh, since the state was formed, we haven't gotten more than 2 or 3 seats out of 11. So this time we were hoping to better that score, but we haven't. We've got 1 seat, and the other one, it's a 2,000 vote difference. Counting is still on. We were hoping to do better, but I think Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, both states, we need to work harder because we didn't make any progress in Madhya Pradesh either. So organizationally, politically, some things need to be tinkered with and made better. We'll certainly do that in the future. But like I keep saying, the Congress as a political party, we should, and we have been focusing on states. Once you win, we won the Telangana elections and Karnataka election, Himachal election. When you win the state elections, it really gives a momentum for the workers across the country to work harder for the national elections. So I think moving forward, we have to start focusing on winning back states. I think that really adds to the strength of the organization.
So it's back to ground zero in terms of in Chhattisgarh to try to because it's Bhupesh Baghel couldn't even retain even though he tried
but you see,
which has traditionally been a BJP.
Chhattisgarh, we lost the state assembly elections by a margin of 1.5% votes. So it wasn't a huge difference. We were not able to form the government. But the difference of vote share was 1.5%. It wasn't that much. But in the Lok Sabha elections, I was hoping we'll do better than what we've done. We will certainly have a talk with the leaders of the state and see what best can be done. But both these states, I think a lot of work needs to be done, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
So thank you. And that's Sachin Pilot for you speaking to us.
All right. Thanks so much for that, Sunil, and taking back all those questions, back and forth. But let's go across to Ratnadeep now, who joins us from Odisha, from Bhubaneswar, outside the BJP office there. And Ratnadeep, for the BJP, decimating the BJD both in the state as well as in the Lok Sabha elections. Tell us what's happening there. Show us also what's happening over there.
That's right. In fact, in the land of Lord Jagannath, lotus had bloomed. The 25-year-old rule of BJD has come to an end. Here you can see we are at the state BJP headquarters in Bhubaneswar. Party supporters very happy. They're looking at a giant screen. Remember, it was a simultaneous Lok Sabha and assembly elections that took place, in which the BJP not only swept the Lok Sabha, but it has emerged as the winner in the state assembly as well, ending the 25-year